Good morning, gentlemen. We're live for the incredibly long, well, at least planned to be incredibly long, George Bagby benefit stream. So we'll see how this goes. I have never really recorded for more than 3 or 4 hours at a time. So we'll see how this goes. I'm assuming that my mind is just going to break. So before we started, Prude, with a reminder, every dollar given is a middle finger to Rod Dreyer. And just as a status update, we have given Rod Dreyer a cumulative 2,849 middle fingers, which, you know what, I think is that's a pretty good start. Again, thank you guys so much for supporting Bagby as much as you have. He has said, and I understand why, that he won't give full details. Oh, hello, FA Tuesday. FA Tuesday. Good to see you. He said he won't give full details on the situation until after he's kind of fully out of it. Like I said, there's still some entanglement going on, so he doesn't want to give you the full details until he's fully out of it, which again makes sense. Yeah, FA Tuesday. I have had my coffee, and there are several points in the day I've kind of selected to to dip out. To grab food or to grab more coffee, because this is going to be an effort of Herculean will. So as far as the plan for this, sorry, I'm just reminding all my guys on Telegram that I'm live. The plan for this is essentially to act as kind of a telethon, a call-in stream. So I'm going to keep going until we hit a certain goal for the George Bagby benefit stream. We've got some good guests coming in. I know that Thomas has said that he'll come on. Bagby himself is coming on. Some of the guys from my Telegram. 1 hour on the way to get sick of Burden's voice. Well, Manoa, yeah, probably, right? I can't blame anyone for that. So we will have more guests coming in as kind of an open door policy. So hopefully, as more people drop in, you'll have to hear less and less of me. But to kind of kill time until people drop in, just to provide you guys some entertainment while we're waiting for new donors to roll in. Which, by the way, the link for that donation is pinned. Oh wait, never mind. It is not pinned. I just dropped it in chat. So if you want to donate to Bagby, that's in the comments section of this video. It is also pinned in chat. And I will probably periodically check and then read any new messages. So you give me, okay, just double checking everyone's here. So if you give me a second, I'm going to pull up. I've been saving a whole bunch of just absolutely heinous articles for us to read together, because I know that that's something fun to do. It's another way to just really increase the amount of psychic damage that this stream is going to do to me, because you people seem to be masochists and seem to enjoy my suffering, which, I guess I can't blame you. So if you just give me a second, I will pull that up and we can start doing some article reading. In the meantime, I also have some music I thought would be good for this stream. All right, I'm back. It wasn't too bad, was it? Yeah, no, this all does go to Trump legal funds. The whole Bagby is just me with a vocoder. He isn't real. This is just a giant attempt to scam you all. You can probably tell I've been just just relentlessly monetizing the channel, right? And that's what this is. It's a giant rug pull. I faked this other persona of Bagby, faked this story, and then I'm going to disappear with the money, and you'll never hear from me again. All right, now let me pull this up. Okay, so let me do this. Present. Share screen. All right, so our first one is a vasectomy article. Vasectomies even safer than reported, doctors say. And one of the interesting things about this is that there's a lot of these actually pro-vasectomy articles. One of the things that I think is interesting is you can kind of tell when the regime is pushing something, so to speak, because you'll get dozens and dozens and dozens of articles on the same topic, right? So I became aware of this, and we'll probably cover a couple of these throughout the day, is that, it's March Madness, right, in the States, which is a big college basketball tournament. It's quite popular. Lots of people watch it. And they've been really pushing this idea that March Madness is the perfect time to get a vasectomy because you can just sit back at home and watch the tournament. Which is a little bit weird when you think about it. Why would you be pushing this? And it's not just BBC, right? Like a dozen different places did articles on it. And I actually noticed it because I sent it to my roommate, just like, oh, haha, whatever, it's funny. And then he did some digging and he's like, wait a minute, like this exact same article has been published by like 30 or 40 different newspapers. A lot of them smaller, but like big sites you've heard of as well, like, Vox or Vice and, the Huffington Post and places like that, which again are horrible rags, but still, nonetheless, very odd that this is being pushed so widely. Hey, look at that. We got our first donation of the day, anonymous donor for $20. So thank you very much, anonymous donor. I appreciate it very much. And we are well over halfway there, guys. We're really we're practically, 60% of the way there, or 80% of the way there. Never mind. I can do math. Scott McGrath, all my homies hate Rod Dreyer. Yep, exactly. That's a pretty good metric for who your friends are. Do you think Rod Dreyer is an insufferable bell end? But speaking of bell ends, back to vasectomies. How's that for a transition? By Michelle Roberts. Vasectomies are much safer than reported, and patient information leaflets need updating to reflect this. UK doctors who've completed a review say. Some post-op swelling and soreness is to be expected, but serious risks are extremely rare. So basically, it goes through, the what a vasectomy is. But basically, this is largely immaterial to the actual issue, which is that you're giving up the ability to have children. Right, the elites are pushing this, ever since the Roe decision. They've been really pushing to just, chop off your balls, and they'll chop off your balls, they'll chop off your kids' balls, and you know what? It's even safer than we thought. So there's really no problem at all. Again, they're quoting some pronoun. I'm not going to read that, but it made me laugh. So thank you for that one. Yeah, it's a bit grim. Prince of Parma for $50. I disagreed with you with Second Great Awakening takes, but I think that we should support Bagby. And I will also say thank you very much, Prince of Parma, for that $50 super chat. I will be forwarding all the net proceeds, because obviously YouTube takes their cut. That will be going, directly to Bagby as well. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. And again with Bagby, I feel very similarly about Bagby, Luthemplar, and Thomas. Right, which is like, say whatever you will about those guys. I like all of them. They're all good guys, but they're original thinkers. They've read stuff that most people haven't, and they are. I mean, you're not getting a boilerplate conversation, right? You're not getting the same opinions that you've heard from every DR account on Twitter, right? It's genuinely really interesting takes, and I think it's valuable for that, if nothing else. And again, I tend to agree with those guys, but anyway. All right, back to this. Vasectomy is a very reliable and safe contraception method, he said. We hope our research will be incorporated into the guidelines that provide information for pre-vasectomy counseling and leaflets. It's really good to have up-to-date information that we can provide to patients so that they can make informed choices. Many men who have had one are pleasantly surprised that it was quick and simple and not too uncomfortable. Anyway, this is going back to the a broader theme through the day of pro-vasectomy propaganda. That one's not that bad, right? Anyway, so we've had some more people drip into this. Oh, this is unrelated, but I have joined the Beowulf Foundation. Hey, look at that. Corbin Ransley for another $20 donated. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Again, once we're through, this situation with Bagby, and he's coming on, by the way, he'll be giving an hour-long lecture on New Orleans, whenever he has a chance, because he is working today. Separate job, I should say. He's doing something else than what he got fired from. I guess that's obvious. But nonetheless, right? Like I lost my place. Oh yeah, we really do appreciate it. It means a great deal. But anyway, back to what I was saying about the Beowulf Foundation. I've joined the Beowulf Foundation, which is essentially another in real life, institution, right? Something being built. So I have been been pushing. It's not just the digital stuff. So we are building something. So lest you doubt that I'm a massive hypocrite who tells you all to touch grass and never does it myself. I am, working towards that, and that's an org put on by a couple of our guys. So keep an eye on that. There are exciting things coming. While I fumble for my next article. So actually, you know what? I'll let you guys choose. We've got a couple. We have got the David French pro child transition article, the conservative case for drag kids, which I can't pull up on screen because it's the New York Times, which will not let me read it. I'll have to pull it up on my phone and read it. Read it off that way. Or we can do a rather spicy article, which I'll read you the title and I'll let you guys choose between the two of these. We can either read the David French conservative case for trans kids, or from the Jewish News, for American Zionist LGBT group, Israel's right-wing government has created an urgent crisis. So give me a 1 for David French and a 2 for gay Zionists. We'll see if we can get anything in chat on that. Saddam. Well, here's the secret. Here's the illusion of choice. I'm going to read both of them, at least until we have someone else drop in, because we need something to do. All right, Javier, that's not helpful at all. All right, let me pull that up. You can tell I'm a professional streamer. Because I don't have these queued already. All right, let's share this. And I should say, I have no problem with any of this. I love it all. It's great. All right. For American Zionist LGBTQ group, Israel's right-wing government has created an urgent crisis. No. The annual gala of A Wider Bridge, let's look up them, a Jewish LGBTQ group, had all the trappings of a festive event. Guests arrived in cocktail attire finery. One woman wore a tiered, ruffled rainbow dress to enjoy salad, rice, chicken. Sorry, that's stupid, but that's an odd collection of things to eat. An assortment of desserts and schmoozing, and to celebrate the achievement of 4 activists. But even though it was the group's first in-person gala since before the COVID-19 pandemic, the mood on Monday night wasn't entirely celebratory. Throughout the speeches and sideline conversations, there was a sense that A Wider Bridge, which advocates for the LGBTQ community in Israel and for Israel in the U.S., was entering a new and uncertain era. For Israeli alphabet people, the ground has shifted beneath their feet. Group's executive director, Ethan Felsen. Sorry, I'm just curious. I'm reading. We'll go back to this later. I'm doing research live, said in a speech to the crowd of about 200 attendees, citing alphabet activists in Israel, he added, calls to crisis hotlines are up. Incidents of emotional and physical violence are up in Israel against the alphabet community. You can imagine the challenge the trans community is facing, a full-on assault on their rights and their lives. The crisis, Felsen depicted, has materialized under a new Israeli government that includes vocal anti-alphabet officials in senior positions whose signature legislation to reform the judiciary. For some reason, that is a difficult word to say in this article. To reform the judiciary threatens the set of LGBTQ rights that Israel has long pointed to as evidence of its open society. These people look lovely. The new reality has complicated the work of a wider bridge in both the U.S. and Israel. Interspersed in the night's program, speeches celebrating 4 honorees, some stand-up comedy from Jewish comedian Judy Gold, even a recorded video from Vice President Kamala Harris was an acknowledgement of the challenge. I don't know why that's funny. Why wouldn't that person? Why wouldn't that person be? Yeah, exactly, Gleefake. That's what I was trying to say. Anyway, back to the topic at hand. Yeah, why wouldn't Kamala Harris? Why wouldn't Kamala Harris be dropping in, right? Was an acknowledgement of the challenge facing alphabet rights in Israel. It has also caused the group to double its donations, of course. I've been in this work for 35 years through very complex times. I've never felt a greater sense of urgency, Felsen told JTA at the event. The urgency of this moment overshadows everything I've certainly done in my career. The gala, which took place in event space lined with golden pillars, whose arched windows overlooked Manhattan's Union Square, occurred at the same time that Israeli finance minister, I cannot read that, visited the Hasidic community in Crown Heights, Brooklyn. Smotrich has called himself a proud homophobe, based, and sits in Israel's governing coalition alongside Avi Moaz, who heads the anti-alphabet party Noam. The coalition also includes the pro-Haredi Orthodox parties that have long opposed LGBTQ rights. So this is interesting. I realize this is a bit spicy for 9:18 in the morning, right? Sorry, I'm checking the chat, and I will not stand for that, Doug Dimmadome. I'm a proud heterosexual male. Hey, John Carter. Wow, thank you so much, man, for $200, which brings us over the 3,000 mark already after just 20 minutes. John Carter, all the best to Bagby and his family, and may Dreyer be skewered on the primitive implements he is so fond of. So this is actually one of the other articles we're going to read later, is that Dreyer got fired. So we can, I'll wait till someone else is on to relish that with me, but guess what? You know, just after all he did, Dreyer no longer works for the American Conservative because it turns out his sugar daddy got mad. So anyway, we'll get to that later. But anyway, back to the point at hand. So the paragraph I've highlighted, actually, it brings up something interesting. So people want to say that essentially them, and they kind of all have their different definitions of them, are one unified group. I mean, this is far from it, right? So we're seeing the difference between, shall we say, the Orthodox and what's often called like the Brooklynites in that paragraph, right? Like this is not one unified group. Obviously, you know, they can work together. That's not my point, but you know, this is not a monolith, right? And it's interesting to see these kind of shall we say, like fracture lines form between what people consider their top loyalty, so to speak. Legislation the coalition is now advancing to sap the Supreme Court of much of its power and independence also endangers alphabet rights in Israel. While same-sex couples are not permitted to legally marry in Israel, the court ruled in 2006 that the country must recognize same-sex marriages performed abroad. A court decision in 2021 also paved the way for alphabet couples to have children via surrogacy. I don't. This is largely independent of the article. I don't like that. That raises my hackles. I do not like it at all. I probably can't say how much I don't like it, again, just by virtue of the fact that we are on YouTube. But nonetheless, yeah, that definitely raises my hackles, so to speak. The conversation about Israeli alphabet community has changed dramatically, Felsen said. And the reason I say alphabet is that's difficult to say. I trip up over it. The Israeli alphabet community was always perceived as safe, secure, successful, and not among the vulnerable constituencies. That wasn't an accurate picture. It has always been vulnerable to conversion therapy, transphobia, violence. And there are ministers in this current government that make those situations worse, that play on those vulnerabilities. But Felsen said that the core work of the wider bridge in the U.S. to cultivate relationships between Israeli alphabet groups and those here will not be diminished because of who is in power. We love Israel as much today as we did yesterday, as much as we did last year. You know what? Actually, I love this sentence so much. I support it so much. I love Israel so much. It's as I've said before, I love the nation of Israel. I'm gonna change that to the description of my channel, right? Just so you guys know that I love the nation of Israel. It's my favorite country. It's my favorite Middle Eastern country. It's my favorite country. So please don't bully me, Susan. I'm merely reading an article. I have not added almost any of my own commentary to this. Anyway, he said, we hold Israel and its alphabet community close, and a country is more than its leaders at any time. He added, we never lobbied for a government. We were never in this to support a government. And so it has been a truism of everybody involved in this conversation about Israel that there have been governments that have come and gone, which we were aligned to or haven't aligned. And that doesn't change the equation of our connection to a country. Since the beginning of the year, a wider bridge has donated $180,000 to 20 different Israeli alphabet organizations. The same amount is given annually in recent years. At the end of the evening, Felsen announced an emergency campaign to raise another $180,000, adding that the organization received a $75,000 anonymous match to start off the campaign. Other speakers also discussed the changing situation for alphabet Israelis in forthright terms. In a pre-recorded video, Rotem Sorek, let's look up that guy, a CEO of Maravim, a transgender advocacy organization. And the reason I'm doing this is we're going to do some live research. Oh, hey, who just dropped in? Hey, Scratchy, how you doing, man?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you great.
Hey, what's going on, dude? Now, I just heard you say, like, oh, until someone alleviates my boredom from my soul soothing, I'll sit here and read this drolling article that nobody wants to hear. No, I'm joking.
Look, I figure I had to read it, so I'm going to subject all you guys to it.
I mean, to be fair, I'm glad you'll read it because I can't read.
Functionally illiterate waffle.
Exactly.
All right, Bilbo Sackins for $5. Nothing like waking up to a violent hangover and some cringe articles. Yeah, I gave up, in addition to like all the normal stuff, I gave up alcohol for Lent, and that has not been fun. I miss alcohol. Maybe too much, but nonetheless. Yeah, nonetheless. So anyway, Scratchy, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm just sitting here sipping my coffee. Figured I'd help alleviate your boredom, as I said earlier. Wow, I haven't quite woke up yet because I'm using the same $5 words. I'm not varying my vocabulary.
Give me a second. I'm going to finish this article. I'm just going to speed run it, and then we can
go right ahead.
What's happening now is there is a shift in power, a particular new brand of transphobia. He said people start to believe that trans people are not regular human beings. I mean, that's just statistically true. Harris's pre-recorded remarks didn't address the situation in Israel and instead focused on honoree Rosalind Swig, a longtime donor group from San Fran who received its TISDEC award. Of course, she doesn't criticize. Yeah, never mind. So anyway, this is just interesting. We're seeing kind of a fracture form in the halls of power, which again, I can't say I don't really care about it, but it's funny to watch nonetheless. But anyway, man, how are you doing? I know it's been a while since you've been on the channel. I obviously speak to you offline a little bit more, but what have you been doing lately?
Really, as kind of hinted at in the chat, I've just been getting my ass kicked at work for a few weeks. Wife came back from visiting the in-laws, so that's a whole new challenge to deal with. Not in a bad way. It's just wife and baby come back. So it's like, all right, I've got to readjust what life is like. Because, when the wife takes care of the baby all day, obviously, she loves our kid. We both do. But she's also like, hey, I'd really like a break. So I come home and I watch the kid and usually give her like an hour or two off, and then we do everything together. So that's primarily
fair enough. I've been living the true bachelor life, because literally this is actually why I decided to do this, is the woman's out of town, my roommate's out of town, all my friends are out of town. So I was like, well, what am I going to do? I was like, I might as well just scream into the void for 9 hours at a time. That seems like a productive use of time.
Has your hair started falling out?
No, not yet.
The reason I'm asking, because you could take over as Rush Limbaugh.
That's the secret goal, right? Is I just have to avoid cancellation long enough until I can jump on the radio, and then I can just scream anything I want before like hawking dick pills and other stuff. So
that really is the dream job, isn't it?
100%. I'd be better. I'd be way better than Rush Limbaugh. I'm like 100% more racist than he is, and I think I'm smarter than him, or what he was, I guess.
The FCC would come after you because you'd probably start talking about certain groups.
What? Name one time I've addressed certain groups.
Oh, I'm not talking about on your stream. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
I literally just finished an article.
Exactly right.
Yeah, you're right. That I'd be like, all right. Anyway, thank you for our sponsor, Blue Chew, and back to the dancing Israelis.
Yeah, exactly right. It's like, just look at them. Look at their spindly hair.
Mobe 7, he's gonna donate for $10 Australian, which thank you very much. We appreciate it. Like I said,
like 50 cents. It's still
but still, nonetheless, I'm not gonna complain. And also, I should say, I'm not keeping any of this. Obviously, I'm just gonna make that clear. It all goes straight to Bagby.
Also, for anyone listening, he's right. Obviously, any donation is obviously appreciated by Bagby and his family, but it's recommended use the Give, Send, Go, because YouTube takes 30% of any money that you donate.
No, that's true. And I will also say the Give, Send, Go people are genuinely lovely to deal with. Like, they don't actually take anything off the top at all unless you choose.
Yeah. When I saw that,
I'm not complaining, man.
Yeah, when I saw that, I was like, all right, I better give an extra $10 just for Give, Send, Go.
Well, like, they genuinely, and they were super responsive to customer service. Like, I had a complaint, like just like something I needed fixed, and I was anticipating it taking hours, and they got back to me within like 15 minutes. So like, I very rarely just like shill a company, but like, they've been honestly like awesome to deal with. And it's very rare that I find a service online that's actually just nice to deal with. And they also give you little like wholesome Bible verses in every single correspondence, which I don't know where they come from, but I guess it's appreciated nonetheless.
What if they just literally have like a Bible in front of them? And they just like flip the pages, stick their finger in a random page, and go, that's the one we're going to send them.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised.
All right. So what about you? What have you been doing?
So honestly, I've been, other than just like, wedding stuff, I've been genuinely just screwed by the state. I won't give the specific details, but I've been pretty upfront that I've been taking a lot of exams for work, right?
Yeah.
And so the way my contract is structured, it's conditional on me getting licenses, right? Because obviously, if I can't pass the test or I'm not eligible, they're not going to hire me. And so I passed this test. It was not hard at all. I'm not even going to use it for work, but like I passed it. I like took less time than I was supposed to. I got a better score than I was supposed to. And then I applied, and the state was like, all right, bet. I'll get back to you whenever I get back to you. Nigel, thank you very much for 99 cents. I appreciate it. And so they said they'd get back to me within 36 hours. So that was a lie. So I call back and I'm like, hey, wondering where that paperwork is. And they're like, oh, yeah, I don't know who told you 36 hours. We're working off of 7 to 30 days now. And I'm like, oh, great. So essentially, I am in a massive holding pattern where I can't do anything else until some godforsaken bureaucrat decides to initial a box at the bottom of my application.
Probably.
So,
probably.
That's great.
Probably a morbidly obese diversity hire.
Yeah, no, 100%. I've been my life is in the hands of Shaniqua, and it's not going so good. If I'm going to be honest, I'm going kind of clinically insane because at least when I didn't have a job, I could look for a job. But now that I have a job and can't do it, I have absolutely nothing to do, which makes me go insane. But it's been good for my podcast productivity, nonetheless.
I was actually gonna ask, not to get too personal again, but I'm assuming because you're not technically doing work by your employer also isn't paying you at all. So you're sitting here and like, I can't get another job. I'm not getting paid to do anything. I couldn't do anything that would pay me if I wanted to. So
yeah, no, pretty much. Yeah. So I'm screwed. But the good news is like, I know. Well, here's the thing is that like being a 23-year-old bachelor living in a small town, my living expenses are essentially nil. So like, and obviously like I don't make a ton of money from this podcast. I do it because it's fun, not because it's lucrative. But like basically that covers my rent because again, my rent is not very expensive. And then other than that, it's like I basically lose like a few $100 a month on just like food, which is not too bad. And like I had enough saved up for my other job that like it's not good. I don't want to be burning capital, but like it's not the end of the world, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, and wait a minute. Actually, speaking of capital, I'll let you finish and then I've got the idea.
No, not at all.
Oh, okay. So you're a finance guy, right?
Technically, yeah.
Technically, it's like that's what the paper says.
I mean, I should be, but like I said, apparently the state of Virginia is still determining that.
Well, the reason I was asking was because I've been like eyeballing the stock market for the last couple of days because everybody knows the SVB went down, and it's really because like the yield curve inverted, right? As in short-term bonds yield more interest than long-term bonds do. So, which is like a huge sign that the economy is in imminent collapse. So I'm like sitting here watching the stock market and watching, what's the word I'm looking for? Watching assets and commodities and everything going like, man, I wonder what I should put my money into. Now I'm not obviously asking like, hey, Burden, what should I put my money into? Because you'd be like, this is a honeypot. You're trying to sue me. That's what this is. I'm just
So there are kind of two schools of thought right now. And it depends on your opinion on certain issues, which is one, do you think this is the big one or not? So do you think that the whole market is just, we're going to go back to the Stone Age? If you do, my advice is to put your money into hard assets, right? So like land, tools, things like that. I'm not necessarily convinced of that, but if you are, that's your solution. The other one is what do you think? Do you think we're at the bottom of the market or not? Because if we're not at the bottom, basically you're just looking to beat what you would lose due to inflation. You're just looking to protect what you've got. And so there are a variety of ways to do that. There's like different insurance products you could buy. Because it's a weird thing. Insurance is basically not insurance anymore. Like you can use insurance to invest. It's weird. Finance is incredible. Like the financial market is incredibly complicated from a consumer side, which is why you pay people to do it for you. Hey, Bolero 393 for a $10 super sticker. I don't know what that is. Oh, hey, look at that. There's a little animation of a pair with number one fan. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. I don't really know what that means, but I appreciate the money nonetheless. Anyway, so if you believe the market is bottomed out, I would say, or is not bottomed out yet, still has more to go. You're just looking to not lose money, not necessarily gain money. And there's a bunch of different ways you can do that, like certificates deposit, like an annuity, anything to just not lose money. But if you think the market is bottomed out or close to bottoming out, I would just dump money into like a broad index fund. Hypothetically, this is not real advice. Don't sue me. But then the general wisdom would be, well, if you think the market is bottomed out, it's going to return to the mean, which means it's going to go up, and you essentially bought a fund at a discount. Again, those are kind of your general schools of thought. Obviously, if you want to get more specific into commodities, I don't know anything about commodities or real estate or anything like that. I would argue real estate's not a good place to put your money right now because the real estate market is, to use a technical term, fucky.
Real estate's at 100% inflated still, like absolutely inflated, especially out here where I live.
Jay Burden's Polish ambassador. or Polish. I don't know which one which. I just say Polish because it makes me laugh. Burden, that's the enthusiasm one shows for his love for the nation of Israel, and you're 100%. Hey, Bolero393 asking the Irish question. Well, guess what? We've got an article on the Irish, so let's bring that up. I'll show you guys that. And this is one that's actually the comment. The headline is almost funnier than the article. Biden jokes he's not really Irish because he's sober and doesn't have relatives in jail.
I actually said my rebuttal to that article, which is just because they're not in jail doesn't mean they don't deserve to be in jail.
I know. I was about to say, I was like, I don't know, Joe. This is not your best bet on this one.
Although, to be fair, to give him money or to give the devil his due, most of his family is guilty of white collar crime as opposed to blue collar crime. Actually, I don't know.
Well, Hunter Biden is just guilty of crime generally.
Being
it's
a
like
degenerate.
When you say that smoking crack is white collar crime, I mean that seems pretty blue collar.
Okay,
that's just homeless.
Yeah, there's crack is one of those ones that's like, dude, come on, man, you're wealthy. What do wealthy white dudes do? They do cocaine. All right, like
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
They don't do crack. All right, crack is for poor people.
Well, that's what I said. It's like you have an unlimited supply of money and you've chosen crack. It's not even a cool drug. To quote John D, just be a man and do heroin.
Yeah, like be a rock star, dude.
White crime. Anyway, sorry, that's just a funny headline. That's not a particularly interesting article.
No, it's fine.
There's some great quotes in this, though. I'm the only Irishman you met, though, that's never had a drink. So it's okay. I'm not really Irish.
That's a lie. That's 100% a lie.
Yeah. Mr. Burden, what is your opinion of Patriot Front? Also, if you're aware of them, what's your opinion of the National Justice Party? I don't know anything about the National Justice Party at all. My opinion on Patriot Front is that every time I tweet about Patriot Front, I get a bunch of really obvious bot accounts telling me Patriot Front is a legitimate organization. Make of that what you will. Again, that seems really suspicious to me. I've also had guys who seem like real people DM me saying, I'm in Patriot Front, it's real. But the bots are really suspicious and they say the exact same thing. Like they're literally from a script.
Isn't it a militia or something like that?
Yeah, it's like a protest organization in the Pacific Northwest. I mean, I don't necessarily mean they're all feds, but like they get a lot of bot attention, even at my level. Like that's really weird. So I'm not going to say it's 100% confirmed, but I'm just saying like there's something suspicious going on with those guys. And again, some of them may be fully legitimate, but that's weird.
Well, so this is what I'll say about it is, we all look down on the normie cons a little bit, or normies in general, for their basic political takes, but make of this what you will. Robert Barnes, who's probably one of the most like normie lawyers you can find on YouTube, normie con or normie libertarian, whatever you want to say, he's one of the easiest ones to find on YouTube. And he says all the damn time that all militias in the United States are literally crawling with feds. And if he knows that and someone on the DR still falls for it, make of that what you will.
Yeah. And I mean, the other thing you really need to see, or just like look at, is if you've ever done any research into what the feds were doing in the militia movement of the 90s, like they were full of feds then. 30, 40 years ago. Like
that's exactly what Robert Barnes references to, specifically the 90s initiatives from the FBI.
Right. And so like, again, like I guess I applaud those guys for wanting to do something, but like you're basically signing your own arrest warrant. Take that what you will. Richard Cook with a zinger here. What's the difference between an Irish wedding and an Irish funeral? There's one less drunk at an Irish funeral. That's a solid dad joke. Yeah, because he's dead.
Hey, that's funny, man. You should write. Go perform.
That's a classic Rodney Dangerfield. Take my wife.
It's like no respect around here. So back to the finance thing. Just especially since you were talking about the JQ earlier, might as well talk about their chosen professions as well. The reason I was asking about it is because, out here in Oklahoma, obviously the oil market's a really, really big market. And my wife was, asking, like, hey, we have tons of money in savings and she wants to replenish it more. And I said, that's a terrible idea, because the more money we throw in savings, the more value it's losing, especially since,
inflation's an absolute disaster.
Reported CPI is, I want to say, I think last month they reported 6% over the month. By the way, that doesn't mean that annual inflation is 6%. That means that CPI for the month was 6%. And by the way, they're lying about CPI, or they're lying about inflation.
100%.
Like the
gas and like, I've noticed it with groceries, because like, again, I've said I'm on a tight budget now, and groceries are extortionate now.
So out here in I'm going to plug Oklahoma again. Out here in Oklahoma, we don't feel it that bad because gas here is fairly cheap. We're the cheapest gas state in the country. And people are like, what does groceries have to do with gasoline? Transport. That's what it has to do with. So, but I do think that inflation is probably closer to like 20 to 30% over the last year and a half. At least that's what I hear a lot of, more believable economists estimate. And I know that I think I want to say my grocery bill has gone up by about that much here in Oklahoma. So I'm willing to bet that that's about what everyone else is feeling. But the point is that,
having a large sum of cash is not the move right now.
Yeah, exactly. I was telling her we need to have some in savings still, because, in case something happens.
Emergency fund, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So the general rule of thumb on that is that you should have essentially an emergency fund in cash to cover essentially like 3 to 6 months of like your non-discretionary expenses. So that doesn't include like going to the movies, but it does include like, hey, if I lost my job tomorrow, what are the bills I still need to pay?
Yeah, exactly.
And so like, but once you've reached that point, it's kind of, you're losing out. And that's even in a time when the market's good, because you're losing to inflation. You're losing essentially you're losing out like the opportunity cost of what else you could be doing with that. And so like, I'm not going to recommend any specific product to you, obviously, because I could get in trouble for it, and I'm also a retard. But like,
no, I was gonna bounce an idea off of you, because this is what this is what I was thinking, because I was telling the wife, hey, oil and oil stocks are directly, this is where the bad part comes in. So oil and oil stocks are directly tied to the U.S. economy, because, petrodollar, right? So if oil goes down, then the U.S. or if the U.S. economy's going down, then that means that oil as a whole also goes down. So I was like, hey, babe, I suggest that we just dump money into the local oil company. Like, we have a pretty big oil company out here in Oklahoma. I think market cap's like $15 or $20 billion or something. And they yield.
Here's my take on this. Again, do what you will. It's your own money. The problem is that energy, there are certain markets that are too connected to politics to be a good bet. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Especially since,
obviously, because of Biden and the whole Ukraine situation, obviously, like, energy is an area that the regime is focusing on. And so I could be wrong. You could make a lot of money on that. But nonetheless, right, like, there's always the chance that we could get, hit with another round of like Obama type legislation,
Yeah, this was what I was worried about, right? So, because there's a couple ways you can look at it. I was suggesting, hey, it's really cheap right now because of, because the economy's down because of the war and everything, right? So I was like, hey, we could just buy a crap load of it to bet on the next US election, right? Because if the regime or someone very adjacent to the regime, I'll put it like that, because it doesn't matter who gets put in office, they're always going to have some regime ties. But if someone friendly or very friendly to the regime takes the next election, then, if you're betting on oil, you're absolutely screwed, because even though oil may make money in the short term, the regime long term is very anti-oil and fossil fuels in general. Person in the White House, we already know where that's going to go, right? So there's that. But if someone a little bit more friendly to petroleum gets into office, then you could potentially make a ton of money off of it, because the entire energy market is down right now, just as you said. And this is where the bet comes in, is how much are you willing to bet that the outcome will be what we want, is the way that I'm going to phrase it, because I don't want to piss off Susan, if you understand what I'm pitching at right there.
Nigel, one of those bot accounts you're talking about is me. Also, PF isn't a militia. Yeah, I didn't say it was a militia, but what I'm saying is, Nigel, I'm getting literal copy and paste replies, like the exact same wording from different accounts with like 0 followers created in like March 2023. Like, to me, that reads as bot. Like the same wording. And again, man, like, I'm not saying that you're a Fed. That's not my point. But my point is, like, for whatever reason, there's suspicious activity around that.
I'll say he's a Fed.
So one other thing I think that is good to bear out is that the regime, there are different forces within the regime, right?
Fact.
And as we're kind of entering into like a cycle of international conflict or supporting international conflict with close to peers, right? You've got to remember that the U.S. military runs on oil, no matter what. And obviously they have a green agenda as well. They're anti-oil, but I would argue that military comes before green, at least in the U.S. In Europe, probably not true.
I think it depends on who's in. Like,
yeah, I guess you're right, because there are the neocons and neocon lights, but
yeah, it's I don't remember who was talking about it. You've had a guest on before talk about it, and obviously, people bicker and chat about stuff like this, but you're 100% right. It's very obvious in the regime that there are multiple factions that are vying for power. Some of them are more competent and some of them are more hungry for power than others, right? And the neocons, truth be told, I think the neocons are a little bit more practical, but they're also, what's the word I'm looking for? They're a little apprehensive, though. It's quite strange. Like, it's almost like there's that thing in the back of their mind that says, hey, you can't just overtly seek power. You know what I mean? So I think the neocons are probably going to lose in the long run, which is, it's a good thing and it's a bad thing at the same time, but that's neither here nor there. Sorry.
Yeah, well, and I think that's a big question that I think that I was more convinced that essentially like the neocon Israel lobby were the true like big dog in US politics until Biden, because my thought is that Biden would essentially wear the mask of woke and then become a neocon again. And he has to a certain degree, but what we've seen is that instead of being a mask, it's more like a schizophrenic. He has like two personalities, or the regime does. And one of them is like neocon global politics. And the other one is like, like woke, burn it all to increase diversity,
I think that's because in the past, politicians, especially, like, you have to remember Biden's been in office for like 100 years or something. And
yeah, that's true.
But the point is that Biden is used to playing two sides. Like, everyone in politics has to have experience with that. You have to placate, 2 or 3 factions in order to maintain power and support. And in the past, those factions understood, hey, we kind of have to work together a little bit to maintain hegemony, where it seems like the woke WEF stuff seems to be very vicious nowadays, as in they're not willing to have any competition, which I think is why Biden has to, I don't think Biden himself does it, because I think Biden just does what he's told, but I think that's why he has to pivot so quickly between positions, is because he's got one side that's competent and says, if you don't do this, like, things will collapse and we'll lose everything. Whereas the other side says, if you don't do this, like, we're going to kick and scream and cry like children. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think that the big question is like, who wins out, and honestly, like, I don't know. I think that we'll see that in the upcoming years. What I'm really curious to see is if Republicans will win another presidential election. Like, again, like, I've never voted for president. I'm not a huge like party politics guy. I vote for state elections, obviously, because that's helped me out a lot. But like, I don't know, the presidential election is so fair and legitimate. I don't really see that it matters. But nonetheless, right, I'm curious to see if they'll even allow like a Romney type back in. I don't know. I'll be curious to see.
So in my opinion, I think the presidential election for the Republicans is always a losing battle. And I think that what you need, like, I'm not going to sit here and shill DeSantis as like, the next great man or whatever, but DeSantis is obviously very willing to tell, notice I said parts, not the entire regime, but DeSantis is very willing to tell like the woke left stuff, no, like, just eat shit, right? And I think that as long as there's state leaders running around like that, that's the winning battle. But then again, I'm more sign up for the Landy and accelerationist model, as in I've numerously joked, actually not jokes, half joke, that I'm going to start voting for the most far leftists that I possibly can to send to Washington, and then the most hardcore Republicans that I possibly can in state elections, because I want there to be the fight between the federal government and the state governments. But
well, I mean, to be fair, you guys in Oklahoma, your governor basically told the feds to go sit on it with the Oklahoma National Guard getting vaccinated, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was a while ago, like before I got here, and that's what I've heard from some, more based locals. So I think that is true. But I also think that the only reason some governors are willing to tell the feds to eat shit is because people like DeSantis exists. You know what I mean? It's like he's the example because he's the most vocal. He was one of the first ones to do it. And then after he does it, then Greg Abbott, and then, what's my guy's name? Kevin Stint comes out and says, he's going to do it too. But then another one that you have to worry about is you have to worry about people like, I think her name's Kirsty Novin or something, the woman in South Dakota who wears the mask of, being based, but she's actually completely bought and paid for by her local medical association. Because here's what people don't realize. The medical industry wants trans people because trans people are permanent customers, as in it is a
right. Well, they're perfect for the therapeutic state.
It's
right. They're literally tied to that. Same thing with alphabet people, right? Because they will literally die without routine medical interventions.
Yes, that's true. But
also, can you give me can you just keep talking for 5 minutes? I need to fill up my water.
Sure thing. All right. So for everyone, it doesn't even have to be, some broad esoteric or, well thought out discussion like the therapeutic state. It just makes sense in an economical perspective, right? So if you think of things from incentives and economics, the subscription model is basically the model that most companies and organizations want to go to because it's long-term guaranteed revenue, right? So the easiest way to have a subscription-based model in the medical industry, or at least the best example of a subscription model in the medical industry, is continuous prescriptions, long-term illnesses that require continuous intervention to either quell or to maintain, right? A good example would be diabetes, as in you always need insulin. Therefore, this is a guaranteed customer for the rest of their life. And in the case of, say, trans people, they always need hormones. They always need doctor visits. I don't know how true it is. The hormones part is definitely true, but I've heard that for
post-op, right?
Yeah, trans women, that they have to periodically have their, let's say, new anatomy maintained because apparently the body will.
Yeah, that you quite literally cope, seethe, and dilate.
Yes, and because if you don't, then it will literally seal back up and form scar tissue, and it has to be done fairly regularly, from what I have heard. And if you really think about it, that's kind of it's quite horrifying that the medical industry would, support this because they're like, oh, this is long-term guaranteed revenue. But I mean, if you think about it,
I hate to say it, and I can't. So this is pure baseless speculation that I have in no way firsthand knowledge of. I'll put it that way. The exact same thing happens with chemo, though.
Yes, 100%.
Actually, you probably know. But essentially, chemo is incredibly lucrative. And so there's a very perverse incentive to essentially keep people who are already basically terminally ill. They are going to go, no matter what, on chemo to just extract more resources. And to be fully fair, some of it is actually a byproduct of government intervention. Because of the way that healthcare works in the U.S. is that Medicare and Medicaid will only pay a certain amount for procedures. They just have a schedule, is what it's called.
Yes.
And the problem is, for hospitals, they lose money on the vast majority of procedures. And so what they do is, basically, if you're not on Medicare or Medicaid, they jack up your rates like crazy to offset the cost to everyone else. And for things like chemo, they make it incredibly expensive. Again, one, obviously to line their pockets and make them rich. I'm not going to deny that. But the other one is to make up for the ground they lose doing, everyday things, so to speak. But anyway, sorry, I've interrupted you.
No, it's fine. That's true. There's a lot of truth. And if you're in the chat, my industry is very small and you will be able to figure out very quickly who I am. So for chemo specific, chemo is actually, in a pure cost analysis, it's actually one of the cheapest forms of cancer therapy because it's been around for so long and because you're essentially just pumping toxic chemicals into the body, right? Like it's not expensive compared to other forms of therapy, like say radiation, right? And another thing with I've actually spoken to doctors about this specifically because the way they can get away with it is that there's two types of treatment, quote unquote, for cancer specifically. If you know the patient is going to die, then what you can offer them is you can say, look, I can either give you this treatment that will extend your life. Your life will be, probably quite miserable and painful, but it will at least extend your life so that you can, see and experience more. Or I can stop treatment. You will die sooner, but you will not suffer as much. And you'll, go a little bit, you'll die with dignity, right? Or, in Canada, they'll just say, hey, man, it's going to cost you 50 grand to live. And it's going to cost you nothing if you just kill yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The government has decided it is simply cheaper to kill you.
Yeah, exactly. So when doctors offer that, because, people are, I think this has to do with the lack of spirituality in modern life, but people are afraid of dying now. So when you tell them, hey, this can extend your life, they will often choose that, which means, and chemo is one of the easiest ways to extend life because, again, you're literally just pumping chemicals into them. And two, it's not as expensive as energy intensive as, say, radiation therapy. So people knowingly choose to sign themselves up for chemotherapy. And we've all seen what chemo patients look like. They look emaciated, they look unhealthy, and also another one is this one I actually had to talk to a doctor about recently. And if you have say one cancer in one region of the body, like, we'll say brain, lung, whatever, right? And it's only there, doctors and hospitals will tell you, we can treat that one area with all of these different options, but they always go with chemo first. Cause again, chemo is cheap for them. But sometimes then after that, they'll say, hey, we'll move you on to something else because it's in one region, right? We can actually cure it and potentially kill it. But if it is spread to multiple parts of the body, then they essentially cut you off from the most effective forms of therapy, which is, again, radiation. And I'm obviously biased towards it, but radiation has very, very good track record depending on what you're playing with. And but if you have multiple forms of cancer, because they'll just essentially pump poison into your blood and it will go everywhere, they'll just pour chemo all over you instead of treating multiple spots. Whereas, in other words, it would be feasible of like, hey, I've got two large cancerous regions, say one is in the brain, one is in the lung or whatever. I could potentially write a radiation plan that nukes both of those areas, but most hospitals and medical establishments won't do it because whatever. They say, oh, it's at risk of spreading. It's like, whatever, dude, whatever. But sometimes also treat it with surgery, depending on what it is.
Yeah, like I said, I'm no expert. Obviously, you know a lot more about it, but it is the perverse incentives in the medical industry are insane.
Yes,
and so many people get like, I don't know how to say this. This is a financial point, but so many people get like, kind of like tricked by the phrase nonprofit. Like, nonprofit does not mean they like you. Nonprofit is just a tax designation. That is all it means.
Mm-hmm.
And it just basically means they don't pay dividends. They don't have like shareholders that receive profits. Like, it doesn't mean
that the CEO or owner doesn't bring home a huge salary.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It just means he can't call it profit.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Anyway, so that's a bit grim. We're only an hour into this thing. We've already gone to chemotherapy.
Yeah. Well, my aunt had it, and I'll describe a personal story. So I went to go visit my grandparents shortly after my daughter was born. And, my aunt also came to visit, and my aunt is like in her early to mid 50s. never had kids, and she never had kids because she got Hodgkin's lymphoma.
Oh, that's
And
fucked.
yeah, and she Hodgkin's lymphoma can sterilize you, but we're pretty sure it was actually the chemotherapy that sterilized her. Like, so she was completely barren, unable to have kids. And when I was visiting, right, she was all over my daughter, just loved hanging out with her. Yeah. And I could tell, I was like, this woman is quite sad about not having kids. And then,
well, and honestly, like, if you've ever known, because obviously, like, I have a pretty big church, relatively conservative. So, almost everyone has, a family or a pretty large family. And like, if you've ever met someone or like a couple that's had like fertility issues, like for medical reasons like that, it's truly tragic. Like, especially women, it just like eats them out.
It is.
That was the poor phrasing. It like eats them alive.
It does. I've met a couple before. Like, my dad knew one at work. They were in their mid to late 30s. And my dad said, hey, don't ask why they don't have kids. And then explain to me later. And apparently it makes, and you can even see this in like television shows, like writers know about this. Everyone knows about this. It's just no one wants to acknowledge that, hey, women actually have this natural desire to have kids, right? No one wants to talk about it, at least in modern times. But there's also the worry, like the woman wakes up in a constant like paranoia that her husband's going to leave her because she can't bear him children. You know what I mean? So,
well, actually, I've even seen it happen, and like, it's obviously that's, it's morally wrong, but it makes, I agree. You understand it at least at like a biological lizard brain level, right?
Mm-hmm. And the reason I brought up my aunt with the chemo is because my aunt like went on a tirade about how chemotherapy should be completely fucking banned in this country.
Yeah,
probably.
Again,
yeah,
you understand why. Yeah. It's actually part of the reason that I have developed. Have you ever met? You probably have because you're a millennial. Have you ever met the like 30-somethings millennial couple that's like, oh yeah, we never want kids, or if we do, we're gonna adopt, because like I would never want to go through the hassle of having a kid. Like,
my sister is getting sterilized in a few weeks, so yes.
Jesus. Yeah, we started with, sorry, I shouldn't say that. We started with an article about sterilization, and it is yeah, I'll put it that way.
Yeah,
it's one of those things where it's like it is truly the I don't know. There's like a profound arrogance in it,
Oh, 100%. It's also like the ultimate form of selfishness, right? Like, everyone, like, one of the old sayings of wisdom is your society will prosper when men plant trees they will never sit under, right? Well, the most textbook definition of that is fucking having kids, because you're going to be productive in society, but there's only so long that you have to live on Earth. So you can either be productive, raise children that will also be productive, and then pass on society to them so that they can, continue it and benefit other people. Or you can sit there, contribute to society, and then in your old age be a leech and never fully contribute because you haven't brought, the next generation into existence. It's literally one of the most selfish things you can do. But the thing is, you can't, I've had this discussion before with my wife to where I'm like, because if you had just talked to me, it was literally like, for me, it was an overnight change, like legitimately an overnight change. If you had talked to me before my daughter was born, I just would have been one of those cringe DR libertarians. But it was like when she was born, and I was like, okay, it's not about me anymore. Like, it's just not. So, and I don't think people fully understand it until they have kids, which is why, if you'll notice, a lot of the people in the DR either already have kids or desperately want kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and this is actually, I think there's a reason that people have, and there's someone else that I'll be adding to the group in just a second, but there's a reason people have so much antipathy towards the baby boomer generation, right? Is that, yeah, technically they had kids, or at least, some of them did, but they failed on that social contract of essentially like passing forward, their wealth and passing forward, essentially like making sacrifices for their children, And obviously, when it comes to the economy, they didn't really, as a group, make that decision. But nonetheless, I think it's why people are so upset about it. All right, Crux Jack / David Wayne, how are you doing, man?
Doing well. Just recovering from St. Patty's Day, if you know what I mean.
What's your drink of choice?
This day I went both extremes. I wore orange and drank cider in a bar. Very
a brave choice.
Did you feel your balls roll down your pant leg out the door, never to be seen or heard from again?
No. He countered that by wearing orange on St. Patty's Day. That's essentially asking for a fight.
Yeah, and then I finished the night with some very nice Jamesons.
Some J-Mo.
So this is actually correct as Jack. You and I have met in real life, correct?
Yeah, we met at what was it in G-Town.
Basket weaving in Georgetown. And speaking of drinking, I think there were probably 8 or 9 of us there, and I think the 2 of us drank 90% of the alcohol that the group consumed. So we had a grand time. I don't know about everyone else.
Did you get in a fight?
No. I was good.
It was a nice bar. It was a nice college bar.
Yeah. It was
Nice.
it was for Georgetown. Georgetown is like practically an Ivy. They, I don't know if they have rough college bars.
Yeah, basically.
You mean Georgetown University?
Yeah.
Oh man. Ugh. The reason I'm saying that is because I'm actually gonna have to fly out there a couple times this year for my job.
Oh, nice.
I've heard there's
basket weaving up there. That'd be fun.
I've heard that there's some rough parts of town in good old DC.
Oh yeah,
100%.
Oh, it's so hilarious. I actually had to introduce this person from the UK to DC, and I'm like, okay, there's East DC and there's West DC. East DC is Haiti. West DC is really, really nice. And she's like, oh, what's the demarker? I sent her a demographics map, and it happened to code African Americans and whites as blue and red respectively. And she's like, oh, is that a voting map? I'm like, no, that's demographics. And you can see it so cleanly. And then you can look on secondary things like secondary indicators like stores and whatnot, and see it's right on that line that demarks East and West DC.
Yeah, I've seen some truly sketchy stuff. I should say, just for those who have dropped in later, I'm doing this stream both for fun, but also to benefit George Bagby. Like I said earlier, he got canceled, he got fired, let go from his job, because in no small part due to Rod Dreyer, right? He created a giant shitstorm, which kicked off, and a whole bunch of people got fired. So if you've appreciated Bagby and his work before, head over to that link, head over to Give Send Go, and drop some money. Obviously, the super chats are also going over there as well. But just a reminder of what we're doing. But anyway, back to what you were saying, man. I've been lucky because I have some friends in DC, people I went to school with, or people I knew from before, and they've all lived in like the nicer areas of town. But you're right. Like, there are parts of that city, and it's weird because even like Nova, Northern Virginia, is like the wealthiest area in the country, right? Like practically the world. And like it's like night and day. Like you can go like maybe a mile away, and it'll basically look like a third world country. It's wild.
Oh yeah, it's really stark because I'm from the east side of the home DC metro area, so I only really dealt with like the mall touristy areas or East DC. Otherwise, I was up in like Montgomery County and whatnot, which is all very kind of it's bougie, but it's suburbs. But then just popping out with one of our guys from that weave, and just seeing that it's like, oh, this is actually like a really nice functional city with normal people, with normal looking Americans. It's so bizarre and disorienting, quite frankly.
Hey, Yiz is in the chat. Good to see you, Yiz.
Hey.
Welcome to the Imperial Capital, where we have the wealthiest and the most degenerate.
No, it's true. Like, I went out with yes, Yiz. I do want you to come on. Let me drop you the link. Sorry, I've sent the link out so many times that I have largely forgotten who I have and have it sent to. So just check your Telegram DMs, Yiz. I'll get that over to you. But what I was saying is, I went out like kind of at the tail end of COVID with some with my friends in DC, right? And I did what I want to do. Had a few beverages and let my guard down and started started showing my true power level, which I will say I had a blast. Like I genuinely, it was the most fun I've ever had. Because like if you ever, it kind of felt like that. That like thought experiment, like how many second graders could you take on in a fist fight? Where it's like I started an argument with a room full of 30 people, which did not ingratiate me to my hosts, but I had a grand time. But it was weird because like all of these people were like young and attractive and incredibly wealthy. And as we walked from like a bar to one of their houses, we're walking by these like massive tent cities, like these massive underpass, like just like full of like homeless people and like drug use. I was like, why do you people live like this? Like it would make me feel personally bad. I don't know. Maybe I'm soft, but that would not make me feel good.
Yeah, that was one of the things that she also noted as I was giving her a tour of the city was in England, she didn't really see much of the schizo black dude homeless types that camp out in DC and will harass you on the metro. So I had to like give her a bit of a primer on like, okay, basically the way you deal with these people is you just pretend like they don't exist. Just don't acknowledge them.
Nigel, for $20, last thing, you should look into the National Justice Party. Huge network built since 2015. Holds rallies attended by hundreds. Local activism in Waukesha and East Palestine. I came from that space, so I want the two to work together. Well, fair enough, man. I will be sure to check that out. I am infamously open-minded, and I'll talk to and probably agree with, at least on air, almost anyone I interact with. So what was I saying? I had a moment to bring up. Oh yeah. So Scratchy, you'll find this out if you come to DC. DC has a culture to it that I cannot stand. Like Beltway culture is truly atrocious. There's like this kind of like they say like politics is the favorite sport of the town, and it's 100% true. And like I've actually legitimately lost friends because people get so suckered into like essentially Democratic Party politics. It's like the Yankees in New York or something. Like it turns good people insufferable. So, well, I guess I'm excited you're coming because I maybe like drive up and buy you a beer or something. But like nonetheless, man, like
yeah,
DC is a truly cursed town.
When my dad first moved here, his boss shook his hand and said, "Welcome to DC, where your best friends stab you in the chest."
Yeah, pretty much. Hey, Saddam, how you doing, man?
Oh, hey, here we go. Now your quality and stream is definitely going to plummet.
Yes.
This is just the Telegram group now.
Exactly. I'm trying to find selections to read for later, but how you doing, Mr. Burden?
Oh, I'm doing well. I know we're only an hour into this, and we've got significantly longer to go, but like I feel fine. This isn't too bad. I realize that I've got a lot longer to talk, but I think this is going well.
I probably won't be on for too much longer, but oh
yeah, no worries, man. You put in a solid hour, and I appreciate that.
I put in an hour? Jesus.
Not quite, but close enough. We round up here. All right. Hey, Scratchy, I got another guy coming in, so can I kick you out?
Yeah, sure. All right.
No, it just happened. But yeah. All right. I'll talk to you later, man.
Yep. I was really hoping to banter with Saddam a little bit, but some other time.
Okay, fine. I'll let you in. Hey, Arthur, how you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going? Good to see you guys.
Going good. And I'm just going to say, actually, sorry. Wait, he dropped out. Never mind. Yiz, how are you doing?
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Hey, at least one of you has music playing in the background. I don't know which. Oh yeah, it's Arthur. Yeah, well, I'm glad to have you all here. So I'm going to say sorry, and I'm going to obviously welcome Yiz, but Arthur Dane of Blood and Rain was physique posting in the Jay Burden chat, and my man is built like a goddamn brick schoolhouse. Like you understand where that voice comes from when you see that man post physique.
You guys are far too kind, and it wasn't really physique posting as much as neck posting. But yeah,
we need more He-Man meat slabs to go to bat for what's right.
Hey, that's my whole mission statement. Yes, that's
Good.
Fitness's mission statement. And the more you know us Instagram guys, you'll know that's what we're about. So we're happy to be here.
I'll put it this way: I've been trying to build up mass, and I have really put yeoman's work into getting to about 176 pounds, and I I don't know how much more I can add. I'll put it that way.
Are you just really short, or are you just naturally really thin?
No, I'm 6 foot. Like I'm just relatively
okay.
not like wiry. It's just like difficult for me to put on weight, which I guess is an advantage.
Well, I would
Yeah,
have been here
nonetheless.
when the stream started, but I never heard back from you because I responded to your tweet about who wanted to be on days ago, and I
Well,
was,
see. Part of the reason
I
I
was
haven't been
awake and ready to
responding-
be on when it launched. I just didn't know it
Oh,
was
I'm
live
sorry,
already.
Riz. Again, that's my bad. I've actually deleted Twitter off my phone because I developed a Twitter addiction
Oh,
again.
okay.
And so I basically just cold turkey, like put it only on my desktop, which has been great. Like I haven't been using Twitter as much, which has been good for me, but I've been bad on responding. So don't feel bad because I've
that's
missed
okay.
everyone's DMs. So you're not special. I'm just bad at responding.
Oh, I'm more special than you could possibly imagine, Mr. Burden.
Yeah, fair enough. So are you still dealing with that strike you got?
No, it's well, yes, technically, but I don't plan on streaming till Monday, but it falls off tomorrow.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. I just wanted to hear that you're back because
And all my strikes should be gone in a month or two, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, well, good to hear. Anyway, Arthur, were you saying something?
Oh no, I was just getting up to speed. So I wasn't aware that Bagby got canceled or zucked, or what platform did he get pulled from?
So he lost his job.
Oh.
So, and this is why we're doing a benefit, because like if you lose a Twitter account, it's like, oh well, you'll be fine. But essentially, and he'll be on later to give a limited explanation. He doesn't want to give full details until it's fully done and dusted, so to speak, obviously, because it's still in process. But essentially what happened is that there was a big cancellation a few months back. I think it was still 2022, where essentially a guy connected to the Christian nationalist movement, kind of tangentially, like he was an editor on a book. He got like a couple of essentially like progressive evangelical types went on like a witch hunt for racists. And they couldn't find, they wanted to find Stephen Wolfe. Yeah, John Carter was right before Thanksgiving. They wanted to find Stephen Wolfe, who's the guy that wrote the Christian nationalism book that got pretty popular. They couldn't get him, but they found his editor. And it turns out that his editor had a job at a school somewhere. I won't give any details. And so this guy, who was the editor, had a Twitter account that was like not super edgy, like compared to our spheres, but said things that normal people think are objectionable, like nothing that bad. And basically he got doxxed and fired in large part because of conservative commentator Rod Dreyer, who I have a personal disdain for.
Oh, I hate that guy.
Me too. And I hated him before just because I thought he was a goofball, but this was really scummy. Is that he talks a lot about how we need to have solidarity as Christians and not turn on our own, and how we need to essentially not care about what the regime says. But he finds this guy who is working as a school principal, right? Not that big of a deal at a small school. He's an editor on a book that he doesn't like. And he turns this from being, an interpersonal, like an HR matter, right? Like, hey, you said something embarrassing online. Like we're gonna have to do something about that. He turned that into a national news story. And basically that created
despicable.
Exactly. It was a shitty thing to do. And it created a knock-on effect that ultimately led to Bagby being let go. He didn't do anything wrong. Like even when they let him go, the reason he's not saying more is that he's technically they bought out his contract. So they're not hiring him on after this, but he still gets paid for a little bit, which is why he doesn't want to poke the bear. But basically he was too close to the situation and they were just firing everyone. So he didn't do anything wrong. This isn't the first time he's been canceled. And he's now in a situation where he's recently moved. He's got a young family. His job, he's running out of income relatively soon. And he basically, he needs some help. And so like Bagby's a long-term friend and mentor of mine. Like I've known him for years. He's, done episodes that were, pretty well received. And basically like he shouldn't have got fired. It was a shitty reason to get fired. The other guy shouldn't have got fired, especially not Bagby. He didn't do anything wrong. And so that's why we're kind of doing this, is essentially to give him, a leg up, to give him kind of a lump sum of cash to move, to start in a new industry, and basically, ensure that, people can't just get canceled for retarded reasons.
He should take his knowledge and experience with what he's done, and he should try to start some kind of moral, responsible, some kind of like homeschool or community schooling group. I have a cousin who's trying to do just that. She's about 30, and she is leaving public school administration. I won't name exactly where, but it's somewhere around one of the major cities in the eastern half of Tennessee. And she and dozens of her friends and coworkers are sick to death with all of this anti-white, anti-male garbage in schools. And they are trying to take their professional services and experience and create something private, something that's like a network of different little Christian community and homeschools that can work together towards better education. So if you want me to put him in contact with her, if he lives somewhere in this region, maybe they can work together and she can help him get work.
Yeah, maybe. Like I said, we're examining all options. He's been in contact with the Exit group, with a few other like IRL things. So there will be a solution to this, but basically, like, this is just an opportunity for us to kind of like, give him a little bit of a windfall. Because I mean, like, obviously, I'm sure you guys know, all of you have moved. Moving is expensive, especially when you don't have, when you have kids and when you have, limited money coming in the door. But anyway, yeah, so this is, just to kind of counter that. Because I will say, like, I'm probably the angriest I've ever been on stream is in relation to the Dreyer thing. Like, I try not to do performative anger. I think it comes across as kind of scummy. But I actually got like properly mad about this situation. This is before, Bagby even got let go. Just what happened to the other guy when he got canceled. Because like incidentally, like Dreyer was actually kind of influential to me because he had a book that came out in, I think, 2016 called The Benedict Option, which now is a little bit quaint. But essentially the thesis of the book is, as, conservative Christians, right? We are losing the demographic battle. There are just less of us. We are less powerful. And so we essentially need to retreat to Benedictine style communities, right? Taking inspiration from the saint to essentially like retreat to kind of like insular communities where people and you can, depend on each other, which is fair enough. That's a kind of a quietist model. It's one that a lot of people in our spheres have even mentioned. But the thing that really like ground my gears about it is he preaches that. And he even had a more recent book, which was, of interest to you, Arthur, was all about, Orthodox Christians behind the Iron Curtain, which is even more explicit. Like, our government hates us as conservatives, and he was citing things like all the COVID stuff, so we need to come together. Fair enough. I agree with that. But what he did is, given an opportunity, he threw one of his own to the wolves. And it shows, I think, like what these people's true masters are. And it's why I really hate like the Con Inc. types. But anyway, sorry, I've been sucking up all the air.
They like, I was going to speak about Dreyer and the people like that. This is why I loathe all of these just despicable, I don't even know what this managerial class of filth that is supposedly on the right or conservative or traditional or whatever. These monsters, they're just the quote unquote right side of the anti-white regime. Because when you look at anyone, whether they be a Christian or pagan or just unaffiliated, who speaks out against what's being done to us, our rural communities, our children, our people here, not just on American soil, but in other white countries too. Anyone who even speaks up against that, not from like a ridiculous, 1488 perspective, because I don't truck with that garbage either. But anyone who speaks up for the noticeable white erasure of our presence and our people from the lands that are and the society that's rightfully ours, it's immediately thrown under the bus as this whole, well, we can't touch that, we can't even broach that kind of thought. And that, in my opinion, is more damaging than those who are openly against us, like the ones on the so-called left, the ones that are, the MSNBCs and CNNs and things, because at least we know where they stand. But these people that supposedly have our side, like, I think they do way more damage to our prosperity and posterity than the other side of the fence.
Well, and I'll throw it back to you guys, but this is a very old, European idea, right? You see this in Dante, even, that out of all the sins, being a traitor is considered the worst, right? And so in the Inferno, right, it's in the very lowest center of hell, where it's frozen solid, where Satan sits. He's got two people in his mouth, just chewing them constantly. He's got Judas and he's got Brutus. The two kind of arch traitors. Anyway.
Yeah, especially with the recent revelation that Dreyer literally had a billionaire just bankrolling his position for so long, essentially ensuring that he had no financial incentive or anything like that to his actions, even with like a divorce. Like, if you're getting a billionaire bankrolling you for a sinecure for, what was it, like a decade or something like that, you're basically set for life as a writer. And that really just kind of like puts his actions in contrast to his own professed opinions about how we should all be, this very wholesome Chungus, like wholesome Chungus, like monasticism, but not monasticism. We should just all like take over small, decrepit towns and, be centered and based, but, on like real life and real things. But we're never going to actually threaten anything because we're not doing any national political action and all that stuff. And then, he just does that. Like, I don't know which is worse, honestly, in terms of thoughts, because I know that he is thinking about like the view count, but at the same time, he's also thinking about the virtue count with the left. So,
yeah, it's interesting too, because you see what people value most in kind of when these things come into conflict, right? So incidentally, I at the very beginning, I read just kind of a funny article about how because in Israel, a new like right-wing coalition is in power, which is very anti-LGBTQ. Zionist LGBTQ groups in America are essentially in they're in a difficult situation. They're trying to decide where their loyalties lie. And again, because you see a conflict, right? You are both Zionist and pro-LGBTQ. Well, what if Israel is anti-LGBTQ?
Nationalism for me, but not for thee.
Well, which one wins? And so when someone makes that choice, when they choose between a member of their community, their professed values, and wide approval, you see what they care about. And I'm a firm believer in the idea that when someone shows you who they truly are, believe them, right? Because that means something, in a
Revealed
time of
preference trumps stated preference.
Right. And again, like I'm not. I'm happy to lean into the Dreyer hate, but I should add he actually got dropped by that billionaire. He got fed up with him, and largely it was a specific article by him that was rather amusing. Which, have you guys ever heard of the article he wrote about primitive root wieners?
No, I didn't know about that. What is this?
Oh man, so many jokes about primitive roots and whatnot.
So Dreyer wrote an article. Dreyer wrote an article about circumcision for some godforsaken reason.
Oh God!
And he decided to include an anecdote about gym class in school, where essentially all of the kids were comparing penises, and there was one kid who wasn't circumcised, and they all made fun of him for it. And they were talking about an underage child's privates, referred to it as a primitive root wiener. And apparently, this article, which is very odd.
Dreyer Jewish?
No, he's not. But literally, Melon, penis inspection day. Yeah, quite literally, that's what it was. So in this like weird article that wasn't particularly related to anything, it basically was just like Rod woke up one morning and decided to talk about his bizarre sexual experiences. Which, oh wait, I forgot about this part. Also featured a section in which he talked about how homoerotic the whole thing was, and how much he thought about being gay and how much fun it would be to be gay.
Oh my God!
Very odd article.
Oh
but
yeah.
Very strange.
He was talking about how
again.
He was talking
This
about
guy
how
sounds like a gem.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, the point is it's like not only is this a super weird article, but it's incredibly like Like you write a daily article on current events, and you've taken time to just write this digression about some bizarre sexual experience you had in middle school to no end. Point is, apparently it was off-putting enough that his donor was like, I'm done with this. I'm not paying you for this anymore.
It could be fun to pull up that article and read it. Somebody named John Carter in chat said that he wants to hear my genuine reaction to it.
I pulled it up because.
Can you send me the link? Before that happens, unfortunately, before you guys read that article, I have to get going.
Oh, yeah, no worries, man.
I'm very sorry to hear about that. Very sorry about Bagby. It is the Lenten season.
Stay ripped and healthy, dude.
Appreciate that. He's going through many an Orthodox trial, so I'll light a candle for him in church and keep in my prayers. And I'll share this on Instagram to the the place I actually have a following. See if
sure thing, man. And stay in touch.
Absolutely. God bless, guys.
All right, talk to you later, man.
Take care.
Arthur and I, I've done 2 episodes with Arthur, one on his show, the Blood and Rain podcast, which if you want to hear me, I mean, I guess you're doing it now, but if you want to hear me waffle on for 2 hours, you can head over to his show and hear me talk about my own personal ideology and the reason I never mention it. Witticism TV, thank you very much. Friend of the channel, for $10 says, wishing the best for Bagby. Thank you very much, man. And Witticism has his own channel that is quite good. I've spoken with him once. Actually, I should have him back on. Yeah, sorry. Private chat. Oh, perfect. Thank you very much, man. All right. I'm going to read this because this is quite a funny article. Just check I have no text. All right. Hey, look at that. We're already an hour and a half in. That's not too bad. Okay. And you guys can just hop in whenever you want. I can't read this guy's name. Gary's Gentile religion. I almost said genital religion. You'll see why when we go through this. Imagine what would happen to an eyeball if the eyelid was amputated. But the novelist is talking about his
Jeez. What the? That's one heck of a subline.
Oh, it gets better, guys. It gets better.
No.
I have never given circumcision a single thought, other than to consent to my son's circumcision. Europeans think it is weird for American Gentiles to be circumcised, and I think they're right. But I remember the one kid we had in elementary school class, a black boy who had been born at home, who was not circumcised. All of us boys wanted to stare at his primitive root wiener.
I cannot believe that this man wrote that.
What? I can sit there. And
Jesus H. Particular Christ. What was he thinking?
Well, it's just one of those things where it's like, I mean, you can write about whatever you want. Literally. Yeah, Trado, this was posted to the American Conservative. And they're like, yep, I see nothing wrong with this.
Hey, Jay, come on, man. It's the blessings of liberty here.
Yeah, tell me about it. All of us boys wanted to stare at his primitive root wiener when we were at the urinal during recess because it was monstrous.
Primitive root? What does that even mean?
The joke writes itself here. Nobody told us that wieners could look like that. The kid didn't know why his penis was so strange looking, and neither did we.
You know, okay, I need to stop you here. You know how I go on about anti-whiteism all the time? This guy is a product of deep-seated self-loathing and
100%.
And deep-seated Negro worship because
you should
of white
hear him
guilt
talk
and white
about.
erasure. This is exactly what the stuff I rail against leads to, is this kind of cuckery right here.
Oh yeah. Dude, there's this speech that I hate and love from Rod Dreyer because I love it because it's a legitimately good speech. It's where he talks about how like Dante helped solve his life or something like that. I'll post in like some Telegram chat or on Twitter today. But it was talking about how he was struggling with his dad and how he had to struggle with the fact that his dad was an old school Southern boy in the proper sense. And at least in this speech, mind you, he presented it as kind of like a balanced struggle with the fact that he was kind of like a neoliberal, worldly shit lib. And sorry, am I allowed to swear?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Look, we're talking about penises. I think that the chance this
Okay.
get monetized is effectively zero.
Just trying to be a good guest. Anyway, anyway, so he's talking about like all that, and yeah, he basically oh shoot, I lost my train of thought.
Well, I know this article. I can't find it. I should have pulled it up. But so his dad, and this is another part of his self-flagellation, is his dad was a member of the Klan. And so he has this deep soul-searching essay, which we might read later, just whipping himself. But the interesting thing about it, and probably the funniest part, is he has this moment and he's like, and I never understood how my dad, despite all of his deep racism, could speak to black men so easily, and I get afraid and nervous anytime I talk to black people. And I'm like, that is the most
exactly
American
what I said earlier.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like it is really funny to see shit libs when they talk to black people like that. And yeah, Dreyer is just I don't know how he was considered to be like paleo-conservative adjacent at all. The man just screams.
Because he writes like a neo-lib.
Yeah, in his books, he wasn't really that like. Oh, thank you, John Carter. Awesome. I'll pull that up. In his books, he was much more. He was much more conservative. All right, we've got the next Dreyer. So it was. I think a lot of people never read his blog because his blog was kind of retarded.
I mean, at least the premise of the book that got him famous was kind of interesting. It was like crunchy conservatives.
Paul.
Yeah, exactly. Which is an interesting idea.
Jeez, really, Paul?
I like that we're funding charity with a stream about dick. Anyway,
if it gets money, it gets money.
Yeah, 100%. To quote a wise man, $12 is $12. All right, and I've pulled up this hyperlink, by the way. Reading the novelist Gary harrowing tale of dealing in midlife with a late circumcision gone wrong caused me to send the link to my sons. Why? Asking them to strongly consider not circumcising any male children they may have, as it is not necessary for Christians to do this. Fair enough. Don't get me wrong. I believe that people who circumcise for religious reasons should have the right to do so. The piece changed my mind on whether
I think that it's evil child mutilation and it should be banned.
All right. I mean, honestly, after reading this article, I probably agree with you.
I'm agnostic on the position.
On whether doing it is advisable for those for whom it is not a serious requirement. How in the world am I supposed to say that? Scheitengart? Scheitengart. Was circumcised. I don't know, man.
Scheitengart?
Was circumcised as a teenage immigrant to the U.S. after some. Bro, come on. I cannot say any of these words. Chabadniks convinced his non-religious Soviet Jewish parents that their son needed to have a bris to be properly Jewish. It did not work out as it ought to have done, but this wasn't a real problem for him until a couple of years ago, well into middle age. And this gets rough, guys. I'm going to read all of this, but
I see why John wanted you to read this to me on stream. I see now why. Well, John, you naughty boy. You knew how
you guys better sneed those super chats for this because I have just thrown my dignity out the window. For the first time since the initial surgery, I felt that I was being cared for and looked after.
What?
Is this it? I thought. This my liberation? In 7 to 10 days, the doctor said, the new skin will grow in, and I expect you'll feel great. In 7 to 10 days, I was in the worst pain of my life. There were some improvements. My penis was no longer covered with scabs. Yet walking for more than 10 minutes was impossible. I was losing my mind. I finally tried a drug, but it brought about a mild psychosis during which I wasn't sure what was real and what was not.
What did he take? Mescaline?
I have no idea, but I'm just getting this horrible image of this 17-year-old kid, like high out of his mind
with a bleeding penis.
Sorry, this is awful, but it is kind of funny. You can now see why whenever like elderly boomer billionaire read this article and was like, yeah, no, I'm not paying for this anymore. Well, I'm not paying for this. We're not even halfway done. Jeez. The penis is an outcropping of privilege in the male of the species. How's that for a phrase?
God.
The penis is an outcropping of privilege in the male species.
Very compelling. Now please face the wall.
Yeah, but you can. Someone needs to clip me saying that. Sorry, that's just a funny phrase. The penis is an outcropping of privilege in the male of the species, but it is also a pleasure palace, constantly.
What the?
Jesus, no!
That's not even a good metaphor.
Oh,
no,
that's a terrible metaphor.
This is the stupidest article
a
I've
pleasure
ever
palace?
written.
No,
This is the stupidest article I've ever written. Guys, let me tell you, there's more to go. Having pain in this region amounts to a never-ending genital tinnitus. It is impossible to think of anything else.
No, it's very possible to think of anything else because we're not gay.
This is overwrought. This is overwrought midwittery. It's terrible.
This is a quote from the guy who had a botched circumcision. I at least understand why this guy is mad. I'd be mad too. I'd be mad too. Now, Dreyer's.
I thought this was Dreyer's commentary on what he read. This is a quote from the.
This is a pull quote.
But why would Dreyer? But I kind of pinned this on Dreyer because he just gave this massive stinking block quote without any literary merit. So I can only assume he just completely groks with it.
So I'll put it this way: whoever this guy is, I'd be mad too. I'd be really mad too. However, why is Dreyer quoting this? This has nothing to do with why he writes articles. But okay, we'll keep going. I've always had a rational fear of dying. When I imagined a life without being able to walk or swim or have sex or travel or do anything without pain or an Elizabethan collar, I wondered what it would be like to kill myself. I looked out the window into the fresh snow gathered below and considered the coldness of its internal compress. Shortly thereafter, I read a BBC article about Alex Hardy, a young British man who committed suicide in 2017 after being circumcised as a young adult. He did not share his travails with anyone after his operation, but in a long farewell note to his mother, he wrote that these ever-present stimulated sensations from clothing friction are torture within themselves, and they have not subsided normalized from years of exposure. Imagine what would happen to an eyeball if the lid was amputated. The stomach of every male in the readership just rolled over. His account about the experience of chronic pain, both physical and psychological.
This is like so stupidly niche. I can only think that there's actually like three different options. One is that Dreyer is just retarded. It doesn't.
Oh yeah, of course.
This is just a hyper niche thing. He could be just a sick edgelord, which we know he's not. And 3, he could literally. he could think that this is actually useful information, and
or
actually
4, he's a Jew.
No, he's not. He's actually a. I've met him. He's a white like Louisiana redneck essentially.
Yeah, like religio ethnically, he's a Methodist.
Ugh.
Yeah, he's actually. I think a big part of it is that he's basically like a redneck who went to journalism school. So he's the true hicklib.
He's like, I'm not like those other hicklibs guys.
No, 100%. That's literally what it is.
Yeah, maybe that's why he sounds like a neolib when I read his shit.
I think it is. I think it's basically just. I think it's just like pure self-hatred. Okay, so I won't read the rest of it. So this is an update. At the end of it, he just goes on more to describe it. For some reason, this platform won't let me reply to comments wondering about my phrase "primitive root wiener." Hey, I thought it was funny. Basically, just talking about how no one had seen. We used to stand at the pee trough at recess, whip it out, and do our business. Sorry. This is such a fucking stupid article.
Is he a homosexual? Because he kind of writes like one.
Oh yeah.
Well, he has children. He does have children.
Wait, how many kids does he have?
I don't know. At least 3, I think. I've met one of them, and he was to be fair, his kid was a nice enough guy.
Okay, at the very least, that puts it under some amount of amelioration. but there is an open standing allegation by some Chinese dude that he got groped up in what was it, like a Prague nightclub or something like that.
Well, as low as I am to believe
this is why
hearsay like that,
Telegram.
it
this is
does
why
seem to fit with what we can read of him.
I choose to believe it. Okay, I'm going to read, sorry, just out of context. This is why Telegram is a wonderful and magical place. I just got a notification from Telegram. I'll take bets. What do you guys think that this message I just received was about? I'll cut you off. You'll never be able to guess. At Jay Burden.
Okay.
I have a short ChatGPT generated screenplay about the Helen Keller lie.
Oh no.
Sorry. That's just
please.
a truly absurd collection of English words. That someone was like, yeah, hey, you want to read my screenplay about Helen Keller? I mean, sure, it's better than this, I guess, but
Is it in Braille?
yeah, why not? That made me laugh.
The text was finger raising.
We have I'm not reading. I've been looking through this New Yorker article about a botched circumcision. I'm actually not reading. It's truly grotesque.
Are you gonna read? Are you gonna read the article where he talks about how everyone was jealous of the gay guys at a boarding school because they got to have all the sex
Oh,
they wanted?
do you have that one? I've read all of these. I just don't know if I have them at
Okay,
hand.
let me pull it up.
Also,
Dreyer.
can you guys give me like 2 or 3 minutes? I just need to grab another cup of coffee.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, go.
So, the reason why I wanted to bring up my usual talking points of white guilt and white erasure and such is this is what it leads to. Even someone who is supposedly from some hillbilly land like I am, like this guy, you can tell that he's just completely riddled with all of these infectious ideas of everything from circumcision to admiring the black guy and treating him like the noble savage and all this other cancer that just kicks around in the anti-white society we live in. This guy, like, you can tell that his mind, weak as it is, has been warped by years of anti-whiteism. Like, you can feel it in what he writes. It's sick.
Yeah, it really is sad to see. Like I've seen that happen, even with dudes that I pinged previously as like relatively okay. At the same time, like when we're over drinks and we're talking about stuff, and you can notice that he has like these latent feelings of pride about his ancestry. At the same time, he has to rhetorically do the whole like, white men aren't good for anything. Ha.
Yeah. And like the whole penis privilege shit that he chose to put in his article. Like, I know that it was the guy he was quoting that said that, but he chose to put that in. So clearly it resonated with him. It's like that garbage is like something an anti-white feminist at a university would write.
Let's see. I'm trying to find that article that I mentioned to Jay right now. Hey, chat. Does anyone remember that article I'm referencing to, where he talks about how he went to like some boarding school or summer school where he's stuck with a bunch of teenage boys, and he says how we were so jealous.
Oh, that
of
sounds
the
dreadful.
Kids there. We were jealous of the gay kids because they got to have all the sex they wanted. And it's like,
what?
Yeah, that's the money quote that just sticks to my mind. Where I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna click out of this.
Ugh.
Come on, guys, we need this whole link so that Jay can humiliate himself for more money for Mr. Bagby.
Oh no.
Let's see.
I don't know if I want to hear that one. That one sounds awful.
Oh, this doesn't look like it. Let's see what else. Queering.
Him having 3 kids is one of the reasons why I say white people just having white kids doesn't help, because if you have 5 kids and they're all raised and they have the same anti-white mind poison and hate themselves, then you haven't really helped anything other than just making more people to throw fuel on the fire.
That is
go
true. Ahead. That is true. At the same time, it is.
Now, I want white people having kids, obviously, as many as we can. I'm just saying.
It's one of those.
There has to be more than that.
It's one of those very strange things where you realize that genetic stock is not partisan in the proper sense. Like there's no Republican gene versus Democrat gene. It's more just, do you intensely care about things, genes and whatnot that end up getting flip-flopped if you just get the social circumstances right. There's a reason why like people like Yarvin have pushed the crypto Calvinist line, because, well, it is the same people that are intensely religious. It's just that their religion has just flipped 180. I saw that in my own experiences when I was growing up in my school community. Like, it was a very conservative Christian school community, and yet when Trump came around, and previously it was just there were splits along like racial lines on very kind of like petty issues. But then when Trump came around, and this is the funniest thing, the white conservative Christian guys all signaled, because they were, they're DCPers, so they had to signal their anti-Trumpism, and so they all broke anti-Trump. And then all the conservative black homeschooling families broke for Trump. It was very weird to hear from my mother down the road, where I'm just like, that's very odd. At the same time, very interesting about microcultures, for lack of a better term.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of this cancer comes from the pulpit. Like the really old guy that led my mother's church, he retired a couple years ago, and this he's still older, but this younger guy, I think he's 55 maybe, took over for him. And it's not that he openly speaks about politics. It's just, before the church leader encouraged people to be politically active, he was a Trump guy, and he talked about relatable things that we experience here in East Tennessee. He talked about how there's a noticeable amount of Mexican immigration. There's a noticeable amount of corporations moving in and muscling out all of our local businesses, and we should pray for that. We should, use our church connections to help people get on their feet and to promote local businesses instead of big ones that come in. And then this new guy, he just talks about this silly universal Christianism, where, everybody's the same, and we need to love the immigrants and pray for them, and it doesn't matter, who has in control of what business, as long as they're Christian. Just this really tepid, milquetoast garbage Christianity that I think is just an unhealthy anti-white lie. And I'm not surprised, because I hear this from Christians I know all across the country. Like, this is happening in churches too. They're being paused and subverted with all this garbage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that what you see is that there's always an interplay between culture and the church, right? And because the church is no longer at the center of life, it is playing catch up to culture, not vice versa. And so, like, what you see a lot of is, like, and I say this as someone who's in, the Bible Belt, who's in evangelical areas, but essentially a lot of times they're on like a 15 to 20 year delay. So issues that were kind of hot issues in the news in kind of like the primetime CNN slot 10, 15 years ago are now like really raging in evangelical communities. So for instance, right, like, gay marriage is a decided issue culturally, but it's like really tearing up a lot of churches. Like my roommate, right? He went to this kind of like tiny little like Methodist church out in the middle of the country, with maybe 100 members, right? Like real small, very old church. And
that's my mother's church. There's only like 120 people.
Right. And they went through a massive schism over gay marriage just now in 2023, which is, almost exactly 10 years after the decision. And so it's weird, because I think that attitude that you're talking about in your mother's new pastor, like, it's very much that kind of like apolitical. I don't know. It's kind of a mainstream idea of yesteryear almost. Excuse me.
I think any preacher or someone in church in a leadership position that promotes marriage equality or promotes homosexual stuff of the LGBT agenda, I think should be immediately stripped of their rights and station and expunged from the church. Or expelled from the church, excuse me.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm eating breakfast because I'm on stream for 8 hours, so I've got to eat and stream at the
Oh,
same
okay.
time.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I'm going to mute myself so you don't have to hear me eat.
So I've seen this unfortunately up close and personal in terms of how the culture war will break what is previously a very good church. For example, my old home church, it was kind of a very typical center right, kind of conservative, MIDI church. It's not a mega church exactly, but it's on the cusp of being a mega church technically. But it still had like the sense of community, and it previously was very, very ecumenical. It had a very good demographic mix according to the area, and it wasn't pushed. Oh, thank you, Red Hammerhead. It had a very good demographic mix of the area, which is kind of rare. At the same time, once the Great Awakening happened, it slowly started to cleave things within the community. And now, like, it was so bizarre. When I came back after 5 years of going into the interior of the country for college, I came back and I couldn't recognize my own church. Like, they went from doing very standard mainline evangelical contemporary Christian music to like doing Negro spirituals. Like,
Ugh, I hate that
yeah,
stuff.
and it's like,
I mean, for us, not them. I want them to celebrate however they want. It's just I don't want my church to be that way.
And I wouldn't even be opposed per se, because it was mainly a black-white congregation. I wouldn't even be opposed per se to like trying to dip deeper into the roots of both cultures, because that is just the genuinely respectful thing. But they didn't. That wasn't the tone. It was the typical African American narcissism about it, where it's like, oh, we're so put upon and whatnot, and so we have to have our things, and there was no equal concession. This is kind of typical for the area and just generally speaking America, of where the white people they did not assert themselves and say, hey, like, okay, we get that. At the same time, we like reverent, more slow style hymns as opposed to your style of music. That's kind of our tradition. And unfortunately, that, as far as I can tell, evangelicalism is basically the best Christian religion that you have to mine if you're going to re-racinate people in America, or white people in America, because everything else has been way more paused, either measurably or it's so fringe that it doesn't matter in terms of size.
So before we go on, there are two things I have to address from chat. Red Hammerhead for $10 just joined. Happy to give to a good cause. Good morning from beautiful Oregon. I can't reveal my true political beliefs to my colleagues, despite my 4 homeschooled kids acting as a megaphone. Fair enough, man. And I will say, Red Hammerhead sent me a very kind, very encouraging DM on Twitter. And this is just an aside. One, I appreciate the donation. It will obviously, go to a good cause. But I actually do read all the DMs and messages you guys send me. There are enough of them that I can't respond to all of them in detail, but I really do appreciate them. They're kind, and they're an immense source of encouragement. Yeah, it's interesting you talk about your 4 homeschooled kids acting as a megaphone. I don't know if that's either literal, in which case you have 4 based children, in which case fair enough, or just the fact that you have a large homeschooled family is kind of a non-subtle dog whistle. And then FA Tuesday with a horrible slander, assuming I would eat cold cereal. And believe me, I know about the vegetarian food thing. Actually, incidentally, Bagby and I did a stream on the Second Great Awakening, which featured a large section about Dr. Kellogg, the weird sex-obsessed vegetarian who introduced
he was
cereal.
bizarre. I read about him too.
But I am eating the prime dish of poverty-inflicted bodybuilders, which is rice and chicken, because it is extremely cheap. And until I get my goddamn license back from the state of Virginia, well, it's chicken and rice. Red Hammerhead, no serious prot church existed on the West Coast. I don't know enough about that. You're probably right. I think a lot of it is that. And I had a conversation on Twitter about this, right? Which is I genuinely do think that different peoples have different expressions of religion. Like the Orthodox are actually pretty good about this, where they basically say that like each culture will adapt
Mhm.
worship to its own tendencies. Because look,
it goes in line with what I talk about with biospirit, how different ethnicities have different spiritual reflections on the world around them, and that manifests in artwork and religious expressions and how they celebrate and that kind of thing.
yeah, and so like when you look at, because all of us are in a roughly similar area of the world, like this is Scotch-Irish country, right? To one degree or another. There's obviously some German as well, and some older Anglo. And look, like even when the Scotch-Irish were technically Catholic, like pre-Reformation, they basically were still super parochial, and they got in fights with people who lived, I don't know, 10 minutes away all the time.
Mhm.
It's what they did. And so like the idea of one big church for all of those people doesn't really work. Like even when it was in technical, like, I don't know, like existence, it didn't really match that culture, so to speak. And so like the Protestant model makes sense. And there's another thing where it's like, I don't view like religion as like a buffet, where you can kind of pick and choose what you want. It's like, at least for me, like I am a, Protestant American. It's part of the reason I don't really get into, like the deep theology on it. It's like, well, this is not a question about like what I have like designed in my head as the perfect like relationship with God. It's like, well, it's what I am. It's how I am. And so
that's
like
one of the reasons why I'm a practicing
begrudge
Christian
people who are
here is
different.
because I feel like it's an important part of what makes me who I am. Like, it doesn't matter that I have a basically tepid agnostic view on the divine. I was raised Christian. That's how I understand and talk about God and my relationship with human history and my fellow man and all this other stuff. And it's not like you can just erase all of that from your life and say, okay, I'm a Buddhist now, or okay, I'm going to be a Catholic now. Like, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
And you would still be, I would argue, in any one of those, you would still be a Christian atheist or a Christian Buddhist. That kind of like cultural baggage kind of seeps into your bones. And the idea of an atheist as a view from nowhere is something I just flat out refuse to agree.
Well, you see this in terms of West Coast spirituality, bringing this back to the West Coast, when they try to get into things like Buddhism and things like that, they literally just strip out all of the, as Buddhism is actually practiced in various places in the East, and just basically reinvent Stoicism, which is a desiccated form of Christianity, philosophically speaking. It really is hilarious to see. Like, Eastern Buddhists from, the Hindu Kush, have views of animistic spirits and whatnot that they have to please and appease and such, and will kidnap kids to go into their monasteries. Meanwhile, West Coast Buddhists are like, yeah, what if you just didn't let stuff bother you, man?
Yeah.
All right, done with
Jay,
breakfast, so you don't have to bear with me being muted anymore. What were you saying? Yeah,
I was just going to ask you, is George going to be on with us soon?
He is, and he's been upfront about this, but since he's been let go from his job, he's been working Lyft, so he's been driving.
Okay.
So he is going to hop on, but it depends on when he has downtime during the day. So if I had to guess, he'll probably come on closer to midday.
Saturday is one of my days I'm supposed to be off the internet. So I've got friends coming over, and my husband's already awake. So I've only got a few more minutes, and I need to go.
No worries. Yes, like, feel no obligation. I could do this by myself if needed. So if you need to hop out, like, don't feel bad about it.
Well, that's fine. I wanted to be here from the beginning. I didn't know it had started already. I was waiting for a message from you. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. That's my bad.
It's okay. But no, unfortunately, by 11, that's what time it is here now, we get stuff started on Saturdays.
We got another anonymous donor for $50. Thank you very much, my man. Thank you very much, Mr. Anonymous Donor. Godspeed, my man, Luke 10:19. You know what? I will read that.
Let's do it.
I've given you authority to trample on snakes and scorpions. Hey, look at that. That's a pretty good one. I'll read the full thing on that. Jesus. Yep. I have given you the authority to trample on snakes and scorpions and to overcome all the power of the enemy. Nothing will harm you. Well, fair enough. You know what? And we're in a good situation to basically take Dreyer, who's a snake, and I think it's a pretty good time to trample on him. To be fair, though, I think I think God's been punishing him because shortly after writing his Root Wiener article, he got everyone fired. Then his wife left him, and then he lost his job. So you know what? I think that he got exactly what
maybe God's
deserved.
doing a little trampling of his own.
Yeah, I was about to say, and you know what? Obviously, like, my hope is that Dreyer repents of all his stuff, but in the meantime, I think I'll take some solace in the fact that he seems to have ruined his own life just as assuredly as he's ruined other people's. Forbidden Anthropologist, what's up, boys? So essentially, and I'll just keep doing this because I realize people are probably tuning in and out during the day, is we are hosting a benefit stream, kind of a telethon for George Bagby. He was fired unfairly by his job, largely due to Rod Dreyer. For the second time in a couple years, he was canceled effectively. And so we are putting together a Give, Send, Go, which the link is in the description of the video and pinned in chat, to essentially uncancel him, right? So that we show that our enemies can't just take us out easily, to help him, get started, to move to a new industry, and to basically, help one of our guys out when they're in a rough spot. Red Hammerhead again. Having 4 kids in my area is enough to mark you. Homeschooling is megaphone. My closest colleague has 1 3-year-old at 43. That's the norm.
That's
yeah,
right.
100%.
Have children and raise them right. The future belongs to us.
Well, not only that, but I 100% know what you mean, man. Like, there are weird signals, and especially if you hang out around progressives, they can kind of sniff you out based on things that you wouldn't even realize. So you're right, yeah. And I know that you're relatively young, so young family and homeschooled, like. At that point, you might as well put on an armband, right? At least as far as progs are concerned. It's actually kind of funny because I don't really show it in on the stream, but I'm tend to be a kind of a sarcastic ass in person. And
I never would have guessed that about you, Jeff.
But this is just a stupid example. But we had kind of a small like little Christmas get together for some of my friends and I, right? And so my hometown friends, the people I still live with, people like my fiance, some of her friends, are all relatively, conservative. I am somewhat to the right of Genghis Khan, as is, my roommate and a few other guys. And so we were just, exchanging gifts. And I gave this is a stupid gift, but my roommate and I will oftentimes go shooting together. And so I was looking for a gift for him, and I found one of those little steel plates that you can shoot a gun at, and it's you don't have to set it up again. It makes fun noise. It's a good time, and it was shaped like a little silhouette, like a little tiny, maybe 7 by 10 inch target silhouette. And so obviously all the people who were conservative and knew about guns, were aware of what it was, but the other people, the progs, were completely baffled. And so I just being a retard or whatever, just like, oh, it's a cheese board. Because it kind of looks like a cheese board. It obviously is not. It's a piece of iron. But so that goes on. And then when they find out what it was, they were shooting with guns. They are highly disturbed. Like, why would you shoot guns? Like, what do you own guns? Are you the kind of people that own guns? And again, it's one of those things where it's like, it's a weird, even the fact that I don't talk about politics around these people, the fact that I am casual and enjoy shooting guns, and obviously that's a more direct one, is a huge red flag. And I don't want to make that into more than it is, but I had a stream recently with Last Things that I thought was quite good. And one of the things that we mentioned is that it's become more and more difficult to be friends with progressives, and many times it's not even your actions. It can be things like that, like little dog whistles. So I know exactly what you mean, because even relatively innocuous, stupid things, like the fact that sometimes me and my roommate like to go shoot guns in the woods together. That is now a major political signal, and I cannot stand that. Genuinely,
man, that
I hate
so
the
normal here. I
politicization.
can't imagine people being openly weirded out by it.
It's normal. That's the thing. It was so normal. Yeah. I didn't even consider it. I was like, because I'm trying to be delicate. I don't want to start political knife fights at a Christmas party, right? That's just a shitty thing to do. But it's all one of those things where it's like, damn it, why didn't I think of that? Also, why do you think of that? Anyway.
I think that guns are very important. I think that every man, woman, and child should be trained from birth how to use firearms and why they're important.
I'll put it this way: the virgin, Second Amendment is my right versus the Chad, guns are fun. That's my argument. It's just neat. Machiavelli sucks to go. I have an AR-15. Your thought on that model? It kind of depends. I mean, so many people make them. I mean, I don't own one, but if I did, I would really like it. I'll put it that way, because you should never admit to owning guns on the
AR-15s are
internet.
fine platforms. Like you can make them
They're
to be
fun.
whatever you want, whatever kind of weapon service that you need for whatever it is you're doing, hunting, home defense, precision, short range spray and pray. You can build an AR-15 for about anything.
Allegedly, if I happen to own an AR-15, you can use one to hunt whitetail, even though you're really not supposed to, because apparently the cartridge isn't big enough. And let me tell you, that's a lie, because if you were hypothetically wanted to use a gun that you weren't supposed to use for hunting without a license, let me just tell you, it would work. Again, now admitting to bizarre crimes I may or may not have done. Are you really a redneck if you've never legally hunted deer?
Hey, it's legal in the eyes of God. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I know. There's so many of the damn things. It's not like we're running out,
I mean, they walk across our property, 7-8 times a year. It ain't my fault that, sometimes they just got to get eaten. It ain't my fault.
That's true. Richard Crook, they're good for dealing with dangerous dogs as well. I actually really got into concealed carrying because I got attacked by a dog. Like I got bit pretty bad. It was when I was working construction during college. So I was lucky. I was wearing those like real thick, like Dickies work pants, right? The ones that are just super tough. And I was out walking, after work, and some woman in my old neighborhood was running some kind of like ghetto like doggy daycare style thing. And of course some pit bull got out and was just like wandering around. And I was, on the sidewalk in my own neighborhood. Yeah, and I will say, I did have bacon in my pocket. That's why, the pit bull, it was so peaceful, so happy, but anyway, but yeah, I ended up getting bit real bad on the leg, and it hurt like an absolute motherfucker. And like, I don't know, that was one of those things where I was like, I'm really lucky that dog gave up after biting me once, because I was just like, and I was a lot smaller then, but like, yeah, it was a scary moment. Red Hammer, again, thank you so much, man. You're really bringing the big bucks here. My professional colleague treats guns like something for them to use for fun as wealthy and responsible adults, not for the proles. Yeah, that's pretty common, especially among baby boomers. I could talk about guns a lot. I have several special interests, to use a medical term, and firearm autism is most definitely one of them. Anyway. And Yiz, you can hop out if you need to.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you having me on. I wish I could have been here from the beginning.
Oh, no worries.
When George gets here, send him my love. Let him know that I think he's a good man. He has helped mentor you very well. George and I have spoken privately several times. He seems to be a wonderful man that I wish the best for. And what little dollars I have, I will drop a few to him on the Give, Send, Go. And just let him know that he needs to keep heart, and there's going to be a lot of us praying for him, and he's not going to be without lifeline. There are people here where I live. I know people in West Virginia that can get him work and will welcome him into both church and community. So just let him know he's not alone, and he has many lifelines out here, and we're going to keep praying for him.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Yiz. Again, I really appreciate it.
You're welcome, and nice to meet some of you here today. Good to see some familiar names in the chat. I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend, and I'll see you Monday night for more Discordant Dragons. Good night, everybody.
Right. See you, Yiz. All right. Well, you know what? David Wayne just sent me a message that he's cooking something, so I might kick him as well and just go solo for a little bit. And if he wants to come back on, he can come back on whenever he wants. Tuesday FA Tuesday for $5. Thank you very much, man. If I were in a position to do so, I'd execute Order 66, ordering the extermination of all 13 pit bull species. Fair enough. I'm in kind of a similar spot on that. Saddam, how are you doing, man?
Good. I didn't want to take up any of the air because Yiz was doing such a good job, but yeah, I can fill some dead air if you need to take a break for a second.
No, I'm actually doing okay. I took a little break a while ago. I ate breakfast, got some water and some more coffee, so I'm ready to go. Honestly, I will say, I know it's only 2 hours in. We're only a quarter done, And I will say that this fundraiser is going well. We're at $3,154, which is a pretty good amount, in addition to obviously the super chat stuff. But I'm doing okay. I realize we're not that far in, but I don't feel bad. Who knows how I'll feel in another 3 hours? But at least for now, I think I'm doing okay.
Good. Well, to take some wind out of your sail and to make sure you can actually catch a breath. I'll read a couple selections from this book that I've been trying to read. It's called it's an old Arab text that written in about the 14th century. They were horribly autistic about making entire histories and volumes about pretty much anything that the world had ever known and ever will know. For those who want to read, it was a Penguin classic. It's called The Ultimate Ambition in the Arts of Erudition, and it's written by Shihab al-Din al-Nuwairi, again, written in about the 1400s. It was a 33-volume text that's been abridged to a couple hundred pages, but he wrote on cosmology, he wrote on plants, animals, people, general history, tax code, legal codes, all that sort of stuff. But he's got one section in here that I just happened to through. This is in the third book on the mute beasts, and this is the small section on the beaver and the ermine. And so let's get into that. He goes in, the beaver eats fish and plants. It is said that beavers are comprised of masters and servants, and that they establish residences arranged like those of human beings. The masters have raised benches that they sit on in their homes, and at their bases are placed for their servants. The homes have burrows that go into the ground and doors that open on the river. These animals are envious of one another. The masters do not go out and forage for food, but rather the servants do so on their behalf. The skin of a master beaver is distinguishable from the skin of a servant by its good color and its luminous quality. People of the lands where they are found remove the snouts of beavers and sables and use them as currency as long as the king's seal is upon them. Pelts of these animals are used to hem the clothes of princes and collars of robes of honor.
So this is actually not I won't say like an interest of mine because I haven't put much time into it, but I'm kind of fascinated by like pre-modern naturists. Like the best example I can think of in the West is Julius Caesar. Where he just like invents animals. He's like, yeah, a bunch of guys told me once that this exists, so I believe that it does. Like I think it's elk or deer, where he basically says that just completely fallaciously, he's like, yeah, so deer can't lay down because they don't have knees. So what they do is they just lean against trees to go to sleep. And the way you hunt them is by waiting for them to go to bed, leaning up against the tree, and then chopping the tree down. And then they can't get back up. This is something that was revealed to me in a dream. Not quite, but effectively. And so like the pre-scientific method naturists, I think, are a lot more fun. Yeah, Machiavelli sucks to go for $5 says it's easier to have an emotional attachment to an older style wood rifle. You're probably right on that.
Yeah, can confirm. I was given a Henry rifle when I was about 16, and I still miss that to this day. It was a gold-plated one. I still miss that old thing.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like there are certain things in guns that are completely impractical, but are way more fun. Like lever actions, like old cowboy guns.
Oh yeah,
so much fun.
Yeah, I was of the type. I was very autistic about it. I was like, yeah, I don't want an AR-15, or I don't want any of the new guns. I want bolt action and lever actions. That's it. I don't care if it's impractical.
Again, fair enough. Like I mean, look, I'm still a manual transmission enjoyer, so I have no ground to stand on as far as like maximizing efficiency, right?
Well, you wouldn't be an American. You wouldn't be a prod if you liked efficiency.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It is one of those things where it's like I realize that there are correct answers to certain problems, but it's just like they're so much less fun,
Exactly. I mean, you were getting into it sort of with Yez about the ethnic and religious being pretty much interchangeable and having to bounce off one another. And I said this in your Telegram a few days ago, but I was talking to a woman, and we happened to get on the
Well,
conversation.
there's your first mistake.
Well, exactly, right. I was attempting to talk to a woman, and she was a D&D nerd. She was not like Yiz. She was one of the newer types. But I was just asking her randomly about, does she know her ancestry? And she was like, "Oh no, I really don't." And I was like, "Oh well, I know I'm pretty in depth about mine, XYZ." I told her everything about it, and then she said she was nominally a Christian. She was one of those weird Midwestern sects that you can't really pin down. It was made in like the 1900s, but she was like, "Do you like care a lot about race and religion?" I was like, "Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I don't really think you can divorce the two. I think I wouldn't be the ethnicity that I am and not the religion. You're pretty much." It's what you and Yiz were saying, and what I kind of said in the chat is that you can't really divorce a Western perspective or an English or German perspective from any of the religions, right? Bavarians are going to be Catholic, Anglos are going to be some form of Protestant, and it's like Westerners can't conceive of Islam outside of a Western view, which is why they always go for Sufism, which is a very easy and less rigid structure. It's all about. It's kind of like the Baha'i faith or something like that.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think that one of the core falsehoods, I won't say lies, but one of the core falsehoods in the Enlightenment is this idea that like religion and politics are two entirely separate things. That you can have a like separate religious identity in that way. And I'm not necessarily saying, we should live in a theocracy. That's not my point. The stupid train. But the idea that essentially like, religion is just something you do like in the privacy of your own home. And you see this around the language of, what recently happened with Roe, like anytime there's some kind of like conservative push for, laws about like the family or anything like that, it's all of this like, get your religion out of politics. And obviously like, that's not a good faith argument, and in many times these people basically are just they don't want a religious state. They just want their state religion in charge. But it's just interesting. We don't live in a theocracy. I mean, I think you could make the argument that every state is a theocracy in one way or another.
Well, right. That's probably a Carl Schmitt point. What is it? Political theology or something. I think that's one of his books. But it's people. The modern individual, when they go through a civics class in high school, will be taught, what is it? The separation of church and state, right? And that's to do with, exactly, Polish ambassador. They taught that, you don't want the church in politics because then you'll get religious crazies there and you'll be living under Margaret Atwood's, sexual fantasy. But they don't teach you.
Hey, Saddam, we got a big donation. So thank you to Valeric for $100 donation. I really appreciate it, man. No comment on that, but thank you very much. That's a big donation, and really appreciate it. You're helping us get there.
I got confused. I was like, something. I thought it was the dancing Israelis thing, but I got scared for a second.
I've learned that I can't actually hear the music when I play it, but everyone else can. So I don't know if it's working, but I think it's funny.
Oh, it definitely worked. But
is it too loud?
A little bit. You could probably turn it down just a tad, but
no.
But hey, it keeps people on their toes, though, right? So that I'm all for it. I'm all for it. But but anyway, like I was saying, it is.
This is the secret about this. People are always like, "Oh, I'm so thankful to my chat." Guess what? You guys are stuck in here with me. This is a two-way stream of abuse. Anyway, man, sorry.
No, you're good. It's 2.5 hours, and we're already going to talk about Dostoevsky and how he's actually right about being insane. But thank you, Robert. But yeah, they don't really talk about that two-way street, right? About the state influencing local politics, and most people aren't aware of the state churches that were had up until the mid 1800s. Massachusetts being the most famous. Virginia had its own state church, the diocese, and all that stuff. So.
Yeah, again, it is very much a convenient myth. It's that, and it was never something. It was always kind of held, this idea of the separation of church and state, with the kind of like the presupposition that everyone would be like 90% of the way there.
Mm.
That it would be, a compact made between essentially like first different flavors of kind of like Anglo-Protestantism.
Mm-hmm.
Then it was expanded to, well, okay, it's Protestantism more generally, and some Catholics too, as long as they stay in their area and don't bother anyone. And then when it finally reached its like maximum expansion, it was just like, what ties us together? And it became, I guess, the civic religion became so wide it became effectively useless. But hey, look, we got another guest. Paul Fahrenheit, welcome to the show. How are you doing, man?
Fuck, I was in another window. I had to rush to click on mute. How are you doing, Mr. Burden? Mr.
I'm doing really well, man.
Two very good friends of mine within a very close geographic. I'm just kidding. No,
it's kind of true, but
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
We all live in three opposite compounds in three opposite parts of the country.
Many such cases.
Yeah, but I'm just hopping in for a few minutes. I'll probably hop on a lot later today. I just wanted to hop in and say hello, let all of you know that I do care. And as a matter of fact, what I was about to say, Mr. Minoan just put in the comments, he said the Give Send Go is up to $3,254. That is outstanding. Everyone listening to the show, if you guys haven't given anything to Mr. George Bagby, I can assure all of you he's a very good personal friend, not only of Mr. Burden but of myself. He was very hospitable when I did my trip across the country last summer, and he's just a genuinely amazing person who of all of the people this could happen to, he is the person who I think deserved it the least. And so that means that he deserves the help we're giving him the most. So if any of you who are watching or who watch this later on, give any damns as to what I have to say or think, please, if you can spare something, give it over to Mr. Mr. Bagby at the Give Send Go that Mr. Burden has so graciously set up.
Well, that was truly excellent shilling. I couldn't have done it better myself, man.
I think it's the Irish in Mr. Fahrenheit's blood that gives him the shill ability.
Look,
Chris
okay.
W. for 1885. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, I mean, yesterday's the worst day of the year for me because I'm a mongrel. I found this out. I'm a mongrel of the British Isles. So yesterday's the worst day of the year. I remember my grandmother. She was full-blooded Irish. I think from Connaught. No. Her parents were from Connaught. She was born here, but she was full-blooded, and she loved the IRA and she loved all that other stuff. And I remember one time telling her, and God rest her soul, she's not with us anymore. But I remember one time telling her, Grandma, I hate to tell you this, but I got Ulster blood. And she gave me a look. She gave me a look I had never seen before or since. So yesterday's the worst day of the year for me.
Yeah, it's interesting. I have kind of two minds about me, which is one, I genuinely would be interested in knowing my, personal genetic breakdown. And then there's the schizo part of me that's like, I'm not giving my DNA to the damn globalists. But
you joined the service, they've already got everything. So I was kind of screwed either way.
Yeah, fair enough. They actually, this is and I'm not asking you to divulge too much, but you've already said that, you were in the service, but have they recanted on all the vax stuff? Like, are they allowing people who are drummed out to come back in?
Oh yeah, matter of fact, they never drummed me out in the first place. They just dropped the mandate, so I'm stuck in for the next couple of years. I think I made an announcement about that a couple of months back, but yeah, like they haven't had me doing anything yet, but at some point I'll probably have to go dark mode for a while. But yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
Well, congratulations, I guess, if that's what you wanted.
I mean, it is what it is. But hey, thank you all very much. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna hop out. Mr. Bird, and how long do you plan on having the stream go on?
I am planning at least until 5 p.m. I'm going to do a full work day.
At 5 p.m. All right. I'll see if I can hop on maybe sometime around 3 or 4. I don't know. But I'll figure it out. I really appreciate it, gentlemen.
All right, sure thing, man. Good to talk to you.
Donate to the Give Send Go. Give money to George Bagby. He needs it.
All right, it was good to talk to you. Anyway. Yeah, this is an interesting discussion. I know nothing materially about the military. My most relevant combat experience is from Battlefield Bad Company 2. But it's interesting. This whole like recruiting crisis that seems to be going on, and maybe it's just that I'm in a bubble of kind of like anti-regime rightoids, but it does seem like the U.S. empire is having a devil of a time getting people to sign up for the military. I know recruiting's way down. Like I am getting texts with crazy cash bonuses to sign up. I know that they're having a huge problem with like physical fitness. I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen with that, but it is an interesting development.
Yeah, well, they also dropped. There's something called Shark Attack. You might be aware of it. As soon as you get off the bus, so it's set at basic. They're supposed to start yelling at you, trying to get you in the mindset of being in the military. They've dropped that now, or they dropped it a couple years ago, actually, in favor of they call it a team building exercise. So they're not going to start yelling at you immediately, and they're going to try to get you to start working more with your fellow recruits. That's something. Yeah, I'm not sure. Fitness requirements have gone down. I think if you pull up the Army website, they'll give you basic minimum standards for some of the exercises. Like you have to run 2 miles in about 14 minutes. Is to get not to get just passing, but to pass.
That's like a I think I can't remember because they recently redo it, because it used to be a very simple fitness test. Like it was like just 3 events. Like I think wasn't it a run, push-ups, and then something else? I can't remember.
Yeah, either sit-ups or pull-ups, I think. But yeah, when you go on their website now, it's like, how much can you deadlift? Can you pick up something, drop, go do some push-ups, and go run and sprint again, or something like that? It's like there are several events, and not just more than 3.
And so it's interesting because I know some people who were in the military, did a lot of active service, and they were saying that like this is classic, like they didn't use these words, but it's classic managerialism, because the advantage to the old test was that you could do it anywhere. It didn't require any specialized equipment. It basically you just needed like stopwatches, and now this like the new one has like half a dozen different like complicated exercises. And so like on one hand, it is better at measuring fitness, but it's completely impractical to ever actually administer this test.
Well, exactly right. And then who was it that was talking about it? Maybe I think it was Mr. Dumpwaffle. He was talking about the fact that they would allow, or they would exempt certain women if they were overweight and possibly pregnant. From fitness tests, or they would just fudge the results so that they could still pass. Because I think my father was in 30 years ago, but I think you had to test like every 6 months or every year or something. But again, that was in the 90s.
Well, from what I've heard, and this is again, I know nothing about what I'm talking about, is that it tends to be like the PT tests tend to be more of a thing during peacetime. Just because there's like less ways to differentiate yourselves. So your PT score matters a lot more, whereas like obviously during like the war on terror, it became not less important, but less emphasized just because there was actually like something to do. Paul Moosefoot, I can deadlift 2/3 of an Ethan Ralph. That's quite a significant deadlift, man. You should be proud of that. That's probably like 4 plates.
Yeah, I think to actually pass with like flying colors, I think you need to be able to deadlift like 350.
Which is not, I will say, is actually not particularly difficult because it's a hex bar deadlift. Mm-hmm. And I can do that. And I'm not exactly like a physical specimen. Like I'm in decent shape, but like I'm not that big of a guy. You know, like I'm like a $175 and like, hey, Scratchy, how you doing, man?
There he is, Mister.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna set up my earbuds. Give me a little bit.
Yeah, sure thing, man. Good morning, Window Lick. Good to see you. Window Lick is a man of wealth and taste. He owns one of those really cool new Leopold 2-10s. Yeah, he's a distinguished gentleman.
Only Leopold I know is the Belgians, but I'm sure the other one's
Scratchy,
good.
you sound like you're in a toilet bowl, so I muted you for a little bit.
Do I still sound like I'm in a toilet bowl?
Yes.
All right, let me try something else then.
He sounded fine this morning. I muted you because you were hurting my ears and not just how you normally do. Reed G, who's been dropping some specific knowledge. The combat fitness test in the Marine Corps is actually a better measure of fitness than the PFT. That's not surprising. I know that the Marines tends to be more on top of that, or at least they used to. I don't know if they still are. Not of wealth anymore. Yeah, well, guess what? Yeah, that's what comes with buying nice things, right? All your money goes away.
Yeah, Mr. Reed is on a very good point. I had several years ago, I had to write a paper on it was just a purely theoretical paper about the Marine Corps remerging with the Navy. That was something that was being floated a little while back.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear your child as well. What's the difference? Because your audio was fine this morning. Now it's a little.
I'm using earbuds now because I'm doing stuff around the house.
Oh, fair enough.
But I heard about the military recruiting thing, and I'm like, oh, I was in recently. I could easily talk about this. But I might jump in about 10 or 15 minutes and tell you about it, so I've got better audio.
Oh, okay. Well, he's gone.
Yeah. But where are we on? Yeah, but it was
PT stuff.
Yeah, PT stuff, and then remerging of the military there. Again, that has to do with the repivot to China and the need for an amphibious assault force. That was bland policy stuff, but still.
All right, hey Saddam, my VPN is acting up, so I'm gonna turn my VPN off rather. So I'm gonna drop out of the stream for like.
All right. Mr. Burden said he had to leave for just a minute. Life after death. Are you back?
Back. Yeah, my internet connection is still. You in chat has a family and kids. Not me. Working on it. I'll put it that way. Gun Carter, was someone dropping silverware on a tin roof? Was that just nuked it from orbit?
Ching Chong, Ching Chong. Bing chilling.
Yeah, I will say, and you probably are familiar with this, Saddam, because I know you're in academia still. I had no strong feelings on the Chinese until I went to university, and I developed strong negative feelings thereafter.
Yeah, I had a Chinese professor who I'm still convinced is probably a CCP agent.
Same. Yeah, I had I had a professor who was making like, admittedly this is in business school, but he was making like almost $400,000 a year, and I'm convinced that was not legitimate.
Yeah, I don't know what this guy made, but he taught Asian politics because I was a poli-sci major. And we had to talk about Asia, China, etc. And he was asking, oh, is that echo? Okay. Somebody asked him about Mao's Great Famine and how many people he killed, and he's like, no, numbers are definitely inflated. You know, the West inflates those numbers, and yeah, if that's not a tell, that's something.
Yeah, no shit, right? Sorry, I'm still here, and it's still going to not be great quality, but I've got her eating, and she's calmed down.
Yeah, my Chinese professor was he had a really like indescribably thick accent, like extremely thick Chinese accent. And he was so terrified of COVID that he wore an N95 and a face shield, which means that effectively I paid college tuition price to not understand a single goddamn word that man said over an entire semester. Like, I don't know if I could have understood him if he was like, just speaking to me face to face, but under a face shield and a mask, it was just like, well, okay, this is effectively just sign language at this point. Like, it was a mess.
Yeah, he was somewhat similar, but he was also the one that would get away with not wearing a mask while it was still being enforced on a college campus. So that also tells you something about possibly the influence that he held.
Yeah,
I just love how you're just like, yeah, he actually didn't kind of give a shit, but no one did anything about it.
Well, I mean, that's partly due to the department head. She was a bit more of a normicon, Canadian Jewish professor, imagine. But she's all right. Depends on the day, honestly. So she was. Right. What's up?
No, I was going to say, all right. Now, if you guys want to hear a little behind the curtain on the military recruitment, I can tell you all about that.
All right, fair enough.
All right, so when I joined early 2010s, I remember getting off of the bus, and yeah, they yell at you, but they don't it's not quite like Full Metal Jacket, but it's kind of similar. Like, you get on the bus, they yell at you, form ranks, get in line. They tell you not to look at them, which is really funny, because what they'll do is they'll go line by line and inspect each one of you, and they'll take contraband, like take your phone, whatever. And if you look at them in the eye, oh man, they lose their shit. It's really scary at the time, but it's really funny looking back on it. Boot camp is one of those, anyone in the military will tell you, boot camp is like that really fun summer camp that you would be terrified to go back to. That's what it's like. You look back on it with fond memories. But so first off, when I joined, 3 of the 4 branches, the exception being the Air Force, did not let you bring your cell phone. Like, you could bring it, but it wasn't allowed with you in boot camp. They basically stored it in a box, and they'd either send it back to your house or they kept it in a locker somewhere, right? Well, that is no longer a thing. Like, recruits can bring their cell phone to boot camp with them now. And because when I was talking to people at the time about it, they said the entire point of it is to literally get you used to instantaneous stress, because you don't ease into combat. Combat just kind of happens. Like, you could be on patrol and then, oops, you're in a firefight now because the enemy decided to ambush you. You know what I mean? And you need to have that, and you need to be ready to respond instantaneously to that stress. And so I think it's quite ridiculous that they're doing that. But I have heard that they don't yell at recruits instantly. They give recruits access to their cell phones to give them so then they're not cut off from the world, which again is quite strange. And as far as physical fitness goes, the military is having problems recruiting people that fall within the weight standards. So what they used to do is, if you didn't fall within weight standards, they would just not let you go to boot camp. And the financial incentive was usually enough to get recruits to straighten up. As in, they would want to lose the weight because basically, as I've kind of alluded to before, the military is basically a welfare program. It's either a welfare program for low productivity people, or it's like a free ticket out of your shithole town. I will give them that. I've heard a lot of people say that they joined the military because their town had nothing going for them. If they stayed there, they'd wind up like some loser. So they joined to get a job and get out of town. Or it's or for the more higher performing people, it's essentially you're selling your body to the state in exchange for job training or college money, basically.
So before we get into this,
yeah,
some absolute just freak on a leash, some slavering retard named Dick Dimmadome, owner of the Dugsdale Dickadome, gave $100, which was very kind of him, despite his obvious unhinged antisocial tendencies. Says Bagby needs money more than corn. Large faceless corporation. Isaac J with $20. Thank you very much. Anonymous donor. He's donated a lot today. For $30, all the best to you and yours. Reward your friends, punish your enemies. And then AA's evil twin. Glad to help you fellows out for $40. Thank you all so much. That brings our total up to $3,444, which is a huge chunk of change. I really appreciate you guys so much. But anyway, we were back to what you were saying, Dump Waffle.
I wonder who the hell Corn is.
Yeah, no
Anyway.
idea. Never heard of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right?
Sounds like a retard.
So that's like some of the stuff that's happening on the ground in boot camp. Now, what else is happening? Yes, you have plenty of fruit here. Now, what I'll tell you, this is what I saw specifically in the nuke program, and this should blow your mind. So Saddam, you might be, are either of you gentlemen familiar with Admiral Rickover?
Nope.
Vaguely.
All right, so Rickover is kind of treated almost like a demigod in the Navy, and he is treated as a god in the nuclear Navy because he single-handedly started the program, and he was like the admiral in charge of the entire program for, I want to say, like 40 or 50 years. As in, he died like a few months after they forced retired him, and they forced retired him because the military-industrial complex didn't like the fact that he enforced specific standards on them. Like, he got in the way of their profit margins. So Reagan shit-canned him. But point is that this guy had very, very strict standards, and because of how he set up the program, people are apprehensive to ever change it because of how smoothly the program ran under him, right? Like, that's how much of a legacy this guy has built. And one of those legacies was, like, if you fail at any point in the nuclear pipeline, you basically get like one chance to prove your intelligence or prove your knowledge, and that's all you get. So the attrition rate has been famously high. Like, when I was in, the attrition rate was about 30%. The attrition rate was about 30%, although it peaked at 40 when I was in. Most of that was actually due to they use the word mental health. I don't like that because it wasn't. It was literally just students couldn't handle the heat. They couldn't handle the pressure, so they just gave up. And now what they're doing, because between all of the stress that's causing some students to drop out, they're allowing students that would normally fail the pipeline chances to, they're basically recycling them. As in, there's 3 schools. Let's say you're halfway through the second school and you're doing miserably. What they'll do is they'll literally pick you up and put you in the next starting class so you can basically start over, because they're not getting enough recruits to actually man the entire nuclear fleet. And they just can't keep the attrition rates this high because they just can't man it. So that was also quite funny because we saw students that we know should not have pass the program. And they were like, it's okay, the fleet will fix them. So it's really funny because, you know, the first school says, it's okay, we'll pass them, the next school will fix them, and the next school doesn't fix them. And then they get to the next school still doesn't fix them, and they go, it's okay, the fleet will fix them. Well, the fleet will fix them because the senior guys on the boat or the generation before them were still trained to the normal standard. Well, what happens after enough generations where people haven't been trained to the normal standard anymore? You know what I mean? Like, that's just
right. You don't have that. Yeah, you don't have that foundation.
Exactly. And it's because the military is it can't keep its retention up, and not just recruitment. It can't keep people in. Like, it just can't do it. And yes. And to put things in perspective, and I'm not saying this to brag, but in the nuclear Navy, like, we are famous for getting promoted very quickly. Like, you can make E5 in about 2 years and probably E6 in about 5 to 6 years as a nuke, which is pretty significant. And then on top of that, your re-enlistment bonuses are, no joke, $100,000. And if you sign that in a tax-free zone, you get $100,000. You get 50% of it up front, and then the other 50% is divided into 4 pieces that you get over your contract, right? So you get it every year. Like, literally one day you'll wake up and it's like, oh, I've got 15 grand in my bank account because that's my re-enlistment bonus. And even with super fast advancement and insanely high re-enlistment bonuses, the military still can't keep people in.
So, do you have a reason why? Do you have any idea why that is? Like, even just a harebrained theory, or do you think that it's just people have better options?
So there are better options is some of it, but it's not entirely what you think. As in, like again in the nuclear, and I'm only using the nuclear field because that's what I have experience with, and it's one of the highest paid ones. So you think that, hey, maybe they could keep around, because pensions are also, well, they were a thing. They went away when I went in, and a 50% pension at 20 years for the rest of your life is, it's pretty juicy. That can keep most people in, but it just doesn't work anymore. But there are better options, but most people don't get them because they do exist, but there's not enough of them, if that makes any sense. But I think the real reason is actually bad management, because, about soft management, like one of the key features of soft managerialism is that no one wants to take accountability, as in it's always, administrative roles always have divided authority, and it's always decisions by committee. That way there's no accountability to one person, so one person won't get fired. And that's really what the problem in the military is that leadership doesn't want to take accountability, because accountability is punished very, very harshly. As in, if you make a mistake that costs, the military anything, it looks very, very bad in your career. And why would you do that when there's another guy who has no marks on his record because he's made no, calls on his own? Like, naturally, the military looks at that and says, oh, that guy's the better leader because he never had any mistakes. Well, it's not that he never had any mistakes. It's that him and 5 people made that mistake. So that way he doesn't have, ultimate accountability, which is really strange when you think about it, because like officers in their titles literally have ultimate accountability and ultimate authority in their position. So it doesn't make any sense. It's like you have the positional authority and you have like the designated, I hate saying the same word twice, but you have the designated authority to make this call. Why do you think that, making the decision with like 3 or 4 other officers exempts you from accountability? You know what I mean?
Right. Hey, Oros, how are you doing, man?
Hey, the military. I'm doing good. You guys like my haircut?
Yeah, you look good, man.
All right.
Fantastic.
No, thank you. I know I'm in love with you, Saddam. But no, there's
too,
an interesting thing, an interesting point to make. I got a friend who was on my podcast a while back who's stationed in Japan, and he's a big dude. He's from a military family, and the guy is made for battle. The guy is made to either destroy something or build something. And they put this dude who's like the exact guy you want to be in charge of things, the exact guy you want to be doing shit. And they put him in a little office chair doing Excel spreadsheets with women as his bosses. And so when you're in this, I won't say what branch he's in, but essentially, I think that you're kind of attracting you're not attracting people who want to join the military for it as an actual career like he did, because his dad was in that. It doesn't attract the military man. It attracts LaQuisha, who wants the nice office job, and I've seen this at the bases that I've worked on in my line of work, that only Air Force really. So that's really that is the, that is the chair force. They don't really do anything, but I've just seen you have all of these spry, every now and then I would see these young guys who clearly are military material, but they're not they're gonna have a bullshit job, and they'll get their whatever benefits, but it doesn't attract anybody except someone who wants a bureaucrat job, right? So you're just it's kind of, until they use the military to do something useful, like a civilian conservation corps or something, or along those lines, it's just gonna completely disintegrate. The managerial class is just gonna look, it's just gonna be shot. It's gonna be full of women, because it is right now, and it's just gonna continue that way.
The regime is actively looking to recruit more women, and the stated goal is, they don't come out and say this, but basically the real reason that they started doing it is to double their recruitment pool. But what's funny is they're actively, like, even the DoD has been talking about this, like actively trying to create better incentives to get women to join. And I think the main reason for that is, again, because they can't get good recruitment, and so they're trying to expand their base. But what's funny is the way that they're talking about trying to recruit more women is by literally like increasing benefits regarding childcare, pregnancy options, and everything like that. And even then, with all of the benefits they still currently have, I want to say the military is like less than like 10, 15% women maybe. And they're skewed heavily. Like if you look in specific jobs or in specific area, you'll find where they're all at. Like in my field, there's like maybe 5% of them or less. Whereas in other fields like MAs, for some reason, tons of women want to be MAs. So it's like 25 or 30% of the force is women for some strange reason.
Well, they'll get the women. It's just, and what I've been told too by this guy too, it's like the women that are in charge and all that, they're just like, it's like managers you'd see at like an Applebee's or something, like just kind of butch or like blown out sad women, and they're just like, there's a lot of like I don't know how to say it, like sexual nepotism that goes on, and it reminds me of like when I was like a waiter, and there was just like a bunch of degenerate people I had to work around. So like it's just like every time I talk to him, he's like so excited to finally come back home, because like it's like been living in a nightmare. It's like he thought his dreams would come true. He thought he'd be like his dad, his hero, and it's just, oh no, I get told by a woman to like you just like bitches at me. And so, but they're going to get the women, and they're going to attract a certain kind of women who don't have kids and are, there's a glut of them. There's a glut of these women. They will probably.
Scratchy, I've got a question for you. There are obviously 1,000,001 jokes about sailors, right? But I'm curious, what was it like having women on a sub like that? That seems like that would be an absolute nightmare.
I never had women on my sub. There's a specific reason that I picked the ones that I went with.
Based, fair enough.
But I will say this,
those will sink.
There's three types, and when I say types, I mean classes. Like there's two broad categories of submarine, and then there's three classes of submarine that's still in active service. It's the LA class, the Virginia class, and the Ohio class. And women are allowed on Virginia classes and Ohio classes. Los Angeles classes do not have women, and they never will have women. So because they don't have the facilities required, because the military has the doctrine of co-ed birthing and co-ed provisions between the sexes, and LA classes just don't have the materials for it. They don't have the space, they don't have the room, and it would cost too much money to update them. So it's just not financially viable.
Well, I guess that's something.
Yeah, but those are going to be decom soon. Like I was on an older one, and mine was commissioned sometime in the early 90s, and the shelf life for a submarine is usually about 30 years, except for the Ohio class. They basically bumped up the shelf life on that to 50 years. But
why don't they let the women on the Los Angeles ones or whatever?
Because the birthing quarters just isn't enough. Like the birthing quarters are too close. They can't, because they know that while they want women on board, only like 10% of the force will be women, and they don't have a small amount of berthing for it. So they don't have a small enough berthing for it. They don't have their own bathrooms. They don't have space to store hazmat waste for them, because period products count as hazmat, and they have to be stored in a very specific way. So they just don't have the provisions for it.
That's actually interesting. I never would have thought of that. And I think we've had this this discussion before, but I maintain that I am too big to fit in a submarine. I am just not sub built. And
I'm 6 foot.
I'll take your word.
I'm 6 foot, and I did just fine. My captain is 6'5".
Yeah, I on one hand I believe you. On the other one, it's like, I think in a hypothetical world, I'd rather just drown in a normal boat.
Apparently it's because here's what's weird, right? So I just told you that retention isn't great, but for submarine officers, it's really good. Like the retention is actually fairly good for submarine officers, because they just throw money at them. And on top of that, they're treated like dirt from day one, which means that they're just like, oh yeah, this is this is my life now. Whereas surface sailors, or surface officers specifically, because they can choose their specialties. So if they decide, hey, I'm going to go nuclear, because surface officers actually make more, like surface nuclear officers actually make more money than submarine officers do. So they go, oh, I'm going to go nuclear. I want to make tons of money. And then once you go nuclear, it's like, all right, you're going to learn today. You're going to learn to give up that booty hole for the rest of your life, right? So,
What?
yeah, like once you go nuclear, it's well known that's like, okay, your life sucks now. Congratulations. There's a reason they pay you more. So,
Sexual tension must have been palpable.
They pay you more to get AIDS.
So,
Maybe AIDS it hits different.
yeah. So what's funny is when surface officers go nuclear and their lives get worse, retention is really low for surface nuclear officers because they taste the good life first and then they go nuclear and they go, this is awful. So they leave. Whereas submarine officers, they're like, oh, I've been treated like garbage since day one. I know what this is like. And so their retention is really high because they're shown the truth in the beginning instead of lied to in the beginning.
So my granddad, who I have a great relationship with, he was a diver in the Coast Guard, right? And so he actually the big joke about the Coast Guard is like, oh, it's an easy station. But so he was on both sides of scuba. So he did like full on like hard hat diving, where they put you in like that big like brass helmet thing. And what they had him stationed out of was an old World War II icebreaker. And so basically they sent him around to different places in the Arctic, made him jump off the boat and go fix stuff on the bottom of the ocean, which apparently it sucked. But the other thing that sucked about it was that because of icebreakers, the way they were made at the time, the boats don't really have a keel. They're round bottom boats, which means that when you're sailing through the open ocean with no keel, the boat just gets beat to death because it won't steady itself. And sometime I'd have to bring him on to tell this story. But he said that even like what would happen is much like you said, Scratchy, is that like they'd have to like rescue Navy boats from time to time because they just get frozen in the Arctic. And so what would happen is that they'd pick up all the guys off the ship with the icebreaker and then basically like bring most of the crew back to a base and leave like a skeleton on board. And all of the Navy officers, who again were used to being treated really well, would get on this like rusty piece of shit icebreaker with no keel that like rolled, and all of them would just spend the entire trip just vomiting over the side of the boat, just completely miserable. And they said it would always start off to be like, oh, you guys, you don't know how good you have it. The Coast Guard's got the best, you don't have to fight. You don't have to do anything. And he's like, yep. And that's that. They kept it up for about 6 hours and then they were sick for the rest of it. But yeah, it was an interesting story, I guess.
The AA has talked about it, but the Navy distinction between enlisted and officer it's quite stark. It's very different from every other branch because in traditional British society, like officers in the Navy specifically were essentially considered royalty, and sailors were, traditionally speaking, criminals and thugs because they needed a job to get out of Dodge real quick, right? You know what I mean? So, and that tradition still exists to this day, as in there's a very commonly quoted statement in the officer's handbook. It's specifically from the Naval Academy. And I want to say the writing was from like the 20s or 30s, but they still teach it. They just don't come out and say it, where it says the enlisted sailor is cunning, devious, and shan't not be trusted. And because again, they treat us like, the tradition was, they're thugs and criminals. So it's a very stark difference between how they're treated, which is it's not as bad in the subfleet, but it still exists. But when you hear about it in the surface fleet or in other ships, it's quite honestly disgusting, like the amount of difference there is, especially when you talk to people in other branches, like in the Marine Corps and the Army, which, don't get me wrong, in every branch, officers are treated better, right? There is perks to being one. But in the Army and Marine Corps, the officers still understand, like, hey, yes, I'm the guy in charge. I'm the one who makes the calls. I get the benefits. But you can't treat your Marines like dirt because the Marines are the ones who actually, complete the mission, right? Whereas in the Navy, and I've heard this theory before, and I think this is actually true. Whereas in the Navy, the reason sailors are treated like dirt is because the sailors themselves aren't actually the mission. The ship is the mission. And the sailors need to give their life, essentially, or give up everything to keep the ship functional to complete its mission. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Are you laughing because of the baby?
Yeah. I don't know. I enjoy the baby, but it's just making me laugh.
Nah, it's fine. She's cute. She's funny. She's also got a cold, so her snot is just oozing down her nose right now.
I think that is not to be too harsh here. I think that's what you signed up for, my dude.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I'm not complaining about it. Besides, the good outweighs the bad every time.
Are you gonna homeschool her?
We don't know yet.
You got some time to think.
We do have time to think. We're going to talk. Like, what's funny is it really depends. For those that don't know and aren't about. All right. How about this? I'll tell you guys in a second. I'm going to calm down.
Retardation intensifies.
It's adorable, man.
See, one of the dynamics, and I'll expose some inside baseball here, is that there is both a private and a public Telegram chat, right? And in the private chat, one of the funniest dynamics is that Scratchy here alternates 50-50 between posting the most depraved stuff he can think of and photos of his daughter with almost no separation between the two. And so I think we've all developed some type of affection for his child.
Yeah.
So how are you doing, Oros? I know we spoke on the phone a few days ago, but I haven't talked to you online in a while.
I'm gonna go to an interview for a potential new job. I can't, that's shit you really can't be talking about on the internet in the DR, but
yeah.
But I after 4 years of having the same job, I'm looking for another one, something more, less, because I travel a lot and it's just getting to me. It's like I don't, when you really want to put roots down, you can't really be spending a bunch of your time everywhere else. I kind of want to be like make this my home and set up shop here and But other than that, I have been going on a deep dive into a subject I'll be doing a stream next week on. These two books will be big inspirations, but this book, big recommendation, How Children Fail. And if Jay, you're gonna have kids pretty soon, and anybody on the DR, I think one thing they should start thinking about is to not have these normie-con beliefs that the education system only just got bad because liberals and trannies and whatnot. But really, the entire education system is made to make children not want to learn. And I won't. I guess this is a long stream. I want to do a deep dive on that and kind of analyze some solutions to the issue of schooling, so that we can focus on, giving and actually engaging children's curiosity and their love for their own passions. Because what we do to children is kind of gruesome. How we send children off to my schooling was shit. I went to a really shitty public school, and it was almost aesthetically, and the way it was ran felt like a jailhouse. And now that I've worked at a jail, it was very similar, just without the bars. And I'm all I got from that was I hate school and I hate people trying to teach me and instruct me. So what I am very white pilled about is that there's out of a lot of the last couple years, there's so many options for people, adults, to go to better colleges. There's a good one that I recommend if anyone's looking into the trades in Steubenville. There's a Catholic college made by the guys from New Polity, which everyone should check out, called I think it's St. Joseph the Worker, and it's a trade school where you go there, you get paid and you kind of live on the property, and then they it's a trade school made to you can kind of focus do I want to have a church vocation, or do I want to go into the trades? And it centers around that. And then children, we have like a million homeschool co-op options. And I think this is going to do something interesting to the future generations, because we all got cynical from having to learn 4 out of 5 subjects that we didn't give a fuck about, and then only cared about maybe 1. And the only people who excelled were the ones who could take tests well and could get answers crammed into their brain. We don't give children incentive to have a fascination for learning, but really a fear of it. And yeah, I really want to explore. That's something that I've been just thinking a lot about as a dropout.
It's especially rigged against boys. Like, the system is literally designed to be.
Dude, I was terrible.
It's literally designed to be as unfriendly to the young male mind as humanly possible.
Mm-hmm. All right. Sorry, I want to continue this, but we had some very generous donations. Anonymous donor for $15. Thank you very much. And then Sam153, great stream, Mr. Burden. All the best to Mr. Bagby for $100. Thank you so much, man. I recognize that name. I've seen you on the Distributors channel before. I'm glad to have you on. And again, thank you so much. Like I said, I think that we're getting better as a community. I think that, there's a lot of people saying like, oh, it's all over, the DR's done. And I think that's stupid, because the thing is, like, it takes a long time to build stuff. It takes a long time to turn things into real material, I guess, like products. Not products, real material, I guess, like groups of people, real material things. It takes more time than it does to post a stream on the internet or write an article up. So, like, obviously, like, I've aligned myself with the Old Glory Club. I've aligned myself with the Beowulf Foundation, like these groups of people who are doing something real. And like what you guys are doing in helping Bagby out, like it's a big deal. It matters a lot. And it shows that, like, when it comes down to it, like, we can help out someone who got hurt. And obviously it isn't a permanent solution. This isn't the way we fix it forever, but like, it's something. And yeah, I don't know. It's a hopeful thing. So anyway, I didn't want to interrupt you guys. We were talking about boys and schooling.
That is an interesting point. We can, like, I don't know. I just kind of want to, like, there is something to be very, very hopeful in the very immediate future about, like, the Beowulf, OGC, basket weaving. It just seems this is growing like crazy. Like before the event, the Schildings event last year, I don't think anybody was thinking that this was like going to go beyond just like, oh, well, all these cool guys online, they're great, but this will never be anything past like a weird Second Life hobby that I have on the internet. So it's kind of nice that there's like some real beautiful things being done by people. And like David Distributist single-handedly has like blown up the basket weaving Discord. Like every single spot in the world has just like grown because he was just like, guys, join it. Get in the real world. Stop being addicted to the internet.
Well, see, that's actually, you know what? We do some shilling, but we can do some shilling for stuff that's free. I'm going to drop a link to the basket weaving Discord because in addition to what you said, Oros, that's actually how I got my start. Like, I don't know if it's super well known, but I actually started doing this because of the basket weaving Discord. So that's the reason I like got on the internet. Invite people. All right. So click that link, and it's a Discord group where you can meet people with of like mind. I've done it several times. I've always had a good time, and it's a good way to take this thing and turn it into something real. So you see, I just dropped that link. Anyway, Oros, you were saying.
To give you an idea of how much it's blown up, last year I had done me and another guy who I've become good buddies with up in DFW, which luckily DFW is a nation unto its own, so you can't really dox someone by doing that. But he and I single-handedly kind of like organized the first couple groups that were more than like 3 people. We had like 5 the first time, then about 9 or 10 the second time, and then it just basically went silent. I had done other basket weaves, but it was sparse up until February of this year. DFW, partly because of him. That guy up. I mean, I wish I could. He's a lurker. He doesn't talk to anybody, but other than like doing real shit. And he's the DFW area blown up. They do basket weaves. They all know each other. Austin is starting to pop off. I know guys in Houston that I've weaved with that are starting to pop off. And so it's just like in the span of a month and a half, it's like it was silent for months because we were like, how are we really gonna have like a basket weave often in Texas, a state that's like this larger than Germany. So it was just kind of unrealistic, but more guys would join, and it's only going to get better because it's interesting because it seems to attract. I've heard some bad experiences with basket weaving, but it's normally like 5% of the time you get some weirdo. Most of the time, I never had that issue. I've basket weaved probably like a dozen people at this point, all cool, and like Dave, obviously he basket weaved President Sunday, and we know how that turned out. But yeah, it's very much I very much encourage people to do that. But we can wax on the whole education thing. It's fresh in my mind.
We could either talk about it.
Do you have anything you want to go off on?
No, I just know that, like.
Sorry, you got a baby. I'm sorry.
Nah, that's fine. The classroom environment is it's just not conducive for learning for a male, probably under the age of 8, maybe even 10, because they just can't sit still, dude. They like to play with stuff with their hands. So giving them a book and telling them to sit down and study, it's literally asking them to go against their instinct. Like, there's a reason why girls perform better on average in earlier school than men do. Like, just plain fact. And it's because
one of the other things is that, like, what you're given too, like what they tell you to read is entirely like feminized. Like, this is one of the reasons that I developed such a strong connection with Bagby. Is he was a literature and history teacher, right? And he was teaching us about like he was reading us like exciting books, masculine books, like things that connected us to a tradition. And like the Iliad is a great example. Like, okay, yeah, that's a classic. That's one of the bedrock 3 epics of Western civilization. But like, it's basically just about dudes shit talking and ramming spears into each other's faces. And like, if you can't get a bunch of 14-year-olds to pay attention to that, like, there's something wrong with you, because it's genuinely fascinating.
You can get like 6-year-olds to pay attention to that. It's like men have this innate programming for violence. Like, watch 5 and 6-year-old boys play outside. They literally beat the crap out of each other.
It's awesome.
Or they throw dirt or whatever. I remember going on the construction sites as a kid and literally playing on dirt hills as a kid.
Exactly, but it's taught by women, which is the problem. So they can't make it exciting because they don't know that masculine spirit that we're talking about.
And the women that you put into those jobs are, they're once again, right? It's the type of woman that would join the military, right? We're thinking about women who are not go-getters which is that's a minority. I think actually women are pretty good at being go-getters in the modern economy. Like, I don't mean that like in a jokey way. Like, women are pretty innovative with fucking Etsy and shit, but like that kind of job attracts somebody who doesn't want to get fired, wants a paycheck, wants 3 months off, wants free healthcare, all the free shit, and all they got to do is just stand around and tell people to read 5 pages in a book and give goofy ass like PEMDAS type strategies to learn shit. It's just like it's just low effort. I have an excerpt that I read that's pretty much encapsulates the point that I think is that kind of transcends all the other issues. Don't worry, it's not too long. So the way that he wrote this book was he was a teacher in an elementary school back in the 50s and 60s, and he would sit in classrooms and write notes observing how children learned, what they were doing, and then what the teacher was doing right or wrong, and how kind of that sociological atmosphere was. This is a book of memos that he would write for teachers who were interested in his observations. So this would have been May 10th, 1958. He says, in the midst of all this, there came a vivid example of the kind of thing we say in school that makes no sense, that only bewilders and confuses the thoughtful child who tries to make sense of it. The teacher, whose specialty, by the way, was English, had told these children that a verb is a word of action, which is not always true. One of the words she asked was dream. She was thinking of the noun and apparently did not remember that dream can easily be a verb. One little boy, making a pure guess, said it was a verb. Here, the teacher, to be helpful, contributed one of those explanations that are so much more of a hindrance than help. She said, but a verb has to have action. Can you give me a sentence using dream that has action? The child thought a bit and said, I had a dream about the Trojan War. Now, it's pretty hard to get much more action than that, but the teacher told him he was wrong, and he sat silent with an utterly baffled and frightened expression on his face. She was so busy thinking about what she wanted him to say, she was so obsessed with the right answer hidden in her mind that she could not think about what he was really saying and thinking, could not see that his reasoning was logical and correct, and that the mistake was not his, but hers. Yeah. So the real universal issue with education is not understanding the way children learn, the way they think. There was an example he used in the book where there was this girl, for the life of her, she could not spell. And he did this interesting thing where in class, it was a word in the word microscopic, and she spelled it mincopert. And so at the beginning of the next class, he wrote on the board mincopert and asked the class, what word is this? And everyone was baffled, like, what's going on? And the little girl, she said, oh, he's trying to spell microscopic. And if you go up to this girl and just and castigate her like an idiot, or like, no, this word, it's like in her mind, she is not perceiving the world that everybody else. It's a similar thing with, like, even you can expand this to the subject of like cultural relativism, how certain cultures, in a sense, perceive, lunar religions, solar religions. There's different ways people are God makes them, and not everybody's made to be to understand every retarded strategy that an underpaid disinterested school teacher has to teach kids, especially boys. And so what is a child to do if they don't adapt and they aren't given to what they're actually good at? They're never gonna do anything except become very good at generalized education. And then what are they gonna fucking do with that? Are they gonna get a job with that? No, they're gonna go to college. And what are they gonna do in college? Get more generalized education. All it does is there to extend adolescence and instill the idea that the system is legitimate, that certifications and tests are legitimate, and that you shouldn't be learning a skill when you're 10, especially boys. No, you should be learning a skill. You should be learning math and science. You should be learning to read.
So I have an insight to this because my fiance is an art teacher, right? And on one hand, being an art teacher is kind of the best because there is no testing in it, which is good. There's very little oversight to it, so she hasn't got it quite as bad, but she's also worked, in really, really rough, like ghetto schools. Like I did a really early solo stream on it last year. And I'm gonna wrap this up because George Bagby's just joined, and I might kick you guys out and have him on for a little bit just to explain. But yeah, the situation for teachers is like genuinely grim. Like they have incredible pressures put on them from multiple different contradictory directions, and they kind of have like no good choices. So anyway, like I said, Bagby just joined. So Saddam and Scratchy, I might kick you guys off because you've been on for a while, or else you can hang out for a little bit if you have time.
Sick. Yeah.
I'm going to roll out voluntarily so you don't get the claim of the kill.
Yeah, that's what he thought. All right, see you, Saddam. George Bagby, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, and I'm really overwhelmed by all of this. I wanted to thank everyone involved. This was something that was put together behind the scenes and then kind of presented to me. So I'm really overwhelmed and very grateful for all of you.
No, wow, we just had two more anonymous donors, each at $100, which was incredibly generous by them. But we've really done well. And like I said, I just want to reiterate this: this was not your idea. This is an idea that Charlemagne and I had. So we've kind of surprised you by this, but I'm really glad that it's done as well as it has.
It's been a big shot in the arm for all of us. It's been a huge encouragement to my family and I, and I'm overwhelmed and very grateful. So thank you all.
So I don't want to, obviously, I don't want to, make you uncomfortable. And I understand that this is, a touchy subject, but if you could, and I realize, like I said, that you're still, under contract and stuff, but could you kind of give people like a very, like a description of, what happened and kind of like where you're at, so to speak?
Sure. I do want to be careful here because I am still bound, and I don't want to fall out of line and speak ill of anyone involved here. I guess the short story is that I went to work for a good friend of mine. I was his lieutenant. He had hired me to do things with the curriculum at the school, to modify the curriculum, to refine the curriculum, specifically to get anti-European prejudice out of the curriculum, which is an ongoing problem, as you can imagine. So I was kind of working on that behind the scenes, making book recommendations, reviewing books. I was starting with the high school humanities curriculum. We already had a great humanities curriculum. Like, the literature that we were reading was excellent. It was more along the lines of, what history books are we going to read? But anyway, all that came to an end when my friend was doxxed by people we knew very well, who were professional relations and personal relations. I'm not going to go any farther into that. This was not an ideological hit. This was a very personal one, and it was painted to look like it was a stand on principle, when in fact it was the purposeful destruction of people that were in close relations with one another. So after that, there was an atmosphere of paranoia and a strong desire to purge the institution. So what happened was, a group of people took over the administration, and we had an interim headmaster, but he wasn't really in charge of things. And what happened was, unbeknownst to me, I was kind of put on the spot. I imagined that everyone was going to go through some kind of vetting process, but someone had identified me. So I was put under special scrutiny. I survived the scrutiny, strangely enough. I had interviews, I had to write things. I kind of went dark during that period. I wasn't doing anything online. And I kept my contract. They couldn't find anything against me. So I want to be very reticent and careful about all of that. I'm trying to be vague about it. I want to stay out of trouble because I'm still under the power of others. But that's rather how it happened. Once I have some distance here, I'll have more freedom on these things. But I was basically accused of being all the things that are the standard accusations, and there wasn't any good evidence for it. They really tried to find evidence for it, but they couldn't get anything certain on me to accuse me. So that's one reason why I still have my contract. So, but
Well,
I'm probably on my way out of institutional education now. I would like to continue to teach, but I'm trying to figure out some kind of way forward there.
So, and this is just an example. This is so specific. I don't think it's any risk of compromising the situation. But I know that one of the things that you were questioned on was a class recitation from Homer, right? And they were questioning your use of a section from Homer. You're having your class recite, and it featured the phrase "the race of Troy." And this was used as a possible examination of the fact that you could secretly be a racist. That you had your children talking about the race of Troy, which is so absurd, right?
If you've followed my YouTube channel, you would have noticed a poem by Donald Davidson on my YouTube channel. I've been doing lots of recordings on my YouTube channel, and I recorded a favorite poem there. It's called "The Tall Men." It's by Donald Davidson. If you look up George Bagby on YouTube, you can find it that way. I had used an excerpt of that poem. It was actually the end of the poem in my history class, and that was the one that was initially identified as quote problematic. The Tall Men is about the people who settled Tennessee. Here, I've got it. I've got the book right here in front of me. Let me look it up real quick so that I don't mess up my memory of it. But we were memorizing just the last bit of it. And this is a wonderful poem because I think that it is the perfect attitude that we ought to have about our history, our legacy. I'll just read a section of it if that's all right.
Sure.
This is what I had my students reciting in the history class, and this was the one that called down fire from my authorities. This is the one that they were trying to use against me. These are the words of ghosts. I was not there at Talladega, Horseshoe Bend, Kings Mountain, not at Suwannee, Mobile, or Pensacola in days when men were tall. I have not eaten acorns to still my hunger or followed the warpath after a fiery leader tough as the hickory. I have not heard the cry of the owl at night with dreadful understanding. I have not seen a friend plunge, furred with arrows, across his plow, or heard the scream of a woman snatched from the hearth by painted warriors. And when it was misty dawn, I was not by the ragged breastworks, priming my rifle, hearing the British drums beat. I have not sung old songs or danced old tunes. I have read a book. I have loitered by graves. I have trod old floors, tiptoed through musty rooms, and glanced at letters spread under glass, signed "Your obedient servant," and wistfully conned old platitudes in stone. Now, this is the section here. But shall I say the praise of men, bright honor, the songs of my own race, and the ways of fighters are something read in a book only, or graven only in stone, and not in the hearts of men? Now, that was the one that was brought to me, and I was accused of being a white supremacist or something by assigning that. I had cleared this with my friend, the former headmaster. But I've always loved that poem, that we care about our history because those people are our ancestors. There's an organic connection to them. And the biblical commandment of honor your father and mother is manifested in this devotion, that we have an obligation to understand them because they are our predecessors. They are our heritage. And we did not go what they went through. When they conquered this land, they experienced incredible hardships, and that's what this poem is about. The tail end of the poem develops that thought a little bit. He's talking about life in the 20th century, how we sit comfortably under air conditioning, our feet wrapped in immaculate leather. We drive down the road at high speed with the effort only of a wrist, right? We twist our wrist and we fly, at 70 miles an hour. And we don't experience any of these challenges and hardships. We've only read the book. We've only loitered by graves. We've only looked at old letters under glass. And so it takes a special effort from us to appreciate the civilization that was built around us. One of the things Davidson says in the poem is, something, called it civilization, came over the mountains once and left me here. And it's this beautiful examination of a good, positive historical attitude towards one's own ancestors. So it turned out that in the paranoid environment following the doxing and the media attacks, that was put on trial and identified as a problem. Now, you mentioned that I had recitations from Homer too. What was ironic there, I was using Pope's translations of Homer, which were the initial English verse translations of Homer. And in both of those recitations, he used the word race as well. Now, they did not notice that, but everyone was paranoid about that particular word. And it was comical.
So Machiavelli sucks to go in chat asking what was the race of the person who kicked this off? I think they're wondering if it was like a POC or someone trying to essentially like run the race grift, or was it just like a bunch of white people essentially like starting something?
My understanding is that it was a bunch of white journalists on Twitter. If you want to delve into the lore of all of this, I understand it's all on Twitter. I have purposefully kept out of that. Like, I decided very early on I did not want to know what people were saying. So I know very little about the details of the doxing, what was said by the various parties, or even who was involved. It was enough for me to know that someone that I know, that I knew, that I was related to, was at the heart of it all, someone closely connected to my school. So that was all I needed to know. And I realized I didn't want to know any more than that.
Yeah, it's obvious that there was attack by some journos, but you getting kicked off was probably some kind of like tying loose ends, like making sure there's no potential for bad press or something. Bad press.
Well, it was relief for me. My friend, his name and his photograph were all published everywhere. He's a family man. He's an honorable man. I will never denounce him. I was put under great pressure to do so, and I refused. He's my friend. Friends don't do that.
It's admirable.
He experienced a tremendous amount of public opprobrium. I just can't imagine the pain and the embarrassment of all of that. I was not subjected to that. I really did get off easy compared to him, and I'm well aware of that. That's just how that is. I don't know. Did I answer your question there?
Yeah, no, thank you. Someone the reason I asked is because someone had sent a donation with a question, and obviously if people are going to give us money, I feel like it's worth at least giving their question a shot.
Yeah.
So I know that you've been talking about your driving stories, but you've been in the time since then you've been working for a cab service, correct?
Yes. I am now a taxi driver.
Yeah, you're and some
I
of
like
your
your
stories
stories.
have been really entertaining. Like I know I'd honestly I'd prefer you didn't have to tell them in the first place, but nonetheless, like they've been getting spread around. And I don't know if you're aware of this on Telegram, but there are several, rather large, Telegram chats that have been kind of cross posting your stories. So I think a lot of people have really been enjoying hearing about your adventures.
That's amusing to me because I thought that I was the niche internet meme poster that you encounter on Telegram memes. Because I only have a few subscribers to my Telegram channel, but I post images and I post stories on my
Yeah, I like the
Telegram
special
channel.
posts.
I had
like
a
the
funny
story
pair
about
last
the
night.
Spanish guy.
Indeed. Well, thank you all for subscribing, and I enjoy communicating with you. I had a funny fare last night. I was driving around a lot of Tulane students last night. I'm driving in New Orleans. And my understanding is that Tulane students are filthy rich people from California or the big cities on the East Coast. None of them seem to be from Louisiana. And that explains a lot of the craziness going on in the city. Oh, wow. Charlemagne is here. Hello, Charlemagne.
Hey, what's
I
up?
don't want to embarrass myself by my lack of knowledge of your great city. But I was driving around a couple from Tulane, and I assume they must have been freshmen or something, because I drove them down St. Charles Avenue, which is where the streetcar line is. It's one of the great avenues of the United States, in my opinion. It's probably the most prestigious address in the South, for sure. I don't know. Is it like living on Fifth Avenue in New York or something? It's not built up like New York City is. It's just big, beautiful mansions of many different architectural styles. And what really shocked and appalled me there was this couple was sitting in the back seat, and they were disparaging the South while admiring St. Charles Avenue. And they were also shocked that this neighborhood was right beside the university. Evidently, they had gone to school in September or something and had never seen St. Charles Avenue. They were amazed by St. Charles Avenue, and it was their neighborhood. Tulane University is on St. Charles Avenue, but they had never bothered to look at it. Somehow they crossed St. Charles Avenue to get to their destination without ever going down St. Charles Avenue. They didn't know it was there.
Yeah, which is wild because I mean, like, yeah, again, especially because like Tulane is in a beautiful area. It's not even that difficult to get there. Like it's just a streetcar. Like it's 25 cents. It's practically free.
Yeah.
What kind of shit were they saying about the South?
Oh, they said that they didn't know that there was anything looking that good in the South.
Oh yeah. You think
And
Californians have some shit to say about the South? Goodness.
Yeah, really.
It's always like that with Californians, man. It's weird because I feel like the more that I meet them, the more they try to hide that they're from California because they know that nobody wants them here. Like not even the OG Austinites don't want them, But
yeah.
Yeah. Why do you think they're there? Like, why are they going to school in New Orleans? Like,
for whatever reason, Tulane is a name brand university. I don't know exactly what they get from that other than prestige. They have a prestigious degree. And they pay a pretty penny for it, from my understanding. These people get in my back seat and they talk about money. And they're like 19 years old, and they're talking about huge sums of money and about the price of everything and the value of nothing. They know nothing about value.
What's that phrase? A fool and his money easily depart, or something like that. I'm butchering that quote, but
the fool is easily separated from his money.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah.
So one of the other things that's been interesting to hear is you driving around, shall we say, the other side of the New Orleans populace. Like, I know that you drove around a lesbian mother of 4, correct?
Oh my goodness. Oh, that was quite the fare. Yeah, this was a single mother. She was living in one of the tens of thousands of rundown apartment houses in the city. And she needed a taxi to take her kids to school. And I'm not quite sure how all that works. I don't know what logistics are like for things like that. But I picked her up, and she had a carload of out of control kids. And I talked to her about my kids. My kids can be rowdy too. But we got them to the school, we dropped them off, and then I drove her back because she was acting as courier to take her kids to school. And on the way back, she said she was gushing about how great things are becoming in America today. And I'm a taxi driver. I don't disagree with people. I just said, oh, that's very refreshing to hear that optimism. Really great that you're so happy about the situation. This is a single mother with lots of kids, and they're driving her up the wall. She tells me, she doesn't have a moment's peace. She tells me she's doing it all alone. She tells me, but everything is getting better. And she says, okay, well, the big problems that we have to worry about today is what to do about transgender athletes. Now that we've solved all the other problems in America, now we have to figure out what to do with transgender athletes, because they aren't really women. Now, this is what she's telling me. And she starts talking about some female, some transgender boxer who is destroying the faces of the opponents in the ring. And every time she mentions the boxer, she is misgendering the boxer and then correcting herself. And this is the conversation for over 20 minutes as I'm taking her back, and I'm just like, oh, I see, okay. And she's asking me for my opinions about it, and I say, oh, I try not to offer my opinions about this because it's too dangerous. And she says, what do you mean dangerous? Like, what's dangerous about this? And I said, well, the Prime Minister of Scotland just had to resign the other day because there was a scandal involving her misgendering people. I said, you never know, people get canceled for this stuff all the time. I wouldn't want to offer the wrong opinion about anything, is what I said. And this seemed news to her. She was not aware that people got canceled for misgendering. She claimed that she had been liberated because she's bisexual, with a single mother with 4 kids.
So
I think just
before we go on, I just want to say we had a very generous donation, $250 for an anonymous donor. Thank you for teaching children about our beautiful civilizational heritage. Here's hoping and praying one day men like you will be encouraged and rewarded instead of being persecuted. So thank you very much for that. We are very close to the end of this. We're already to $4,000, which is great out of our goal of 5. So thank you so much for that. And really, that's incredibly, incredibly kind. So before we go on, I'm actually going to share a screen because I, at your behest, Bagby, I made a Photoshop little illustration to show our viewers what your experience driving was like. And so this is an image that we put together to kind of illustrate what the last couple of weeks have been like for you.
Do you drink liquid death?
I got one the other day, and I thought it was okay. I got the sparkling version.
Nice. I never tried it. It just I remember hearing something about the company and being related to wokeness, and I was just, I don't know. Anytime I grab a drink from like a gas station, it's going to be coffee or like some form of Monster. But yeah, I think the interesting thing about that lady, it's very clear. Like you'd think like, well, what is really great that's happening, even though clearly your life is a wreck, and it's really just she doesn't have to like anticipate any shame anymore. She's actually like empowered and given praise for living a very dysfunctional life, and that probably that's like a reward for her. You know, that's this like there's nothing really telling her in society. Like there's no every frame of like a single mom or a bisexual woman or whatever in media in every single way is going to praise her. So it's like, you know, very ego gratifying.
Well, it's unfortunately the same type of attitude that the boomer conservative will take, where it's like, well, everything's great because, you know, government ain't bothering me or whatever. As long as I'm not being bothered, everything's fine. You kind of see this attitude on both sides. But speaking of driving, I have to drive myself soon to the city. But I wanted to say hi to Mr. Bagby, and I'm very happy that this is actually going so well. Because when you sent me that stuff about driving Lyft around Gentilly, which is like one of the last places I ever want to go, I kind of freaked out. So I just had to not say anything back for a little while because, yeah, you can't be driving a freaking Lyft around New Orleans. We cannot have that. So I'm glad this is going well.
Stay locked.
Well, yeah, thank you for coming on, Charlie. Again, like I said, it's good to have you on. But if you have to go, you can hop out.
Yeah, well, I'll just want to give you my patented little tour, especially for Mr. Bagby. So I just got your letter in as well. So thank you very much for that kind letter. Oh, and the Paul Prudhomme's seasoning. I did used to go to K. Paul's, his restaurant, before he died, and that was really excellent. So I do miss his stuff. And yeah, it's good seasoning. I've been using it so far. So
good.
yeah, there's my setup. I'm gonna go build these shed doors today. I'm heading to Home Depot to replace these foam boards with actual wood. Got my propane tanks in there. I'm sure Oros, you're probably interested in this too. Jerry cans all over the place.
Yeah, gotta be.
You're
working a lot harder than I am, but I actually have a house, so I don't have to. I did the easy part. I took the easy way out.
I'm actually framing my shed doors on top of this little box I keep my generator in.
Cool. I remember that post on your Substack.
Yeah, I haven't been posting on my Substack just because I've been so busy. As you can see, the winter has been really long. The locals are complaining about it actually. So this is good. This means I know I can get through. I can get through the worst it can get. So.
That's sick, man, dude.
Yeah.
Hats off to you.
Can you see the mountains?
Yeah, I can. They're really beautiful right behind me. You can see some through the trees. I won't show them specifically because this might.
Oh yeah, don't triangulate. Yeah.
But no, we have an excellent view of the mountains up here. That's my Christmas tree. Let it take the wires off, actually, as you can see.
Nice. Wonderful.
Yeah, this is just like frozen in the ground. Everything. Yeah, it's cold.
Yeah, a little bit colder than South Louisiana, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can see this foam board all around my camper to keep the underbelly warm, which has been pretty nice. These cans are empty, but I'm not filling them today. Just gonna go fuel up, get some gasoline. There's my trusty Starlink. Thank you, Mr. Musk. Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, that looks like a fun lifestyle, man. Like
it's very fun. I've been extremely bored in the winter because I can't build anything, so I'm really excited now to start building some stuff again, even though it's not entirely defrosted yet. So, yeah.
Yeah.
We need to scheme to get you some books up there because I cannot imagine you brought much of a library with you in that trailer camper.
Well, yeah, actually, I do have one. I'll go inside real quick. I have a lot of my books in storage, but I do kind of rotate them in and out of here. So I have a nice little library right here. What do we have? Hitler. More Hitler.
Hitler.
No, but not really. Yeah, I might read. I want to read this Huey Long biography soon. And
That's a great one.
There's the book
I've got
from the
a
event.
signed copy from my grandfather.
Wow. Hey,
Oh, wow.
I got one of those.
Yeah, I keep that one with me. But yeah, so I'm actually doing pretty well on my books. I just head to my storage unit and swap them out. Actually, some of these, like this one, I got at the local bookstore. There's a great used bookstore in one of the cities I go to. So yeah, it's not so bad actually.
You know,
That's awesome. Well, I've been really enjoying the time to listen to books on tape. I pipe Beethoven through the car's speakers for 12 hours a day, and I have a little earbud in one ear where the Lyft app is giving me directions, and I get to listen to podcasts and audiobooks there. So I've been listening to Walker Percy and Confederacy of Dunces lately. And I like the idea of, I just love Ignatius Riley and his crazy adventures trying to make a buck in New Orleans, wandering around New Orleans from catastrophe to catastrophe, pushing his hot dog cart.
See, I'm stream worthy. That'd be interesting. I like y'all's and Jay's. Y'all have the best pie, like on par with Thomas, and I really like the one that y'all did. Was it The Great Gatsby?
It was All the King's Men. It would have been
All the King's Men. My bad. Yeah. I'm sorry.
See, I'm actually doing a book stream. I'm getting Geo to do a reading of Confederacy of Dunces with me. We're gonna go through an episode of that, which I think is going to be really funny because there's a good bit of Geo and Ignatius Riley overlap. So I think that'll be fun.
I noticed Geo has a avatar of Ignatius Riley now.
That's from our conversation. Lately. Yeah.
I've been so happy about that because I love Geo.
And the crossovers there, it's very clear.
Uncanny.
Well, see, my edition of Confederacy of Dunces actually is George that you bought for me. So I have the edition you got me, and it's a book that I treasure. I've been slowly moving my library over to where my fiance and I are going to live. So I've been kind of going through the collection. And there are certain books that are like, okay, those are like backroom books. They're not particularly attractive. You don't want them out. But then there's a few that I have, a strong attachment to. And that's one of them that will always be out and on display for a variety of reasons.
That's great. Now, there are still hot dog vendors in downtown New Orleans, I'm happy to report. And I've found the hot dog vendor station where they outfit the little hot dog shaped metal trailers, and the vendors go pushing them around the alleys of downtown New Orleans. I actually know where that is. It's not on Poydras anymore, like it was in Confederacy of Dunces. But
hey, sorry, before you go on, Drew Perot has just announced that he will match any donations made in the next 20 minutes. So if you guys want to increase your donations, Drew Perot has said that he'll match it. So that's a pretty good deal.
Dude.
One more, sorry, just because I'm knocking these out all at once. Some Death by Cognitive Dissonance super chat for $20. Some help to George and his family. Thanks to Jay and friends for doing this. Well, thank you very much, Death by Cognitive Dissonance. Sorry, but you were saying Bagby.
Well, I'm just on the lookout for things related to the books I'm listening to. I'm very amused that Charlemagne says Gentilly is a terrible neighborhood now. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about neighborhoods in New Orleans other than what I read in a book. I'm like Donald Davidson. I have not been the heroic conqueror of the New Orleans ghettos. I've just read it in a book. That's all I've done. Now I'm driving it So when I think of Gentilly, I think of the moviegoer. I imagine that's where Walker Percy wants to live, right?
It's
I
funny.
do
The
know you
last
can
time
get
I
a
really,
good po' boy. You can get a good po' boy at any gas station in Gentilly. And I have. It's good Lenten eating, by the way. Louisiana is the best place to be Orthodox because we have great cheap shrimp all winter.
it's also probably the only place in the world where you can actually eat the cheap shrimp and not and not die of food poisoning. The seafood's generally pretty good.
Yeah, the seafood is amazing. It's really funny because I drive tourists all the time, and they get in the car and they ask about po' boys and jambalaya. And they're like, we want to get some of that really special, fancy Louisiana cooking down here. And I say, well, a po' boy for us is just lunch. Everyone is eating po' boys. Jambalaya is just the dinner that you can just throw together. It's not fancy. It's actually like really standard stuff down here. But we eat really well.
Yeah, no, you do. It was interesting because I was I was thinking back to when when you first moved down, and me and a friend were visiting you, helping you set up, and you were cooking us just like relatively simple, but like local fare, fried okra, things like that. And genuinely, the food culture in Louisiana is incredible. Like I enjoy Southern cooking, but it's kind of I don't know, it's a cuisine of its own.
Yeah, it really is. I have good memories of cooking y'all your meals when you were with me. It was one thing I was able to do for you. I tried to compensate you with good eating.
So we have 2 more donations on the Give Send Go. Sensible ESO, who I spoke with the other day, he's one of the guys over at the Beowulf Foundation. I wish Mr. Bagby the best. Please accept this humble donation from a sympathetic leaf. Well, thank you very much. And then John Carter, again, Bagby, keep your head up, praying for the family and hopes you'll soon come to the land of corn and tulips soon. God bless and keep you. So thank you guys both very much for that.
That's very
can we
kind.
get a Protestant? Can we get a Protestant on stream? We had 3 for a while. We had a long digression about Methodists.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't home. I wanted to join that and like ruin the party. But on Cajun food, I grew up in, East Texas. I guess Houston doesn't really count, but East Texas enough. And my family's East Texas. And that's really just home cooking and then Cajun wannabe inspired food. So Cajun has always been my favorite food. And I cannot wait at some point to go to New Orleans. I want to go with a friend, and man, I know it's probably like everybody's like, nah, it sucks. It's like, oh, it's a rough place. I'm like, that's kind of the allure of just how like it's kind of like I don't know, it'd be interesting to roll through Detroit and just for the just to look at the decay. But I guess New Orleans is a little different, and there's a lot more Lindy history there, especially Southern history. But yeah,
and
that would be
strangely, there's still a big economic engine there, and I can't imagine
oil
it going away.
Mhm.
Unless the Mississippi River changes course. New Orleans is always going to be a great trading city, a great merchant center.
I had a friend that I grew up with who he hated being in Texas, and he was from Louisiana. He was Cajun ancestry, and he was like, right when I think he was a dropout like me, and I remember catching up with him a few years later. He's like, yeah, I moved back to Louisiana. I love it here. I never want to leave. And he works in oil, and that seems to be like the big job that like if you're not college educated, you can jump into oil and make the big bucks. A lot of Texas is the same way, but yeah, that's I don't know. It's a place that I've traveled around the South a good bit, but I just haven't been through New Orleans, and sounds like a fun place to be for if you love Cajun food.
So
Especially
the thing
for
about New Orleans, from a guy coming in from the outside, right? Like I went
Mhm.
for the first time with Bagby. I've been 2 or 3 times since. Is New Orleans is good precisely because it also sucks. It's like
Yeah.
it's truly a city of contradictions. And so when the last time I stayed in the city, it was over COVID. It was my last winter break before I finished school. And I was with a friend, and so we did this kind of like drive across the southeast. And we stayed at a place in New Orleans off St. Charles. And it was maybe a block and a half away from the nice area of St. Charles, but it was off the street rather. And there's this area right off of downtown New Orleans, which is a hellhole, by the way, a bunch of rotted old buildings, where there's a huge swath under the bridge that was destroyed by Hurricane Katrina. And they have just bulldozed it, and not just bulldozed it, but bulldozed it flat. So it's a giant parking lot, almost as far as the eye can see, full of essentially homeless drug addicts and escaped murderers. And so we get into town late enough that it was dark out and we couldn't really see where we were. So, we go to bed. It was a hostel or whatever. And we come back out the next morning, walk out our door, and see a massive parking lot, where there used to be houses that were all flooded and destroyed. And I'm with my friend, and I'm like, where are we? And we look to our right, and there is a brand new Camaro up on blocks, burnt out. And we're like, wait a minute, that wasn't there when we parked. So sometime between when we went to bed, this car parked, its wheels were stolen, and it was set on fire. And then we drove a block away to a lovely restaurant with beautiful streetcars and oak-lined roads. And we're like, yep, this is New Orleans. And I never have it any other way.
Dude, I know that sounds amazing. That is the appeal. I love that. I want to be in a city where I see shit like that. That's great. That's funny, man.
So I have a great memory, and Bagby, you probably remember this as well. And it's the first time, we drove into New Orleans together. You and I were in a different car. You were in a moving truck. I was, driving, your vehicle with another guy. And we drove to the city, and you gave us a tour by phone. You were driving in front of us. And so we drove all the way down the city. And that's really a good memory of mine. Do you think, and I realize that it's too difficult to describe, but could you describe what downtown New Orleans is like? Because it's almost indescribable to someone who's never been there.
Yeah, I'll describe it. I frequently do while I'm driving people around. So the oldest section of the city is what we call the French Quarter, and that's where the great cathedral is, and the statue of Andrew Jackson, and the famous coffee shop, the Café du Monde, where you get cafe au lait and beignets, which are these we call them donuts, but they aren't really like donuts. They're like little square pastries covered with powdered sugar. And you sit there and you eat your pastries and you sip on your cafe au lait and you listen to jazz. Like in the good old days, there was actually like a jazz set right beside the cafe. And that's right on the river, and you can see the cathedral and the statue of Joan of Arc and the statue of Andrew Jackson. And it's as touristy as can be, but there's something so charming about it. I just love the old buildings, and I guess I can just ignore the tourists with their bad theology and geometry. But
make
the
sure
French Quarter,
when you fly in, you want to go to there's a Café du Monde in the airport now, and it's really, really good. So if you ever fly into New Orleans, make sure you check that out as well.
now I found my favorite Café du Monde. It's like a chain in the city now, so you can go to several different iterations. It's like a Starbucks. New Orleans has many alternatives to Starbucks, which is great, and a lot of them are local, But there's a Café du Monde at City Park, and that's a lovely place, and you don't have the crush of tourists there. It's still touristy, but it's not an hour line to get in. But anyway, the French Quarter is a bunch of narrow streets with tall brick buildings. Some of them have stucco finishes. Some of them are painted pastel colors. They have wrought iron balconies that are very famous. They have tropical plants hanging down from the wrought iron. There are people going insane in the quarter. Open carry open carry, you can carry guns, but open carry of alcoholic beverages is also a thing in Louisiana, just generally. So people are like carrying bad mixed drinks around the quarter. There's some kind of funny regulation, some kind of city regulation in New Orleans. At one point, they tried to limit the amount of alcohol you could put in a mixed drink in New Orleans, which is just so absurd. Why did they think they could do that? But they
I always forget
up-
about the open air alcoholic beverages. Like, whenever I go to another place and like sometimes I've tried to like walk outside with something and they're like, "Hey, you can't do that." I'm like, "What do you mean I can't do that? I can't just walk around with my alcohol wherever I want?"
That's right. This is why Ignatius Riley would feel at home in Napoli, because Italians can do that too. They can walk outside with their mixed drink or their Peroni or whatever, and no one's going to bother them because it's a civilized country. But in Louisiana, you can do that. We also have drive-through mixed drinks. You can order
Daiquiris.
a daiquiri in a drive-through, and they will hand it to you with a straw. I love this place. I really do.
Dude,
It's
I would
so
love New
dysfunctional,
Orleans.
but it's wonderful.
Yeah, I think the
well,
straw thing is important because I'm pretty sure it counts as closed if like the straw doesn't count as an opening, basically. So you can have it in your car.
They put a little piece of masking tape over the straw opening on the lid of the cup. Something
so that
like
it's
that.
not an open container.
Yeah, like they literally have a roll of masking tape in the drive-through, and they just pull off.
There is kind of a med. There's a med at. There were like, yeah, you brought up Italy. There is kind of a Mediterranean feel to that. Like there's just no rush, and everybody's kind of in a perpetual party, leisure sort of. It's very I don't know. It's inviting. I like that.
Yes, it's
No
La
business.
Dolce Vita, Louisiana style. So,
All right.
So we had
Sorry, I'm just going to get into this because we did get 2 donations, one of which from Charlie. So thank you very much, man. And then also Lord Inquisitor Asashun for another $100. So thank you guys so much. Really, we've raised a ton of money. I really appreciate it, guys. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you guys.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure my donation was matched after that announcement.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, I'm gonna go and see you guys later. I'll be listening.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much, Charlie.
Take it easy, Charlie. Nice
Before
seeing
you go, let me tell you a little story, because my daughter knows you, and my daughter likes to talk to me about New Orleans because I'm going to New Orleans every day to work, and so I tell her, well, I have to go to New Orleans, and she says, "Papa, they're tearing down New Orleans," and I say, "Yes, honey," and it's very sad, and she says, "Papa, we must save New Orleans from the barbarians." Okay, so this is what you get when you are teaching the fall of the Roman Empire over and over and over again every year. Your daughter is like talking about heroes and barbarians and civilizational collapse, and this is like dinner table conversation regularly. And so she says to me, "Papa, New Orleans needs a hero." Now, this is something she came up with herself. And I've taught her to say, well, Charlemagne will save us from the barbarians. We're waiting for Charlemagne to come back.
Oh my gosh.
So she now, and this is partly, historical and partly personal, but my daughter thinks the world of Charlemagne, and she thinks the world of Jay as well. So sometimes she says, we need Jay to come and save us from the barbarians. And I say, well, Jay is doing very good work against the barbarians these days. Jay is fighting the barbarians every day. He's made that his job. And she's very happy about that. But she wonders when you will come and save New Orleans.
Aw.
She
So
says, New
wifeful.
Orleans is so beautiful, Papa. We love New Orleans. Someone needs to save it.
That's a
But
great story.
I wanted to share that with you, Charlemagne.
Yeah, that's really adorable.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just makes you want to have kids so badly.
You've got a duty now, Charlie.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm up here.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, all right. I will stay tuned in to the extent I have phone signal, and I don't know. Maybe I'll pop back in later if you're still going, Jay.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. Really, I appreciate it, both your time and the donation.
All right,
Thanks,
bye,
Charlie.
God bless,
All
Charlie.
right, talk to you later, man. Oh, Kyron, God Emperor, you have no idea. We're just over halfway. Like I committed to 8 hours. We're doing 8 hours, so whether you want it or not. So even if it's just me white knuckling it into the night, we're going.
Do you need to go
yeah.
PJ?
Oh, I already did.
Okay.
If I just go quiet for a while, that's what I'm doing. But I don't know if you know this story, Bagby, but the last time I left y'all's house, I've made the drive from where I am in Virginia to where you live in Louisiana. I do it in one go, which is quite a chunk, but it's doable with one guy in a diesel Volkswagen. You can get pretty far. But so I had to leave really early. And so I left before, you and your wife were up. And when I woke up, your older daughter, she was up too. And she wandered out. She's like, "Wait, you're leaving? You have to go?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm sorry." And she started crying so loudly. I felt so genuinely guilty, but I also didn't want to wake you guys up. So I was trying to comfort her quietly, at like 4 a.m. Well, my brain is not. I just woke up and I'm getting ready to drive, and it was such a heartrending but kind of a cute scenario. All right, we have another edition. Red Hammerhead, how are you doing, man?
Hey, doing pretty good. I'm hoping this all works. I don't stream very often. I streamed with the Franklin once and with Red Hawk a couple of times, but I think it's all worked. So let me know if there's any problems.
No, you sound great, man. I mean, look, we listened to Scratchy and his baby for about an hour and a half. So you sound great, man.
I just my 2 middle kids are with my wife at the dentist, and my 6-year-old was helping me take care of my 6-month-old until I put the 6-month-old down for a nap. So that's what's going on for me this morning. It's quiet now.
One more donation just came in from AA's evil twin. Again, thank you very much. Since Mr. Perot is matching donations and hearing about the absurdity Mr. Bagby had to deal with, he definitely deserves more. Well, thank you so much, man. But yeah, you and I kind of had a private joke, George, where when we still lived in the same town, you used to you and your daughter would go out to the local university, right, to use their library, which you were using for work, and you'd bring her along. And you always had the joke that essentially every time she went on campus, fertility spiked by 10%, because essentially every female within 100-mile radius would just appear and start holding your kids.
Yes, it's a very, very good thing to show young ladies babies. And it brings out something very redeeming in all of them. It even brings it out in most young men as well. If the baby is at all, if the baby is behaving itself, or is it all attractive, even young men are going to be drawn to the baby and dote on the baby. But it's especially so with the young ladies. So I would take my daughters to the university and walk around, and the girls especially would just come and start whining and wringing their hands and things like that, wanting very much to have their own, of course.
Yeah, this is interesting, because when I spoke with Alex Kashuda, a few weeks back, and she mentioned that she had never held a baby until she was 3 months pregnant, or something along the lines of that. I know, and I think her point was basically yeah, that's not a good thing. That is not how it should have happened. But I think about that a lot, because I think one of the advantages that religious communities, and particularly like tight-knit religious communities, have, is that you're kind of exposed to all stages of the cycle of life. Like one of my favorite parts of my weekly church service is there's a little segment where essentially the pastor comes up and announces essentially who's died, who's been born, who's gotten married, and who's sick. Right. Which on one hand, it can be a little grim, especially when someone who everyone loves is passed. But on the other hand, it's the like continual heartbeat of a community, and seeing that kind of like general like turnover, where, the patriarch of the family dies, but his grandchildren or great grandchildren are now being born, and, they share the same name. And I don't know, it's good. And I think that a lot of the, I guess, weird kind of like anti-natal attitudes people have, and Hammerhead, I know you have kids, so you can jump in onto this as well as you want, is basically due to the fact that people are just not connected to families. Like it's very much a conceptual idea for them.
Yeah, well, I can talk about that a little bit. I grew up in a incredibly religious Scots-Irish Protestant community in the Central California, in sort of the bread basket there, or fruit basket, I guess, there. And we went to the same church as everybody in the area. I'm related now to like 3 or 4 of my group of 6 or 7 friends that I grew up with. And everybody knows each other, and I had that. But unfortunately, the high school that my father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and great-great-grandfather all graduated from, that I graduated from, by the time I graduated from there, it was 95% a different ethnicity. So it was, basically destroyed. I mean, my dad was like the town doctor and everything like that. And I wanted to continue that, but I decided I had to make a move and kind of start anew and continue that and grow that network up in Oregon, just because it wasn't really tenable anymore. So, but I will say, jumping on Mr. Bagby's point about being in, or being on a college campus, I will say I a little bit cynically used my children to increase social capital with the women in law school, because things got often pretty vicious, because I went to law school during the Trump era, basically the beginning of that. And yeah, it was, there was always a soft spot for the dad with a bunch of little redheaded toddlers running around. And yeah, so I mean, and it is amazing the effect that babies will have on even the most hard-nosed feminist law student. And you see a similar thing when I've worked at different law firms. Some of the older women who have never had kids will literally tear up just like seeing my kids and stuff. And I feel, it makes me feel really bad for them. But yeah, it completely changes your perspective, though. Like you go from, before you have kids, you're like a libertarian because you're just a dude and you think, yeah, I want to be able to do whatever I want. And when you have kids, suddenly you become like a mid-century group of people about how your kids are, right? You're very protective of the way that your kids are raised, and you realize there's this entire structure of society that's going to affect the way your kids view the world, just regardless of what you do. Even though I homeschool my oldest, she's the only one who's elementary school aged, but it's just the wider society around is going to affect behavior. So you want to pass laws that affect how people behave. So anyway.
Yeah.
So 2 more donations just while I'm manning this. Big Fungus for $10. So thank you very much. Wholesome Fungus there. And then Sam 153, who I've said his name before, for $200. So thank you so much, man. I thought I'd pitch in again. Cheers. Well, thank you guys so much. You've all been incredibly generous. And I will say, I was anticipating this being much more of a slog than it was. I mean, I've never talked for 4 hours on stream before. And I'm not even doing bad yet. Like, this is still fun. I
Yeah,
haven't
you're
even gotten to
doing
the
good,
point
man.
where I'm suffering yet. I was kind of hoping for more of that.
I'm gonna duck out, but just want to say that, you know, Jay, thanks for having me on, and you know, it's good that you did this for Bagby. And Bagby, Godspeed, man. There's a lot of hope out there, and I know that you're a solid guy. So look forward to partying with you one day when you get out, you know, on the greener pastures. So take it easy, gents. God bless.
Thank you very
See you,
much.
Oris.
Take it easy.
And hey, real quick, I am gonna mute myself, but I have a quick call with a client that I have to make. But
Oh yeah, no worries, man.
Oh yeah, so I'm gonna mute myself for the time being.
Yeah, sure. Well, don't worry. I'll be here for another 3.5 hours, so you'll have plenty of time. Well, anyway, you know, and obviously, George, you know, stay as long as you want. The other thing that I think is really interesting about New Orleans, if we can kind of go back to that, you know, earlier topic, is in addition to like the French Quarter, the downtown area, like around the World War II Museum, and to me, I remember I don't even know. I mean, doesn't St. Charles wind through the actual downtown, like where all of the office buildings are? Is that St. Charles, or is that another street? That whole area is really unique. So do you want to describe what that's like? Because that's like the other, like, I guess, like face of the town.
Yes. You have the French Quarter, which I was describing previously, with all the wrought iron balconies and the the buildings go like 4 stories high at their highest. And it's this really dense area with really narrow streets. And that was the colonial city. And we call it the French Quarter, reflecting the language that was spoken there for a long time. But the architecture is mostly Spanish. When the Spanish took over the administration of Louisiana, the original city burned down twice in the span of 10 years. And so the Spanish administration rebuilt it. So what you see down there is actually like a Spanish Mediterranean style architecture, which is really charming. And it's one of the best things about New Orleans, I think, is the great architecture. Every street corner, even in slummy areas where they never rebuilt after the hurricane, even in bad neighborhoods, there are still so many tokens of architectural beauty that you would never see in another American city. And I don't tire of it. I sincerely love it. And that's why I'm driving there and not in Baton Rouge, say, because Baton Rouge is sprawling parking lots and abandoned shopping centers and derelict apartment buildings and things like that. New Orleans has those things too, but there's so much more to enjoy just in looking at New Orleans. It really is, even when it's in ruins, even when it's in the shambles, it's so beautiful.
Well, one of the cool things about it is that it does have, especially in the old areas, it does still have culturally distinct architecture. So, for instance, the Spanish and the French and the Anglos all built their houses differently. And the old neighborhoods, when they were still ethnic neighborhoods, are just really distinct and interesting. And it feels organic in a way that most modern cities don't.
Indeed. And I like to imagine that New Orleans was built with these ethnic enclaves that you hear about in other great American cities like Chicago and New York, where there's the Italian neighborhood and the German neighborhood and things like that. New Orleans had those, but New Orleans remained both dysfunctional and also strangely impoverished, that New Orleans never knocked those neighborhoods down and built modern architecture in the place of those neighborhoods. And that is one of the things that makes New Orleans so very special. And that's one of the reasons why New Orleans is such a rewarding tourist destination. I've talked about the crush of tourists in New Orleans, and in one sense, they really are the plague. But what are they coming to see? They're coming to see something special. And New Orleans really, truly is special. No one, like the French Quarter doesn't really have locals in it. The locals there are the business owners. Everyone else is renting an apartment in the quarter for the novelty of it, or they are tourist people coming into the quarter. But once you get out of the quarter, you see how people actually live in the city. And you were just describing the area where you see all the skyscrapers, what we call the Central Business District. That is divided from the quarter by the famous street of New Orleans, that is Canal Street, which is this broad avenue with a streetcar line in the middle of it. And it divides the French Quarter from the American section of the city. So Canal Street used to be a canal that ran from the Mississippi River to Lake Pontchartrain. And so this was where ships were unloaded and barges were moving back and forth to warehouses and wholesalers and such. That's what Canal Street was originally. And after the Civil War, or maybe it was before the Civil War, I forget exactly at what point Canal Street got paved and it became a road instead of a canal. But it was a road and a rail that replaced the canal and went all the way out to the lake. And so it was still part of the port of New Orleans, and it was where the merchants set up shop. And so it's been this very famous area for buying and selling for a very long time. But one of the charming things about it was on the French side, on the French Quarter side, the residents spoke French. And that was the dividing line between the area of the city where English was the lingua franca and the area of the city where the Creoles, the colonial French and Spanish population, who mostly spoke French in public anyway, French was the language they spoke. That's where they settled, and that's where they kept their homes. And they did not develop that side of the city with the modern architecture. They did not like tearing down the old buildings, even a long time ago before that became very fashionable. But on the American side of Canal Street in the business district, New Orleans more closely resembles a modern American city. I like to think it has much more charm than a typical downtown area, but that's where you see the big glass skyscrapers and things like that. That's the area where you see those predominate. But still, you see lots of narrow alleys, lots of colonnades, huge doors with vents on them to circulate the air through the bottom levels of the buildings. You still see a lot of this interesting architecture, even in the more modern commercial buildings. They decided to preserve some of those architectural features to ventilate the ground floors, to put high ceilings on the ground floors of these buildings. You also see all sorts of things that you would not see in another American city, signs of dysfunctionality that shock the visitor to the city. There is a large skyscraper in New Orleans that has been empty ever since Hurricane Katrina. And it looks like something like a picture from Venezuela or something, where there are these derelict skyscrapers covered with graffiti with broken out windows and things like that. That's literally what this skyscraper looks like. It has been empty since Katrina. And it has this strange top on the skyscraper. The top overhangs. So the top is bigger than the building in area. And it looks like a rook on a chessboard or something. It like has a rampart on the top. I don't remember what it originally looked like, because now it's covered with protective netting, because the thing is so dangerous that panels fall off the side of the building. They fall, like pieces of the building are falling down on the streets below, literally crushing cars parked on the curb below. and the windows are broken open and things. It's hilarious and horrifying. But New Orleans might make better sense if you think of it as part of the Caribbean rather than part of the United States.
It has more in common with Port Royal than it does with Memphis.
Yes, indeed. Well, that's the Central Business District, and then further to the west from there, you have what we call Uptown, and this is the area we were describing with St. Charles Avenue. So St. Charles Avenue is the oldest continually operated streetcar line in the United States, and there are these great rumbling wooden streetcars with the most bizarre propulsion system and control that you've ever seen. It's this wand on what looks rather like a brass clock face, and it has a big knob at the end of the wand. And the operator of the streetcar sits in the very front of the streetcar, right above the headlight, the single headlight, and he rotates this wand on this dial, this brass dial. And this operates as the electric motor and gearbox of the streetcar. And so it'll cause the thing to rumble to life and start moving down the track. And it's this delightful, crazy thing from way back. I think it's from the 1890s was when it was first built.
And they have these really interesting seats where the cars run. They don't turn around. They just flip around and run them backwards. And so the seats will rotate like 180 degrees, and literally reverse one direction to the other. And so if you get to the end of the line, they'll make you get off, get back on, and then everyone gets on, to take it the other direction, turns the seats around so they face the other direction, and you go right off on the track that you came in on.
Indeed. It's beautiful and wonderful that these ancient machines are still functioning, but it's nothing like a modern transportation system. Like, you cannot rely on this thing. And the streetcars sometimes bunch up together so that you'll see 3 streetcars in a row. And they aren't supposed to run that way, but it's New Orleans, it's a miracle it's still there. But it's operating with the original drivetrain, I suppose. I mean, the motor has not been, or at least the way they drive this motor has not been updated, hasn't been modernized. And it's just because they've been running it for so long, they never stopped running it. And that's why they were able to keep it the way that it was. They never had to upgrade it to make it handicap accessible or anything like that. There's still steps to get onto the thing. It still has a brass bell that they ring to warn the traffic. The streetcar's coming, get out of the way. It's charming, and it rolls through what we call the Garden District, Uptown. And this is a very prestigious neighborhood. And these were the houses built mostly by the American merchants, the old Creole population, the Spanish and French business owners that made good early on in New Orleans. They were still a force in the city for a long time after the Louisiana Purchase, but they preferred to live on the other side of town, on the French Quarter side of town, and to the east. And you still see a lot of their old avenues over there. They used to have their streetcar lines that ran through their neighborhoods with a more predominant Creole style architecture. But when the Americans came in, they brought grandiosity and imagination and variety with them. They built these large estate homes, these gigantic mansions along St. Charles Avenue in all sorts of tasteful styles. And I suppose sometimes they really got carried away. But it is a great pleasure to the eye. And hanging over the avenue are gigantic live oaks big, majestic live oaks that put the whole avenue under a deep shade year-round. And it is a pleasant place to walk even in our tropical summers, thanks to the gardens and the greenery. It is, I think, one of the most beautiful places in the world. And I know it's a dangerous city. I'm well aware, but I do enjoy driving there. And I'm spending a lot of time there lately. So
Yeah,
I don't have to take home any badly written papers now.
that's probably I might actually. I think I'd rather brave gunfire than read read some of the papers. I'll never forget you had a document. I don't know if you still have it at one time, because you've taught composition writing at the collegiate level, for high school at a variety of levels. And for a while, I remember you had a master document of all of the worst, papers and responses you'd ever received. And I remember one, which you showed it to me probably almost 10 years ago, but it made me laugh so hard I almost cried. It was a paper you received at the college level where someone was writing on the concept of the Southern gentleman, and specifically Robert E. Lee as a Southern gentleman. But he had spelled it so incomprehensibly wrong that autocorrect had corrected his misspelling of gentleman to genital man. And so it was Robert E. Lee, the prime example of a Southern genital man. And I don't know how you managed to do it, because that was funny once, but I think after a few weeks, I'd just be, I'd be looking to swallow a shotgun barrel.
Yeah, that's how I feel about whenever I'm litigating and it's a pro se litigant. Sometimes if they're pretty smart, but usually the smart ones hire attorneys. It's just amazing how many people are unable to write. It's genuinely difficult to even respond to the pleadings or motions that they bring, just because it's kind of incomprehensible. And I imagine those are the people in your classes, Mr. Bagby, that get the saved document treatment. So.
Yes, I have a few lists of especially atrocious bits of writing that I've encountered. But by far the worst was when I was teaching college composition. Those were the worst writers I've ever encountered. They were college students. And I've got the document open in front of me. Would you like to hear some samples of it?
Oh, yes.
Okay, here's one. Niagara Falls is like a piece of heaven on earth for the entire tourist that visits. It is a once-in-a-lifetime event that will last the rest of your life. Wedding vowels are meant to be something sacred. A wedding vowel. Let's see. Okay, this actually ended up in a paper presented in college. Girls are tricky, though, because girls won't say anything, but they have a way of looking at each other and knowing that both girls are eyeing each other up, comparing what each of them might be wearing, how a girl's hair looks, or maybe even who has the cutter boyfriend.
What was the context for that piece of writing? What was the subject matter?
The subject matter certainly is not worth remembering. Something about how girls behave. And they meant to say cuter boyfriend, but said cutter boyfriend because they cannot distinguish.
So Lou Templar for $10 says, last year I quit a PhD because
The thought of 4 years surrounded by such folk while I'm single and want to marry killed my soul. In the future, what would be the easiest or fastest way to do a PhD? I have no idea. I don't understand how education works, so you should ask those two guys. Do you guys have any opinions on PhDs?
It's actually possible to do PhDs online now. If you are a self-starter and you have access to a university library, and I suppose it depends on your field as well. It's possible to get the certification without actually going to a college, but I'm not sure if that's really what you want to do. The very best thing for you to do is don't go to a graduate program unless you have a professor to guide you that you know you can trust. If you are going to roll the dice on who might guide your graduate work, you might as well not do it. And I'm completely serious on that. If you spend 5 to 10 years in a PhD program with an ideologue, a hostile ideologue, you're basically committing to a relationship with a professional in your field for the rest of your life, and they will apprentice you and they will feed you their notions, their ideas, their beliefs. So if you cannot find someone that is willing to work with you where you are, who is sympathetic to where you are standing in your field, then don't do it. It's not worthwhile. Unless you think that you can make it as a PhD by getting a distance learning PhD program, and in which case you're going to have to take command of your own education that way. You're going to have to be a self-starter. You're going to have to do a lot of reading. It would be really easy just to skate by and get the certification without really doing the work that PhD students ought to do to get that certification.
Yeah. In my case, I have a JD, which is more, I just kind of approached it as like a trade school. Like I was going to be an electrician or something, just with, the law. And that's essentially, if you approach it that way, and then you use basically, it's not super difficult, frankly. It is difficult when you're graded on a curve to get as many A's as you possibly can. But the most important component of it is just to make those connections, get the clerkship with that judge or get the internship with that firm or whatever, so that you can create relationships with people that can help you, advance in the industry. And, one thing that's nice about working at a law firm is that you're kind of your own boss, even if you're an associate. Once you start generating your own work, just you have your own clients, you're kind of like a solo practitioner working within like a larger structure. So it gives you a bit of autonomy. And but it's law school is basically just like an extension of your upper division undergrad, essentially. And it's basically just like you're learning a trade. So really, law school should only be 1 year long.
So before we get back to that, we've had a series of donations. Anonymous 15, thank you very much. Belial Bradley for 50, thank you. Anonymous for another 15, and then Drew Perot made good on his promise. He matched that 20 minutes for a sum total of $510 US. Thank you very much, Drew Perot. And he said Charlie was a cheeky bastard, which I think is probably fair. But again, thank you so much, man. Deeply, deeply appreciated. And that was in US, because I know his first donation was in Australian, but he used real 100% dollars, not dingo dollars. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Burden, or Jay, I guess, I was just curious. One thing that I've been really liking about your streams with your guests is it's sort of like feels very reflective on the dissident right, or whatever sensible center, whatever we're going to call ourselves. But I enjoy sort of the reflective nature of it, because it's sort of like it's big enough now, I think, to try to understand what it is that is going on here. And I think the different perspectives of the guests you have on, and your perspective too in this, has been like something that's been kind of missing. Maybe it's a little postmodern to be so reflective all the time, but I would consider myself a postmodern traditionalist. So everything is deconstructed when you go through 7 years of school in the Socratic method. Everything you end up subconsciously deconstructing everything. So,
well, yeah, thank you. I think part of it, and I don't know, is that I've been a lurker in these spheres for much longer than I've been speaking. So I kind of I've been through the cycle multiple times. And to me, I don't know, the reason I'm interested in deconstructing and doing this right, and I Bagby, I know you have, feelings about that phrase, postmodern traditionalist. But it's one of those things where it's like, well, why are we doing this? Are we doing this just to, have something to do for 8 hours on a Saturday? I mean, I hope not, or do we actually like care about what we're talking about? And if we care about what we're talking about, then what we say, why we say it, and the effects it produces are all very important. And maybe I'm naive, but I still do think that these things are important and they matter. And so I want to be, to the best of my ability, very deliberate about the things we do and what we say. And part of the reason, and I know people, and I kind of lean into this, but they kind of like joke about like, oh, you're hyper agreeable, you never really push a guest on anything, is that to me, and I don't want to just talk about my work, but I view my job as essentially a bridge or a platform between our different camps. So essentially, right, like there are a lot of different, I guess, like different silos that even in the DR, whatever you want to call that, you can get stuck into. And if any one of those was like the silver bullet, we wouldn't be here now. We would have won. And so, like, I don't know, I kind of just want to promote, like a sense of healthy competition so we can get these ideas out to people who need to hear them. And I don't know, maybe it's too liberal of me, but like I kind of just want to promote a dialogue between our guys. And like, I don't know, there are a lot of guys here who have a lot of potential, who are really smart, who are capable, and have kind of not reached their full potential. And some of that isn't their fault, right? They're still in education, they're still in training. But a lot of it is just that like there's no good way forward set out for young men. And like, well, I guess my hope is to provide several examples of that. So that's somewhat long-winded. But anyway, that's what I've, I guess, attempted to do.
I have a couple of quick thoughts about what you were saying there. One is that I actually think a certain amount of liberalism within the group is necessary. It's good to debate ideas when we're all headed in the same direction. It's useless to debate with leftists, obviously, and even a lot of conservatives. But and then the second thing I would say is that it absolutely, at the very least, it's absolutely had an effect on my own behavior and my decisions. The way you make decisions, the way is reflective of the way you think, and the way I think has been substantially altered by the books I've read and the streams I've listened to, and that's all a result of my own lurking over the past. Oh man, it's been 7 or 8 years now in these spheres. And then the last thing I wanted to say is I'd be curious to hear Mr. Bagby's take on the idea of postmodern traditionalist. I would say just before you say anything about it, Mr. Bagby, that the reason I consider myself that, I mean, at least I think so, is because for my part, I'm, 8th, 9th, 10th, I don't know, generation Protestant. I have a long lineage that I can trace back, many, many centuries. And yet I think I embody a lot of that. But, for my part, just to take one example, when it comes to religion, I behave in all ways like a Protestant Christian ought to. I raise my children that way. I don't get to church as much as I should, but one of the main reasons for that is because despite my behavior and the way I live, I actually can't bring myself to believe the metaphysical portion of it. So it's kind of like a deconstructed Protestant Christianity implemented in my own life without the real metaphysical belief. So I know that sounds weird probably to some people, but I can't do it any other way because I can't make myself, my father has done his best. He's recommended so many books and I've read some of them, even books written by lawyers talking about, belief in Jesus and that kind of thing. And it's not like I don't believe there's a God, but the idea that it's laid out as it is, in the Bible. I went to Bible study fellowship. I've read through the Bible. I've studied it, and I don't know what it is with me. Maybe it's just my training as a lawyer or whatever. But I can't actually make myself believe the metaphysical component of it. So anyway, that's kind of like just to take one example of how I kind of consider it to be a sort of postmodern form of traditionalism. That's anyway. I'd be curious to hear what you think about that, Mr. Bagby.
I sympathize very much with what you're talking about. I'm very interested in your thoughts here. This is all very good stuff. I was searching around for something to write on, but I wrote down a list on my hand. Let's go through some of the ideas that you brought up. First, you were talking about a degree of liberalism in our sphere. I fully endorse what you're talking about. I feel like it's among people like us that we can afford toleration of differences of opinion. And I feel like this is the last place it exists now, at least for me. When I was in my trouble recently, when the eye of Sauron was upon me for a few months, I wrote an essay, which I never gave to its intended audience, but I wrote an essay on liberalism. And I said, we are a small private school. We are taking controversial stands on a number of things that would cancel all of us. Yet we have not enunciated whatever a specific narrative of American history, for instance. We have not written a doctrinal statement on what narratives are permissible and what narratives are verboten. So it seems to me that we need to have toleration for those who are already in our camp, who are already traveling in the same direction, who have the same goals of health and normalcy and faith in mind that are in harmony with our institution. That was in effect the argument that I was making. But I also realized that I was banging my head against a wall at that point, that my argument might make sense, but I wasn't going to have a sympathetic audience. I just didn't give it out at that point. But we have a certain amount of liberalism. Amongst ourselves, we disagree on any number of things. But we don't have enemies, or at least I certainly don't see enemies in my sphere. What I see here, what's going on today, is I'm seeing who my friends really are, and whose side I'm on. Who are my people? You are my people, and that's why this is here. That's why this is going on. And we have a toleration for our differences. We have all sorts of religious differences in this sphere. I have pagan friends in this sphere, and we appreciate our differences. And that's not something that comes up. That's not something that gets in between our common goals here, or it shouldn't. You mentioned how your thinking takes after those people that you listen to, the podcasts you subscribe to. That is certainly the case with me as well, and I've noticed that very much in the last few years when I've had very long commutes, driving great distances to do work. I'm driving a lot more now, but even in the last couple of years, I had really big commutes just to go and teach at the various schools where I was working. And I was listening to lots of podcasts for the first time, actually. I didn't have a habit of listening to podcasts previously. We take after the people that we read. We take after the people that we listen to. We adopt their opinions. We are not living in a vacuum of thought or belief. We are social creatures. We are members of communities. Even when we want to be radically different, we fall into patterns of living. We fall into patterns of believing. And I suppose there's a way of thinking about that. We could use religious terminology to describe what that is. What church do you belong to? Even our atheist opponents, or even our atheist allies, are falling into a pattern of belief, a pattern of profession. They take after those that they have modeled themselves after. And that's one of the reasons why we need to have good quality controls over our inputs. I was always telling my high school students about that. If you fill your head with garbage, then you are going to have a lot of garbage in your output. You're going to think crappy thoughts. If you don't put good thoughts into your head, you're going to have a bad attitude if you don't intake the proper attitude from the good sources. So I relate with what you were saying there very much.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I agree. I mean, the gatekeeping policies are should be enforced without reservation, I would say. I mean, it's extremely important for the reasons you listed out, but yeah, I mean, just your last point about inputs made me think about the fact I will say without shame that I torrent movies, because instead of subscribing to something like Disney Plus, I want to have control over what my children watch, and so I just have a hard drive that I connect to the TV that only has the movies on it, or shows on it that I want them to watch, so that they only get the inputs that I want them to get. And I think that kind of thing is important. And sometimes it breaks down. Sometimes you want to watch something that I'm not able to torrent, and I make exceptions. But yeah, I think that it's really important on the gatekeeping aspect. But then again, talking about the whole, there are religious conflicts within the DR. There are there are pagans, etc. But I can there's no one, at least prominent, that I'm aware of within our spheres that I don't feel like I could be their neighbor, and I could get along with them and socialize and be liberal, I guess, when it comes to my interactions with them, tolerance of differences of opinion, in a way that even I couldn't with the average, not to offend anybody, but the average Methodist or Lutheran that I've interacted with. So, and then yeah, I and these days, just kind of a aside, I guess. My parents and my entire family are very religious. Come from Nazarene and Baptist roots. but they almost all of them now belong to non-denominational churches, because almost all of the institutional churches that are connected to these large denominations have been captured in a way that my parents and others in my family can no longer tolerate. And so they almost all belong now to non-denominational churches in their various locations. So it's kind of a different world even for the based Protestants out there. And yeah, and in my case, I don't think there's a based church within 100 miles of where I live, but I don't that. And another thing too is that I'm very careful about who my children interact with. I don't want I'm unwilling to have them in public school, not as much for what they're being taught, although that's definitely an issue as well, because I feel strongly that I can counteract a lot of that programming. But it just the peers that they'll have. I mean, my daughter did a half year of public school kindergarten, and half of the other kindergartners in her class had phones. And I can't even imagine what you ingest through the internet as a 5 or 6 year old, and how that's going to cause you to behave in the real world. And so we found
it's a nightmare.
Yeah, and
it's extraordinary.
We found a pretty good balance with these homeschool co-ops, because there are a lot of even though a lot of them are fairly normie, they're aware enough to see that problem. And at these homeschool co-ops, most of the high schoolers don't even have phones. So it's kind of it's a kind of a breath of fresh air. It's just, unfortunately, it's only half a day once a week. The rest of the time it's homeschool. So trying to find something with more community would be something I'm kind of trying to do for my kids.
Absolutely. Anyway. Going back to that idea of being a member of a community, we will be members of a community, no matter what we do with ourselves. We do fall into patterns and associations. We do have communities that we're members of. We have people we follow. Even if you were a great author, even if you were a genius composer of symphonies, you have influences. Right, there are minds that have power and influence over yours. So even the greatest leaders will end up that way. And we are the same. Who are the writers that we follow? Who are the prophets we believe? Who are our friends and associates? What influences have we opened ourselves up to? These are extremely important questions. And this is obviously what we think of when we're thinking of our children and how we raise them.
Yeah.
You were asking about postmodern traditionalism.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been thinking a lot about this lately, because I've gotten out of my very insulated relationships in the world of private schools, where I'm dealing with people who realize, even the people at my previous institution, these are all people that realize they're under cultural assault, and they are very concerned for their children, and they do not want corrupt influences over their children. And I'm in complete sympathy with them. I never wanted them to think that I was not on their side with this, or that, I was accused of all sorts of things and was canceled. And, some of that story, but, we're living in a time of ruination. You mentioned how your families are leaving their Protestant organizations, their institutional church associations, and going into the non-denominational movement. And that's obviously a conservative impulse that they share. They want to preserve faith in a time in which faith is under great assault. And even those of us who are still attached to institutional religion, I, for instance, am Eastern Orthodox. I converted over 10 years ago, so I've been Orthodox for a time. Even those of us who are like super traditional and esoteric, if you will, we are frequently embarrassed by this influence of our age, and by the supplanting of actual wholesome influences and saints by the modern substitutes. You may have noticed that we have a new liturgical calendar from the religious authorities of our age, the institutional religious authorities of our age. We have Gay Pride Month, right? We have a new set of holidays, which are holy days set aside for special commemoration and ritual. And we see these new rituals. This is like Robespierre in reinventing the calendar of France and inventing a new faith to mold the Republican French together. We're watching this go on, and it has broad support. People are coming from places like institutional Baptist churches, the institutional Lutheran Church, and they seem to think that honoring figures like Nelson Mandela that is more important than the actual characters and leaders of their own church and their own heritage. As a matter of fact, they take special steps to renounce former associations, former leaders, which are actually their heritage and history. And so we live in a time of embarrassment and purposeful demoralization of the faithful. And I really like this term, postmodern traditionalist. I have an example in a letter that I wrote to my sister many years ago. This must have been 20 years ago when I used that term, postmodern traditionalist, in a letter to my sister. And it's in her possession, it's not in mine. But she kept it, I think, in a scrapbook, because I saw it several times later, where I said, we are living in a time past the destruction of modernity, when modern people rejected their inheritance, and we are picking up the pieces. It's like we've survived a shipwreck, and the beach is strewn with wreckage, cultural wreckage of beliefs, wreckage of the heritage of our ancestors, broken bits of statues and things like that. And we're walking down the beach collecting these things, trying to preserve some semblance of civilization.
Yeah.
T.S. Eliot said, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I was gonna just when you're talking about walking along the beach, picking up broken bits, that spoke to me a lot, because, even as tight as my family is, and as much as they pass down, a lot of cultural heritage, it still feels like bits and pieces, compared to, I knew 6 of my great grandparents, and just their description of things and the way they thought, is so different than the way I think, constantly deconstructing things. And I don't know if it's a result of the impact of not being passed down as much, as the family gets into different occupations and different interests and that kind of thing, or my own inability not to deconstruct things and then reconstruct into something, a worldview that I can actually implement with respect to my own family. So that the idea of walking along a beach, picking up these bits of cultural heritage is resonates, I think. But
that image was extremely important for me at a earlier stage in my journey, and I expressed that to my sister, and I called it postmodern traditionalism. But it's also sterile, right? If you're shipwrecked on a beach, that's the end. It doesn't matter if you figure out a way to live to be 80, right? You cannot cultivate anything in that environment. And I don't remember what relation my imaginative picture had to T.S. Eliot's Wasteland, but it was certainly something on my mind. I remember in one of my earliest commonplace books, where I would write down quotes of things that I had encountered in my reading. I wrote something from, it must have been T.S. Eliot's book, The Idea of a Christian Society, where Eliot says the world is trying the experiment of de-Christianizing society. And he said, this experiment will fail, but we must preserve the resources of our civilization and endure the dark age to come.
Yeah, sort of like maybe being, we were all on a massive ship which wrecked on the beach, and you got to pick up enough pieces to build a small boat to keep your family and friends afloat.
I think that could be a good description of what the non-denominational movement is. They're collecting fragments, and they are obviously very fragmented. Non-denominational groups don't associate with each other, form institutions to organize nationally or things like that. They have maybe very loose organizations, but their doctrinal differences and practice can be incredibly at variance. But just going back to that idea of fragmentation, the Wasteland, T.S. Eliot's Wasteland, has the wonderful line in it, "What are the roots that clutch? What branches grow out of this stony rubbish? Son of man, you cannot say or guess, for you know only a heap of broken images." Again, the idea that we're looking at ruins, we're looking at wreckage on the seashore. Now, I felt that way for a number of years, and that is a place of despair. That's a place of spiritual sterility. It's also a realistic appreciation of what we are going through right now. And that's one of the reasons why Eliot's Wasteland is so very valuable, why it is the greatest poem of the modern world, because it's describing what modernity has wrought. We are children of the ashes. We only know a heap of broken images. We don't have cultural coherence. We do not have social norms. Everyone's trying their own thing. This is anarchy. This is chaos, right? That's the regime that we live under. And that is not the way to shepherd a people, right? This is one of the reasons why our leaders are an organized criminal conspiracy. All that said, I did not stay in that place, and I wanted to follow this up. I meditated on this picture of the beach and the castaway for several years as I was leaving Protestantism. And I mean, no offense to Protestants. I believe faith in the modern world, in our world, is a divine gift, and I do not want to discourage any of you. I'm not trying to unsettle you. I encourage you in your faith, and I applaud you, and I want to do everything I can to encourage you in it. That being, faith now is Faith now is a gift, a rarity. And while I was lamenting the fragments of the beach, I came to realize there was a ship out there. I saw something that survived, and I became an Orthodox Christian. And I submitted myself to the mercies of my Savior, which is the captain of my ship. And that is something that really did survive. And it's a really extraordinary thing, and it seems like it always had everything going against it, but it is still there. And the miraculous character of the church remaining was what convinced me. And I came to be an Orthodox Christian, and we do strange things. And, you know, I am adopting some Russian folk ways along the way and things like that. Just because it comes with other things, it comes with, you know, folk ways of other nations that are not at all related to me. But I adapted those things rather like a castaway accepts rescue from a strange ship passing by. For what it's worth.
Yeah. Hey guys, just a little bit of admin stuff. We've had 2 more people, you know, drop in. I know, you know, Richard. I don't know Robert. Yeah, specifically who that is. But Paul Moosefoot donated, and I feel like I owe it to him for donating to read his comment. I think going back to what you said about garbage in, going out several minutes ago, this is why I don't read commentary on sources. I read original sources, feed your brain with top tier data, not filtered data, which I think we'd all agree with.
Absolutely.
Anyway. So sorry, I just wanted to handle that because, again, there's a little bit of a social contract here. And if people are going to send us money, you know, I'm going to give them their value pretty quickly. But anyway, I'll get back out of the way.
I'm just going to mention one thing in response to what you were saying, Mr. Bagby. And, you know, I went through a similar phase, although maybe less introspective just because of time constraints. I mean, between being an attorney and having 4 kids, it's difficult to spend more than a couple evenings contemplating anything. I mean, I do what I can, but we went to an Orthodox church for a number of Sundays and found that it was just too alien, too outside of my own culture. And I completely sympathize with what you are saying about, you know, being adrift at sea and picked up, saved by a passing ship. And it does seem like the Orthodox Church is probably the strongest one that exists today. But there's, you know, I know nothing but my Protestant roots, and that goes back to you know, the first Protestants in England, and that's
Indeed.
that, you know. And my Scots-Irish ancestry is also very independent, I would say. I mean,
Yes.
just unwilling to, less willing, I think, than many different cultures to adopt a sort of collective attitude in that way. And I think that's, you know, my family has set down roots all over the country at different times of, you know, moving from Virginia to Arkansas to Oklahoma to California and now to the Northwest, you know, and I think it's just it's something that the Scots-Irish are sort of known for, and it's definitely a streak that runs through my family very strongly. So
I sympathize with what you're saying very much, and I feel many of the things you were describing myself. I do have Scotch-Irish ancestors as well. I recorded a little piece that may interest you on that. If you look at my YouTube channel, look for a piece called God Without Thunder. And it's by one of the Southern agrarians, John Crow Ransom. And strangely, he describes, 100 years ago, visiting an Orthodox church and being put off by the cultural differences. And I have had many of those experiences myself as an Orthodox Christian. One of the things that brought me in was my local parish was full of converts like me. We were all Anglos. My priest was a convert. And that's a curious thing about American Orthodoxy. You see a lot of that. You see a polarization between the national churches and convert churches full of Americans, formerly Protestants, most of them. And there is a major difference among them. And among some of the national churches, you show up and you're a Anglo, you're an American, and they look at you and they literally ask you, "Why are you here?"
That literally happened to me.
Yes. And what's funny about that is their priests will tell them. And it seems like every time I go to a Greek Orthodox church full of Greeks, like an ethnic Greek Orthodox church, they're not all, predominantly Greeks in attendance there, but the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese is reputed that way more than other Orthodox churches in America. But you go to a church like that, and they feel like, or they seem to believe that Orthodoxy is the story of how Christ died for the Greeks, and they are kind of put off by other national groups. Being Orthodox in America certainly gives you a very strong taste of ethnic differences, that these are really important things in people's lives. But nevertheless, it's funny because their priests will preach on this. This is recognized as a heresy. Nationalism to the exclusion of other ethnic groups in faith is a heresy, and it is often preached against in these churches to apparently little effect. So I know what you're talking about, and I've seen it and experienced it, and thankfully I've never suffered for it. I've never been ostracized at my own parish just because I'm an Anglo.
Yeah,
but I know that it happens. So
I never felt unwelcome. And before I even attended, I went and talked to the priest it was a Russian Orthodox church, but I went and talked to him for about an hour and a half. I just reached out to him and met with him before I ever even attended, because I wanted to understand a little bit more what I was maybe going to try to get myself into. And, I never felt unwelcome at all, but it was so clearly and distinctly a different culture. I mean, I feel myself being in a different culture in the Pacific Northwest instead of, my sort of the sort of very conservative, Central Valley of California, at least the farming communities that I'm from. But it was much starker than that, and it was really impossible to for me. I mean, maybe that's just me, who I am, but yeah, it was there was something very spiritual about it. Don't get me wrong, it was just too alien for me, and I didn't necessarily, I was a little uncomfortable with the idea of my children growing up in that setting and adopting another culture and ethnicity's inheritance as their own. And it's for that reason that I would not move out of the United States. And so anyway, I let other people talk.
Just a few things. One, gonna welcome everyone. We Luth Templar's in, as well as the other two guys I mentioned before. But we did get a $100 donation from Mary. If that's her full name, I won't share it. I hope this will help a bit. I do believe that in the end, things have a way of working out as they are meant to, but this period of uncertainty where we cannot see around the next corner is very difficult. Sending prayers to you and your family and gratitude to standing up for your conviction. So thank you very much, Mary, for that. We really do appreciate it. Well, Robert keeps dropping out of the chat, so I guess he doesn't want to talk. Blood and Rain, yo, this is still going. Marathon doesn't even begin to describe. Yeah, you're right. We're still going strong. I had to step out for a little bit just to grab food, but yeah, no, we're still going. I said I'd do 9 to 5, and I'm still feeling good. Obviously, none of you guys are required to stay with me the entire time, but I figured, you know what? I said I'd do a full day. Might as well do a full day. Anyway, sorry, you guys can get back to it.
I need to issue a warning. My laptop is dying. I haven't run to get my cord yet. I guess I should, but if I fall off, that's why. Also, I do need to go soon because I do need to start my shift. I need to put in a certain amount of hours today as I'm obligated. And lastly, I just wanted to throw this out there for the audience. I'm looking into changing my career. It would be really nice to have benefits. I've lived my adult life without things like health insurance, things like that. I don't have any path towards retirement, which I was hoping I'd still be able to teach, into my late years. But I would like other ideas, and if you have ideas, I'm interested. Okay. I'm going to talk to the guys at Exit. What is the fellow's name? Bennett's Phylactery, who recently talked with Dave the Distributist. I'm very interested in his organization, and I'm going to have an interview with Bennett here soon. But I'm just throwing this out there. If y'all have like homeschool co-op internet thing in the works, or you're interested in such things, let's talk about it, because I'm open to other options now. I know John Carter was talking about job opportunities somewhere. If you've heard of something where it's possible I might be able to teach online on the side or something, I'm interested. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
And Blood and Rain has a suggestion. I'll have him circle back around on Telegram. Arthur, just send me a link to that, and I'll get to it once the stream is done. But again, thank you so much for coming on, Bagby. It's been a joy to have you, and I'm glad to see that the fundraiser is gone so well. Again, thank you so much for talking to us. It's been fun. I mean, genuinely, I've enjoyed this, and I was prepared to really suffer through a stream, but this has just been fun. So thank you so much for your time, and have a good luck on the rest of your on your shift today.
Thank you very much. I apologize. I haven't greeted our other guests here, Lou Templar and Cobalt Moon Localist. Thank you both for all of your support. Thank you for coming on the stream today. I am very grateful for the overwhelming amount of support, and people throwing money at me is very flattering and humbling, and I'm very grateful for you. So welcome, gentlemen, and thank you for coming.
Yeah, I always like saying hello to fellow academics, fellow former academics, I suppose, as myself is too. But it's a scary world out there. Whenever they start going after the intellectual class, it's like late Empire stage.
Yeah, are we the disaffected elites? Do we need parallel institutions? Will parallel institutions work, or will we just be like non-denoms, kind of anti-intellectual as a result? I'd like to think we can do better.
I've been reading a lot of, as some people here know, a lot of like from 406 when the Goths crossed the Rhine to like 800 when Charlemagne's crown, that like late antiquity, early Dark Ages. And you start to notice the names of elites, the names of people of an intellectual class, and the jobs that occasionally these names come out, they're Roman names, they're Greek names, or some other names, and you start to like see mentions of what they're doing professionally throughout these like little bits of scant data from the time period, and you start noticing the shift from being in the university to being in the palace of a sponsoring lord, and so it becomes basically privatized from the state to the local lord, and then slowly and gradually they slowly return to like the monasteries, the churches, the universities. So there's this.
Absolutely.
It's not really a parallel institute so much as a shifting institute. It's interesting.
Yeah, and strangely enough, this was a major topic of conversation with my friend who was recently destroyed. He and I loved talking about feudalism and personal government, and it was a common interest of both of us. And I came to work under him. I may have left education 2 years ago if I had not had the opportunity to work under someone that I knew and trusted, which is one of the reasons I'm here in Louisiana right now. I moved here 2 years ago to work under my friend. And I was willing to bank on that and bet on that. And so long as he was my head and I was his lieutenant, we were fine. And I joked with him that I was his loyal thane and that he had my personal loyalty. Now, this was, years before his doxing. And it's funny because we both understood each other on those grounds, and we realized that we were kind of on our own. We didn't really have anyone else that was going to back us. We might as well back each other. And it's kind of funny because we are analogous to these barbarian lords, but that's the kind of loyalty that I strongly believe in. The institutions are as corrupt as the late empire. They're full of decadent people who are willing to sell you out if it might buy them time or something. They're willing to throw you away. They don't have personal loyalty. They have loyalty to an institution that's been subverted. And the barbarians are gathering to sweep it all away. And these institutions won't last. They're all insolvent and such.
Yeah. There is that pattern, not to turn this into a history stream, but there is that interesting pattern where the blood loyalty of the Goths becomes more trustworthy than the monetary loyalty of the Romans. And
yes,
over time, there's this like realization within the Roman elite, I suppose, where the emperor, being the emperor, or even like a prefect within the emperor's court, is no longer worth the risk. You can swear fealty to a German lord, and so long you pay your taxes and serve him faithfully, you'll never have to worry no matter what happens, because they actually believe in honor. Whereas the Romans, they'll backstab you regardless of how much you pay them. Because I've often wondered why did the average Roman citizen abandon the title of Roman? Because the Greeks didn't. They kept calling themselves Romans. But in the Western Europeans, they stopped calling themselves Romans. They started calling themselves Franks, Goths. Even though genetically they were Latins, they come from the Roman civilization. But they adopted the name of their conquerors, whereas the Greeks didn't. They kept, the Greeks famously called themselves Romans until essentially 100 years ago. There were still people calling themselves Romans in Anatolia during the Ottoman Empire. But I've wondered a lot. Why is it that up until the end of the Ottoman Empire 100 years ago, there were still people calling themselves Romans on the hills of Anatolia? In the West, the title of Roman basically died out, other than the name, one of the titles for the emperor. Around the year like 500, 600, people just stopped using the term Roman to regard themselves as. And I'm kind of convinced it's because the moral collapse of the identity. It became associated with corruption and backstabbing and just not trustworthiness.
Yeah, must be. I mean, the Western Empire got very duplicitous even with their best friends towards the end. I was just teaching this. I was recently going over my notes on this stuff about the fall of Rome, and it struck me that the tables turned pretty quickly, right at the end of the Western Empire. You have the real interesting story of the Romanized barbarian Stilicho, who was the head of the Roman army in Italy.
Limes Germanica too.
Yeah, indeed. And you even have people like Saint Jerome, who translated the Bible into Latin, who wrote about the career of Stilicho. And the Romans suspected him of selling out their interests to the barbarians. They did not believe that he was loyal to Rome and loyal to the trust. And he was falsely accused of treachery and executed. And at that point, lots of Romanized barbarians left Roman service. So you saw this, I don't know, we call it a based draft or something.
Yeah.
They left the service of Honorius, the emperor of Rome. And that was when the Italians face Alaric the Goth, and he sacks Rome. They don't have enough native-born Romans without their barbarian mercenaries to defend Italy. And so they lost the loyalty of all of these Romanized barbarians who were at least partially assimilated or of mixed blood or something like that. They were all serving the Roman army, and they walked away. But that results in the fall of Rome. Later on, I'm sorry.
I wanted to, because it's often overlooked. Stilcio was the general on the border when the Goths crossed the Rhine. He was managing the border, and he is of half Goth blood. I think he's a Longbard actually. And so when the Romans essentially execute him, the barbarian Romans, like the civilized Romans, the civilized barbarians, kind of viewed that as a backstab, like backstab too far. Like, this is someone who had faithfully served the emperor and kept the basically not so much defend the border as manage the border, like, you know, paying off different chieftains to like, you know, one of his jobs was basically keeping the peace in addition to defending the more warlike barbarians. And so the backstory is that the reason why they were crossing the Rhine in 406 is because Attila was genociding Germany, and so thousands of Germans were trying to flee into Rome to get away from Attila, because they were basically genociding Germany. And famously, the Romans basically like kind of like, well, here's the guy who's basically holding back not only Attila but the people Attila is sending fleeing. Let's just kill him. Like, this is just an asinine decision. And naturally 30,000 Germans, 30,000 Germans were crossing over the Rhine anyway, and it is suspected that Stilcio had plans to basically civilize them, because the Franks were already in Gaul at the time, and Gaul was kind of becoming this like place where the German becomes civilized almost.
Right.
But I think if I'm remembering my history correctly, when the barbarians leave the service of Rome, those are already fairly civilized Germans. They're sort of speaking Latin already. They wear Roman military outfits. They have Roman training. So in terms of functionality, they basically are like functionally Roman. They join the commanders of the generals crossing over from fleeing from Attila. These are like generals that were fighting Attila. They were failed. Some of them were very Romanized. Like Alaric, famously, he was Romanized. He was a Roman general through and through. Alaric was going to Rome to get payment for his soldiers, basically.
Right.
And he had gone there before. Like, it wasn't the first time he had gone to Rome to like, you know, hey, pay us. You haven't paid us for a couple of months. Where's the due dates here? But it is even fascinating. Like, we envision the fall of Rome in 4010 as being this like bloody massacre with burning everything. It was actually remarkably civilized. Alaric marched in with his German Roman soldiers, the ones that basically left Rome after they murdered Stilcio. And he basically said, all right, listen, you owe us. We're going to take the gold one way or another. And there's a story that supposedly the Roman slaves essentially opened the gates for Alaric, and like even the Roman citizens were like, we know this is over, it's done. But when he enters Rome, he doesn't actually burn down the city. He comes to I think it's a mixture of like leaders of the city, ranging from the Pope to the governors of the city, and they basically make a deal. The citizens of Rome are going to go into the churches, and stay there for like 3 or like however, there's like a fixed term for how long a city could be sacked. And Alaric made a deal with the Roman government. Send your civilians into the churches. We're taking what we find to pay the soldiers, and we're leaving. And halfway through that meeting, the Pope kind of comes to Alaric and is like, "Hey, you want to do me a favor, Alaric? Why don't you burn down those abandoned pagan temples? We'll give you the gold from the architecture, and you can just Christianize Rome for us." Mind you, Alaric is not a proper Christian. He's an Arian, right? He's a Arius. So it's interesting to see an Arian. He doesn't go against the Catholics that are persecuting the other Arius followers. He actually makes a peace deal. Basically, it's like, okay, here's the terms for the sack of Rome. Like it's drawn up like a contract. It's not like this war that happened. It's very bloodless, actually. And so the contract basically says something along the lines of, Rome civilians, go to the churches and wait 3 days. We'll feed you. We're going into your homes. We're taking every coin we can find to pay the soldiers, and we're burning down the pagan temples and smelting the gold on the walls into coin. That's the contract. You can leave it or you can do it. You can fight if you want, but that's the contract. And basically Rome has this, like, it's a very civilized sack. It's a very like contractual sack. It's one of the most like ridiculously insane moments of history if you read into it. It's like I've never seen a contracted sack of a city. Anyway, that's my little spiel. It's a little bit of autism that I love to bring up every time it's brought up.
So melon for $10. Question for Bagby. I heard it said after the fall of the Soviet Union, the church asserted itself and made sure the nukes wouldn't fall into the wrong hands. How influential is the church in Russia now?
That's a good question that I wish I could give you more details on. The church in Russia was deeply subverted by the Soviets. We had a martyr. Well, we had many martyrs, but one of the more prominent ones was Saint Tikhon, the Patriarch of Moscow, who was killed by the Bolsheviks, and he was replaced by the Politburo in Moscow. He was replaced by the Soviets with a compliant patriarch, and there was an awful lot of dreadful things that were done by the infiltration of the Patriarchate of Moscow by Soviet authorities. Probably the seal of the confessional was broken there. I'm not any expert on that, but I have met a number of Russians who are disaffected from the Orthodox Church because of its cooperation with the communist regime during that time. In Russia, during the Russian Civil War and the depredations of Stalin that followed, there was a tremendous persecution of Orthodox Christians, not surprisingly, because this is the largest group of Christians in Russia, but it's not to overlook the other Christians who suffered in Russia during this time. Russian Baptists were martyred in great numbers, were sent off to the Gulag, were subjected to psychological torture as lunatics because they believed in God and refused to give up their faith. The Jehovah's Witnesses suffered. There are other sectarian groups that were in Russia that did suffer in some numbers. The Catholics suffered as well. There's a smaller number of Catholics, but Orthodox Christians do predominate. Also, a tremendous number of priests and bishops faced martyrdom rather than become subverted or deny the faith and practice. So the church under the Soviet Union and under the Soviet authorities is not healthy. It is at the point of a bayonet. It gets looted by. It gets who loots it? I forget. there is a famine somewhere in Russia, and I want to say it was Lenin who blackmailed the church with a media campaign for the church to surrender its treasures of plate, right, gold and silver. So Saint Tikhon actually resisted that, but like I said, he eventually gets martyred. Now, what happens at the end of the Soviet Union is very interesting. What you have is his name, Patriarch Alexei. I think that was the Patriarch of Moscow during the fall of the Soviet Union.
Blood and Rain, who I know is a fellow Orthodox Christian, he said 180,000 clergy were killed, so the clergy who collaborated were essentially Stalin-made clergy. Just a little bit of a detail, but that's probably correct. Sorry.
Indeed, and that legacy of the influence of the Politburo on the Russian Orthodox Church is something that is still with us. Here in America, for instance, you do find some super trad hardcore Orthodox groups that are called ROCOR. That's ROCOR, and that stands for the Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia. ROCOR was organized by Russian Orthodox Christians outside of Russia to keep their church organization safe from Soviet influence. So they formally separated from the Moscow Patriarchate. And it's only recently that they were reconciled to the Moscow Patriarchate. And that's just an interesting jurisdictional story. But ROCOR parishes are super hardcore. I love visiting those people. There's a ROCOR monastery in West Virginia that I really like. I have a friend there who's a monk, and they are really incredible. Anyway, all back to the fall of the Soviet Union. They say that Patriarch Alexei, who died in the early 2000s, so he survived the Soviet Union by a long ways. They say that he was KGB, and maybe he was. I wouldn't doubt that if I knew more about it. It's quite possible that he was hand in glove with the Soviet authorities. They like to say that about Patriarch Cyril, who is the current Patriarch of Moscow. The relationship between the Patriarch of Moscow and the Russian Federation government is close. And the Russian Federation has been returning church properties to the Patriarch of Moscow since the fall of the Soviet Union, and granting the church more liberty to act on its own principles and with independence of the political structure. Kind of like the legacy of the French Revolution, where all the churches of France are seized by the revolutionary government and nationalized, and the clergy is made to submit to an oath of loyalty to the people of France. And many of the clergy face martyrdom in France, most heroically. They have since been canonized by the Catholic Church, and well-deservedly. That is rather analogous to what happened to the church in Russia. And the aftermath of that legacy is complex. In France today, the government owns all of the Catholic churches. That's been the case ever since the revolution. That's one of the reasons why the French government is restoring Notre Dame right now. It's their building. That is analogous to the situation of the church at the fall of the Soviet Union. So one of the things the Soviet Union did was they kicked the monks out of all the monasteries and turned many of the monasteries into prison camps. So if you've heard of the Gulag system, many of those were actually Russian monasteries, Orthodox monasteries. Under the under the Russian Federation government, mostly under the reign of Putin, the church has been returned many of its monasteries, which were formerly in the hands of the state. So we see, I think, a liberation of the church to some degree. One of the most interesting things that we're seeing in the present day Russian Federation is we see the Russian government financing the building of hundreds of Orthodox churches. And this is seen partially as recompense for the massive persecution of the churches under communism, in which a great number were destroyed. Tremendous amount of, cultural value that was just wiped out right there. But obviously, this has major religious and spiritual implications as well. So the Russian state is backtracking and restoring. And we could say, well, this gives the state undue influence over the church. Well, that's a fair criticism. It's a fair criticism. But in Orthodoxy, we are not accustomed to the separation of church and state. We are accustomed to kings and governments being patrons and communicants of the church. And this was the origin of many of these national churches. In European history, for instance, we read of the conversion of the kings of Europe and the baptism of the nations of Europe under the authority of the king and based on the king's conversion. And we notice that faith works very differently for those people than we imagine it working for us. This is a good opportunity for me to return to the final point with Red Hammerhead that I didn't get to earlier. Red shared with us his difficulty in assenting to the faith of his fathers, intellectually, perhaps. And I wonder, I'm a nerdy sort of guy, and I put a lot of stock in my head. And I'm filling my head with books always. But I often lose track of other means by which we live and find meaning. And faith has a curious relationship to reason. In my personal experience, faith has more to do with the heart. Faith has more to do with what one will believe, what one will do. And faith has, I believe this dogmatically, faith has a strong relationship to our bodies. So returning to the picture of the conversion of the nations of Europe, the story of the conversion of the Russian people is that Saint Vladimir, the king of the Rus, who lived in what is the Ukraine today, was evangelized by missionaries from Constantinople and assented to the doctrine of the Christians. He became an Orthodox Christian, he was baptized on the Crimean Peninsula. It's another reason why the Crimea is very important for the Russians. And then he went back. What is the gay way to say that city? I want to avoid saying it the gay way. I want to say it the other way. He went back to the capital of Ukraine. I forget now that there's so much confusion about how to pronounce the name of that capital city. I will just refrain from saying it because I refuse to say something that sounds gay. He went back to the capital of Ukraine and baptized the people of Russia personally. He and the priesthood and his nobles who had all been baptized, they acted as the baptizers of the Russian people in the great river there. What is it? The Dnieper River. That is where the Russian nation was baptized. And what happened was the king said, "We are Christians now. We are pagans no more. Come and receive baptism." And they came by the tens of thousands and they were baptized. And this is really interesting because there's nothing intellectual about this. They were catechized eventually. But like a newborn baby that cannot speak, can't know anything, can't form a single thought, they were baptized. And they were counted as members of the church with the baptism.
Maybe it's just the inability to get out of, for me to get out of my own head. But I've never understood my faith such as it has been in the past, and maybe is less so now, in any other terms but intellectual. Even when I was a kid, it was all about like understanding more about the Bible to understand what is this thing.
Indeed. I strongly sympathize with you. I felt the exact same way for my early life. I wanted to be a serious Christian. I wanted to understand. I read theology. I read apologetics. I wanted to understand these things forwards and backwards. And I'm sure that this can be used as a criticism against my religious life, and I will accept it as a constructive criticism. I would make the criticism myself. I have become much less interested in the intellectual dimension of my religious life since becoming an Orthodox Christian. That is not to say it isn't there. There is Orthodox systematic theology. I've got a great deal of it on my shelves, and I take pleasure in it. But no longer am I trying to figure it all out for myself. This is a major difference between my life before my conversion and my life afterwards. It's not up to me what the theology is. I accept what the theology is. I renounce all heresies, ancient and modern. I embrace the Orthodox doctrine and practice. And I don't have to figure it out anymore, which was a major relief. Now, I know that you can interpret that negatively and say, well, I'm checking my brain out or something. I'm not going to use my head anymore. That's just simply not true. But no longer is worship a intellectual effort. And we believe that baptism is effectual because it is a sacrament. It is a means by which God communicates grace to our person using our flesh. So that's why the Eucharist is a sacrament. This is how God communicates grace. In Orthodoxy, we have any number of sacramentals. There are any number of things that God uses in the physical world to communicate grace with us. And by extension, there are cursed things in this world that degrade us and do us harm, do our souls and bodies harm. But we get the sacraments by way of the church. When the priest blesses us, it is actually communicating grace to us. When he anoints our heads with oil, we are having grace communicated from God to us, our souls and bodies. And this affects our minds. And this gives us peace. And this saves our souls. This is the means by which Christ saves us. And this is the dogma of the faith. And it is something of unspeakable comfort. This is the source of tremendous hope in our dark modern degradation. The church remains. The church will remain. The gates of hell will not prevail against it. The church will assault the gates of hell and take it. we forget in our age of darkness that the gates of hell shall not prevail against the church. We frequently think, oh, the church is under attack. No, it's actually the exact opposite. The church is on the assault here. It is attacking the gates. Hell is on the defense. It frequently doesn't look that way to us, but that's actually the way that the story ends. And that's something of comfort to us as well. We must remain vigilant, but we do have a vision of how all of this works out in the end, and that is something of comfort to us. So finally, on that point, my encouragement here is, yes, we all struggle with believing and maintaining our belief in this age of degradation and demoralization. We are being purposefully demoralized. And even by our religious authorities, Ryan Turnipseed, our friend and heroic Ryan Turnipseed, his interactions with his denomination show something of what the situation is like these days, where the authorities in his church are purposefully attempting to demoralize their own base. And we see this often these days, and it is so upsetting. I understand why it's so upsetting, and I'm completely on board with that. But we need to remember that these subversives in our institutions do not speak for the institution itself. Now, I have my own criticism of Protestant institutions, and I'm not getting into that here. I want Protestants to be the best Protestants they can be, and I want them friends and allies. And I will let that be an end to it. But we need to participate. We cannot remain Christians outside of bodies of Christians. We are commanded to take part. We are commanded by God himself to participate. And we need to take that seriously. And even if we are having the doubts that we're all suffering these days, I encourage the faithful to LARP when necessary. Participate. Act as if you will believe, and go through the ritual, confess the doctrine. And that, remember, it's not an intellectual exercise. You aren't trying to persuade yourself reasonably. And remember that faith and grace are communicated sacramentally. Now, I know not all of our Protestant friends would agree with that, but I have met enough Protestants who doctrinally would differ on the sacramental theology, but would agree in principle that that is how it works.
Yeah. I mean, for my part, I have largely given up on trying to convince myself intellectually, and have been, thinking instead of, like, I guess I saw a meme the other day. It said thinking objectively versus thinking subjectively, like holding the subjective thinking up. But I just, I've been trying to go forward more intuitively. And I think that, I think it's, I think it's a lost cause, basically, to convince yourself intellectually of something like that. I mean, the best I can get to is intellectually, I think there must be some kind of creator, and that's about as far as I can get. There's plenty more you could delve into, but at the base, that's where it is. And then after that, it's just reliance on tradition beyond that. But yeah, so I mean, that's you've given me a lot to think about, and certainly it comes across, your faith comes across in the way that you speak about it, So
if I could add anything, Jay and I were talking about Genesis the other night on a stream about an article I wrote, and it's something I see in Genesis 9, I think it is, where Noah's kind of giving blessings and cursings to his children. But of course, the Christian can kind of read this as covenant promises. And so, and the interesting thing about it is that it kind of flows into all the sons of Noah in different ways. So I was making the point that, among the Africans and Asians, a major way in which one reacquires stability and faith in the community is through obeying your father. This is heavily emphasized in both cultures. And when either the people of these cultures departs from obeying their fathers, it's a quick path to slavery and destruction in both Asia and Africa. In Europe, the sons of Japheth, it's emphasized that you should spend time in the tents of Shem, which is an odd idiom, but it essentially translates to modern English as go to church. In that time period when you came into the tent of another man, it was an idiom that kind of meant to submit to their God, to submit to their way. And so for the sons of Japheth, there's a heavy emphasis on come to church, embrace the sacraments, submit to God first. Then, and only when you've humbled yourself in that way, will you receive dominion, will you receive the ability to do anything. And this seems to be like a very specifically, this blessing of Noah seems to be specifically for more so the children of Japheth. You can get into like a really autistic argument in terms of like migrations and who's who really cares. Europeans are typically Japheth, and so there's this special instruction from Noah to Europeans: before you go about seeking dominion, first go to church, first submit to the sacraments, first meditate there, be in the tents of Shem, and then go out and receive proper dominion, not wild worldly dominion, but proper faithful dominion.
And there's a tremendous amount of responsibility on us, gentlemen, because we are all, or soon will be, heads of households. And so there's an awful lot that depends on us making the choice to lead. We must lead our families. We are responsible for them. If it was only our own souls on the line, the calculus obviously would be different. If we ourselves were doubting, but our children believe what we tell them. And if we are frank with our own children about our doubts, then we're forming their own religious loyalties. We're forming their basis. My daughter is a chatterbox, and she's delightful. But she frequently humbles me when we gather to pray together every night. We have a little icon corner, and we light candles there every night, and we say our prayers together as a family. And of course, I take her to church, and of course, I tell her Bible stories, and of course, I explain basic doctrines. Jesus is God. Jesus became a man like us. He lived and breathed and walked and taught. And Jesus was killed. And he was killed although he did nothing wrong. He never did anything wrong. He was perfect. And Jesus came to life again. And this is the miracle that transforms the whole world. And Jesus lives today. We explain these things, and she humbles me when she comes back to me and tells me about Jesus. And she says, Jesus is God, and Jesus loves us, and Jesus saves us. And she prays to Jesus at night with us. And sometimes she prays about the trivial things, in the life of a small child. And sometimes she is very perceptive and is praying about important things that are burdening us as well. When her sister is sick, she prays for her sister. She prays for God's mercy. And that's just an organic example of leadership that is necessary from the father, from the husband of a family. We are responsible for our wives. We are responsible for our children. And just as we get our beliefs, we get our loyalties. We find authority in that literature that we stick into our heads. The music that we listen to has great effect on us. The poetry that we give our hearts to. And I think poetry does have a special connection to that more irrational side of us. It influences our attitude. It influences our loyalties. It influences our will, right? It can encourage us. It can discourage us. We give ourselves to these things. Who are we following, right? The family is that in a microcosm. Your children will follow you. Your children will adopt your beliefs. Even the children that rebel most strongly, what are they doing? What is the jerk high school boy doing when he does things on purpose to tick off his parents? He is thinking of his parents. He's consumed with thinking of his parents, even when he's in the greatest amount of rebellion against them.
Yeah, no, I can personally attest to that, being the most rebellious against my parents, and then ending up the most like them in the way that I run my own family and live my own life. I believe my mom has described me, despite being one of 4 children, as being 90% of her problems. So, but not anymore. Now I'm 100% of her grandchildren, joy of having grandchildren. So it's kind of funny how those relationships develop and change over time. But yeah, I mean, every rebellion is ends up being like a reflection on your own, like you become, how did you put it? Obsessed or something like that.
Yes.
With your own your parents. I mean, and that was truly what it was. I could not. I was rebelling against the plans they had for me, and ended up right where they wanted me, despite all that. So, except for with respect to faith, which is something that my father and I talk a lot about, because that's the one area that I know he prays all the time that it'll be different for me. And that's one benefit of having children later in life, is that maybe you've had more time to figure things out. I had my firstborn when I was 22, and it's, I am still not in a place where I feel like confident about my own religious views, I guess, my own views on faith. So that's something that does gnaw on me at night, because most of the time I've spent delaying this due to just being super busy and also not able to figure out what kind of an answer that I want. But in any case, I have to take off. My house is full again, and everyone's about to come into my area for lunch. So,
well, thanks
for stopping by, man. I enjoyed talking to you.
Yeah, no, it was great.
A pleasure.
It was great. Yeah, and it's good to meet you, Mr. Bagby, and good to talk with you, Jay. And yeah, it's I hope everything works out for you, Mr. Bagby. I'm sure it will. You seem like a capable man, but I've always lived with the impression that the threat is out there, and eventually one day it'll land on me. Despite how careful I am, I know I've undergone multiple rounds of background check, just not like police background check or anything, but lawyers have their own way of running background checks on future potential partners. And I've withstood those, for now, but you never know when the hammer will fall on you. And I hope I have, I feel like I do have a pretty good community around me in real life, but also it's good to know that there are like-minded people out there you can reach out to when things get tough. So anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and sign off, but it's good talking with everybody.
All right, talk to you later, man. All right, how much more time do you have, Bagby?
I should go, actually, but it was a real pleasure to pop on. I'd like to apologize to our friends who came in the midst of our conversation and
not at all
weren't able to participate.
Yeah, that was a conversation between the two of you, and I think it was worth listening to.
Indeed. Well, thank you, everyone. I'm flattered and humbled by the support that I've had here today. Thank you very much for putting this together, and I'm glad I was able to participate. I will be tuning in. I'll be part of your streaming audience as you continue, and I'm going to go and start driving the taxi. So thanks, everyone.
Right. Well, good luck on the rest of your shift, and talk to you later, George.
Thank you all. Goodbye.
What a swell guy.
Yeah, I'm glad you got to talk with him. Welcome, everyone. Richard, AP, how are you guys doing? Oh, it's been so long they're not even at the mic anymore.
Good, I just got on.
I'm here.
Sorry, you guys are talking over time. Hey, you're all here. Again, sorry about that, but that was a long, unbroken conversation, and I didn't want to butt in on it any more than I already did, but it's good to see you guys.
No, it was great.
We just lose connection.
Hello?
I think
Did everyone just die?
I think was there.
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Everyone just muted all of a sudden all at once.
That was weird.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Now we get to hijack the show from Jay.
That's what you're good at, Cringe.
I think he might have pick a topic, someone.
So, AP, did you pick a new name yet?
No, I haven't yet.
Why were people? The reason I had to leave is I just had to pee. Figured you guys could probably cover the air, but apparently I have 4 people on. No one can talk for the 25 seconds it takes for me to take a piss.
AP, why are you changing your name?
Oh, to get rid of populace because it's cringe.
Okay. Oh, how the tables have turned, or turntables or something. We just saw your face. You have to censor that.
Face doxed.
He is covering it at least.
That's actually part of the reason I don't even own a webcam, because I knew if I owned a webcam, I would have accidentally face doxed myself like 100 times by now. Because if you ever watch an episode and see me inexplicably flicker out, it's because I've accidentally hit the start camera button, and since I don't have a webcam, it just kicks me out. So despite the fact that I use this program like 4 times a week for like literally over 100 episodes now, or 100 like different shows, I still don't know how to use it. So I really have no excuse there.
Ever be.
Oh,
that
old copper telephone line ain't carrying his voice very
well.
No.
Say, my man waits in the chat for 50 minutes and can't say a thing because the internet's too bad.
The key for a webcam is to have like a ridiculously warped FOV so that no one can ever identify your face in real life.
Yeah, like it's like a 90s music video, like the fisheye lens.
Yeah, just fisheye lens yourself. No AI can unfishify yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
What was funny about that was that I was scratching my forehead, and I went to mute myself and press the cam. And so then I'm just sitting there. I wasn't even meaning to cover my face. I was scratching my forehead. And then I realized, is my camera on? God damn it.
Well, I will say thank you guys for joining in. This has not been as bad as I would have thought. I mean, being live for 6 hours is slightly uncomfortable. I've been sitting in this chair for way too long, but not too bad. I'm going to say not too bad. Oh, Vingle, good to see you in chat. How are you doing, man? Yeah, I've been really, like, you guys have impressed me with, y'all's generosity. We've done really well. We're at $5,400 now, which is a significant chunk of change. That'll really be very helpful. I said I was gonna drop off if we hit the 5K mark, but you know what? Kind of would be fun to hit 8 hours. I feel like I should do it just for the sake of doing it. Anyway,
you're only at 6 hours. Are you planning on going another 2?
Oh, of course. Why not? It's only 1.5. It's not too bad.
Yeah, you might as well. It's going really well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm having fun. Like, it's for a good cause, so it's not the end of the world.
And it's a good opportunity for us to actually organize as a community.
Yeah, that's also true. I feel like normally the call-in streams, which I enjoy when I, have the audience drop by, or like I have someone on for 10 minutes, kick them out until I have Lou Templar on for an hour and a half.
No, I'm being quiet now.
I enjoyed the Bagby Lou Templar historical autism. That was a fun crossover.
Yes, well, it is a very fun. I'm glad he talked about a lot of the architecture in different parts of America, because there's a lot of people don't realize that it's not just glass skyscrapers.
Yeah, that's one of those things where it's like I truly do like. There's some things that are like the West has fallen that are kind of stupid. And then there are other things where I genuinely do hate the fact that all modern buildings effectively look the same, and it's very difficult to tell where they're from. Like I read a lot of the Tintin books as a kid. Like I had all of them. And one of the things I loved about it was that it was written in an era in which different countries were distinct. Like people in Scotland dressed like they were from Scotland, or people in China. And obviously, like, it's calling back to an earlier era, even earlier than they were written. But I do kind of hate that, like, generic airport architecture.
I have been reading a great deal of 1970s UK Parliament meetings where they offhandedly discussed,
because of course you have.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course I have. I like reading these, like, I love reading political dead ends, these like little microcosms of politics that existed for a few years or months in the past, and then just like were obliterated by the mainstream and no one remembers them. And so one of the ones I've been reading about recently is
I too am a fan of the Dixiecrats.
So I've been reading a lot of Tony Benn, which is like a labor government 1970s, and in the 1970s, Britain was like a shithole. Basically, it was collapsing. Like the empire had died, and the economy was going with it, and pretty much everyone was getting ready for the last hurrah of Britain. But there are these parliament meetings that were going on where labor was in power at the time, and they're trying to figure out, okay, how do we not die? That'd be nice to not die as a civilization. And Tony Benn was an advisor in the cabinet, and he basically suggested, well, Japan had a solution to this: just lock down the country for 100 years and reorganize yourself to the new world. And he just spent like 1970s labor government arguing that Britain should just take an isolationist policy and restructure itself, just like screw off with the rest of the world. And everyone was like, shut up. But the arguments he gave and the predictions he gave, they didn't, all came true. So I think he was right.
Yeah, that's one of those things where it's like there are certain things that are just held as like, oh, we could never do that. Like one of the ones I always hear about is like, oh, you could never repatriate, 250,000 people a year. That's just kind of like said as a statement of fact, but it's like, I mean,
the Ottomans did it.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is something that's been done multiple times, like in addition to that, or Oros, the end is nigh. I mean, the end of you catching up, that's nigh, but we've got another hour and a half, my brother in Christ. Like, hold on. You don't get too confident.
I just got on here. We got a lot more to go.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Richard, you might end this stream prematurely. I'll put it that way.
Susan will.
I'm really trying to behave. I'm really trying to behave.
Well, thank you, Richard.
Look, look how nice he's acting around me. It's shocking.
Keep your finger close to the mute button, Jay.
Yeah, believe me.
Not the camera button.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's. I think it's. What's the other? Because it's Haiti on one side. What is the other nation? Is it Dominican Republic?
Dominican Republic.
I was about to say Puerto Rico because I'm dumb.
Well, fair enough. But didn't they end up deporting like hundreds of thousands of Haitians multiple times?
This is a common. I've been to a few places in Latin America. This is a common theme in several Latin American countries. Currently, this is occurring in Chile and
deporting hundreds of thousands of Haitians.
Specifically Haitians, yes.
Doom and Gloom for $10. Thank you very much. And Blood and Rain, congratulating your work on episode 91, which I thought was fun. I enjoyed it. Yeah. I can always tell this is an off topic. We could go back to bashing on Haitians. But Luthemburg, I can always tell our streams because there's like with almost every episode I record, there's like a normal rate of comments. Like normally it'll be like by the time I go to bed, the episode will be to like 400 or 500 views and I'll have like 6 comments. And most of them will be like, good job, enjoyed the episode. Or like, hey, you're an idiot, you couldn't remember this word. And I'll be like, yeah, awesome, thanks. But if you and I do an episode, in the time it takes me to end the episode, like wrap up afterwards and then brush my teeth, I'll come back and it'll have like 25 comments. Because it's angry. Someone like spurging out.
I like causing spurgery. It's always entertaining.
It's fun. I enjoy it. But it's interesting you bring up that the Haitian thing has been a problem in South America, because that actually, do you remember recently in the news where there was that pretty like badass photo of the U.S. Marshal in a cowboy hat and in a lasso, just like chasing down a bunch of Haitians that we all pretended to be offended by. But anyway, go back to Chile and rounding up Haitians.
No, I mean, before the socialist government took over in Chile, the last government was basically exporting Haitians back home. Because Latin America is famous for its boom bust cycle, brought to you by the letter CIA. But there's always this like mob of like several thousand Haitians that go city to city in South America to like do like janitor jobs and stuff like that. And they're kind of like the wanderers of that continent, where like they'll come to a city for a couple of years and like do menial tasks and they get kicked out and they'll go to another city. It's like, I've heard this story before. I'm sorry, I shouldn't bait copper like that.
Again, I don't care, except for the fact that I like my YouTube channel.
I'm so close. I'm so close when I'm sitting here muted.
Yeah. So, regarding that though, like tangential to that, there's like a lot of writing in the 1970s basically asking, and this is coming from surprisingly a large number of left-wing governments at the time, because they wanted to figure out how to like get out of the globalist like boom bust cycle, and this is why the CIA was always in Latin America, because they were trying to figure out how to get out of globalism. Nowadays, it's more the other way around, where it's like supposed conservative governments trying to get out of globalism. But in the 1970s, a lot of times it was the socialist governments. They use the term. The term I've really started liking from Tony Benn is developing a siege economy, where it's assumed that if you try to break away from the global infrastructure for the economy, the globe is going to come after you. And so before you even take the act of like amputating yourself from a like global financial structure, you have to spend years developing what they were calling a siege economy. The big problem with a lot of countries nowadays is that they think they can just break free and that's the end, and then the fight starts. When in the 1970s, the socialists were saying, no, you have to spend like a decade getting ready to break off, then you can. And that's a big difference. Sorry, Jay, you look like you were about to say something.
Well, no, it's just interesting. You bring up that phrase siege economy, because there are certain phrases that you notice that the regime will kind of like spin up and use to apply to their enemies, right?
Yes. Now Russia,
yeah. Now Russia. And look, like I actually made a little short on this because I wanted to see how shorts work, and it was too complicated for my monkey brain, so I don't think I'm gonna make another one. But it's been in the news that the International
the ICC, I don't remember what the exact acronym stands for, is issued an arrest warrant for Vladimir Putin for human rights violations and war crimes. And look, like I'm not a huge Russia guy. I'm kind of, ambivalent on the Russia-Ukraine question, but like that's on its face completely and totally absurd, And so like, yeah, exactly. It's pure propaganda. It's exactly like when they'd pick some random African guy, and you're like, oh yeah, you did a bunch of war crimes. And it's like,
we're going to find Coney and we're going to bring him to justice.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, instead of, you mean the 1 out of 300 bizarre local warlords who were like killing and eating people, that's the one you pick. But anyway, neither here nor there. But that phrase siege mentality is similar to something like rogue state.
Yeah.
Where it effectively means nothing other than you're an anti-globalist and the State Department doesn't like you. But anyway, carry on.
No, I mean, like, Tony Benn wrote this section that I was going to read. It's only 2 paragraphs, but it's international organizations, not one of which is yet effectively controlled by an assembly directly elected by a multinational franchise, have also proliferated. I can't say that word. As nations have come together to grapple with the interrelationship of civil and military technology, the United Nations, Intelsat, which handles world satellite communications, GATT, and IMF for the military alliances, the European Common Market, he goes down a whole list, have all sprung up in a single generation to regulate the system by administrative means. Any nation could theoretically turn its back on all this and legislate itself into a siege economy free from this intricate network of national and international power structures. But as with the individual dropout, it could only do so at a price in lower living standards that would be politically unacceptable. And that's an interesting term, because like he's also commenting on like individuals that drop out of the economy, because this is a problem in the 1970s too. They do so essentially when you drop out of the economy, when you become a NEET, you're accepting a lower quality of life to remain independent. And at a national scale, that becomes very dangerous to do if you're not ready for it. I've always voiced my support of the Yugorid people, but I am admiring how Putin prepared for this siege economy. He did spend like the last decade essentially figuring out how to detach from the Western network. And so far as I can tell, he's succeeded. And his people have accepted the slightly lower quality of life in exchange for the freedom of national sovereignty. In the same way, Britain's like a halfway job of that with Brexit, where they were like, they tried it, and then halfway through they got cold feet, or maybe their leaders did, not the people. And now they're kind of stuck in this limbo territory. I don't know. I feel like this is something that's going to come up more and more as the capacity of the international finance to keep things running efficiently declines, and nations start looking for ways off the Titanic, basically.
Tunes in Turney?
Eastern Siberia. Oh, Teens Tyranny. It's an Irish thing, I think.
Fair enough. Sorry, I've like I said, we're at hour 6.5. I'm working on a solid 85 IQ here, which is why I was so interested in the Haitians. But I'm glad you enjoyed episode 90. That was another episode that I got very polarizing response to. But see, that's the true populist delusion, is assuming that I care about the comments. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Sorry to box in other readers, but I want to just say, Eastern Siberia is a very interesting place if you wanted to try to like build a new civilization, because there's only like I think like 7 or 8 million Russians in the entire area. Like all of Eastern Russia is just like 8 million people. There's more people in Manhattan Island than like half of Russia. You could easily establish a stable. In Russia, they have this term called I forget what it is, but it's like a sovereign republic where you're basically free to administrate the territory as you please, as long as you pay your taxes. And they have this like really weird Russian constitution thing where they'll even allow you to arm yourself in a progressive way. So like you get a pistol, right to bear arms pistol for like the first 5 years, and if you don't break the law, you get the rights to a rifle. And then if you don't break the law, you get a rights to like a machine gun. It's a kind of a weird progressive gun rights system. But Russia's very like open to just like taking a bunch of people that want to found a new republic within their territory and like giving them land rights and mineral rights to just like develop an undeveloped part of the country.
So see, the problem would be is the DR would set up their commune in the woods, and everyone would fight over who's allowed to use Starlink at the time. It would just be a bunch of people arguing over who gets to post Twitter at any one time during the event.
There is a legal loophole of where people should look. I used to talk about this a lot like years ago, but there's a chain of islands that are claimed by Japan, but Russia holds rights over the islands. They're like I forget the name of the islands. They're the northern parts of Japan. Those the ecosystem.
Kuril Islands.
Yeah, Kuril Islands. That area has New England weather and a lot of good fisheries. And if you wanted, you could totally develop those islands into an independent republic. When I say independent, like subject to the Russian state, you could totally develop those islands into like an oblast that Russia would just like take a tax extraction from in exchange for you developing your little Anglo-Saxon city-states.
Yeah, that's actually that's a fascinating I guess like detail to add to that conversation, because I'm talking to Liquid Swan about it, and I've said before, I swear I have the fastest return to the mean as far as podcasting performance, where it's like, at least personally, it's like my episode with Last Things, I was like, great, brain functioning, firing on all cylinders. I like responded well. We had a good back and forth. And then due to no fault of his own, my episode with Liquid Swan was a mess. And it was just because like my brain wasn't working. But that episode was really fascinating because I never really considered that as an idea, like at least I'd been kind of like mentally just like discounting that as an option, because like, and look, like we all know like that you can't really do that in the US. You can't make Urania in the continental US, right? You'll get Ruby Ridged or something, right? But the idea that like, wait a minute, there are places in the world where not only is that a possibility, but they want you, like you would be an asset, I guess, is a fascinating idea. Ora's post, just in chat says, it's insane to see Jay rise so much. I was sure this moron was going to become irrelevant and fade into obscurity. I mean, there's still time, man. I haven't even been here for 9 months. So I think my fade into obscurity arc is probably coming up sooner than later, I guess. But anyway, man, I interrupted you.
I want to say something real quick. Because with the whole Ukraine war thing, I don't understand why this is so divisive. Like, I don't where people feel like they have to choose between Russia or Ukraine. It's like, can we just be happy that Slavs are killing each other? Like, can we just leave it at that?
I mean, that's a take. I think that Charlie, and I want to have him on to discuss this, his point is essentially a moral one, which is that he views the actions of the American State Department as inherently immoral. I'm not 100% convinced by that. I like Charlie. He has an interesting point. I think I'm just too parochial. I'm like, yeah, not my monkey is not my circus. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, that's certainly a take I could probably get behind. Slavs are quite literally built different. So I don't know. I feel like they just decide to kill each other every couple decades anyway. Like, this isn't that special. Probably shouldn't say that, but you know what I mean.
They tend to get CIA encouragement, though.
Yeah, that's another one. Minoan, that's if I think you're in the Telegram, Minoan, but that's Richard / you're Copper Star Nationalist on Twitter, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So he's in and around the chat a lot. He's just under a slightly different name. I think. Who just dropped in? Hey, Charlie, how you doing?
Good. I'm just doing my laundry for the next 30 minutes. So I'll hang out in my truck. I heard you guys were talking about Siberia, which I thought was pretty interesting.
So this is actually great because I don't know if you heard, but I just mentioned you by name because I've heard you say before that essentially, like the Russia-Ukraine war is the issue of our age, somewhat similar to COVID. And so I've been kind of apathetic towards the war just because I haven't had the mental bandwidth to devote to it. But if you could you give us kind of your best case for why we should care about this war, and then if so, like what our opinion on it should be, if that's not too complicated a question?
No, I think it's very simple. Hundreds of thousands of people are dying in this war, and the war is being driven primarily by the United States through the cloak of NATO. And the U.S. could basically unilaterally end the war whenever it wants by forcing Ukraine to come to terms with Russia. And it should have done that a long time ago in the Minsk Accords. This whole thing could have been avoided if it had just actually negotiated in good faith. So it really comes down to the fact that, like any other aggressive war that the United States pursues, we should oppose it because it's actually killing hundreds of thousands of people. Apparently we opposed the coronavirus and the injections because for the same reason. So we should be just as hard up on this. And in terms of how it affects you, I mean, war is one of the primary ways the state expands its power. We know the United States always engages, along with Great Britain, in these aggressive wars to expand its geopolitical influence and implement stronger controls on us back at home. So I think the case is actually pretty straightforward, why we should care about it.
Well, fair enough.
And just to add on to that point that he made, actually, we see that with USGA support comes gay marriage, as we saw with the recent Ukrainian lawmaker proposing to make that legal now. So we see that the social cost that comes with the weapons is a cancer that will inevitably come with the weapons, that will inevitably destroy the society and corrupt it.
Yeah, I think that part of my reticence to get involved was actually kind of like an early exposure to like full on Russia shills, just like the people who were essentially like would excuse anything as like, oh, it's part of the plan, like the plan truesters. And I think specifically of like,
the Durand are a good example.
Yeah, the Durand. And like, they were interesting enough at the beginning, but after a few weeks of listening to what they had to say, it was kind of like, okay, you guys would justify anything. But that's a good argument. Yeah, no, that's so I think you've convinced me, there, Charlie. So thanks for that. I am curious effectively as to how, I don't know. I know that in terms of the US, there hasn't really been that much sent as far as monetary value is concerned compared to the rest of our economy. But I guess I am curious to see how or if we will be able to restock from this, because I know a lot of there has been a push towards onshoring, but I guess I'm curious to see if we'll actually be able to successfully onshore again.
Well, what do you mean by that? Like military equipment?
Well, so compared to the like financial engine of the US, right? Mm-hmm. The expenditure in Ukraine has been a lot, but it hasn't been that much in the grand scheme of things.
Isn't it like more than the entire Afghanistan war?
Yes. Oh, in that case, okay, then I may be wrong about that.
I'm pretty sure it's like a ridiculously high price to get minuscule like win against Russia.
I believe.
Well, I guess the argument would be that some of it was already paid for anyway.
Like from my point of view, I think we're going to win, but the cost of it just does not justify it, and we're going to pay the price of it for decades to come for what amounts to like a farm in some random Slavic shithole. Like, it's not worth it.
Yeah. So the cost of the war are weird because, what happened initially is the U.S. was just sending their older stocks of pre-existing weapons. They're going to expire anyway, but the military tends to do this, and this is one of the things that the war excuses for is basically you lose some weapons and now you have to replace those weapons. So basically we're giving away our older weapons and we're manufacturing new weapons for ourselves. And that's where like half of the $60 billion or so that have been spent on this currently is just continuing to build up our own military industrial complex. So we can definitely replace all the weapons. The question is, can we use those weapons in the war, or is it just going to be, the typical process of replacing old weapons over the next 5 or 10 years, which that's definitely going to happen. So the war is definitely not cheap. I know we're basically matching Russia's GDP spent on their own military dollar for dollar. If you look at how the current, or if you look at last year's GDP that Russia spent on their military, we're basically matching that. and it is quite a lot of money. $60 billion last time I checked. I'm sure it's way more now, and it's going to continue going higher and higher. I mean, obviously, this is going to end up being a huge waste of money because it's pretty clear the American strategy here is to just drag out the war as long as possible. And so we're basically looking at, if we continue matching Russia's spending, it's going to be 60 billion or more a year for the next several years. Obviously, we shouldn't be spending that, as you said, on this Slavic shithole country, for lack of a better word.
So one other question how much of this do you think is just essentially like Afghanistan Part 2, like another eternal war?
Afghanistan Part 2 is going to be Mexico.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's Afghanistan 2 at all. I mean,
I didn't mean from an on the ground perspective. I just mean from an MIC perspective, like another thing to throw lots of money at.
Well, it's a little more than that because the outcome of the war has serious geopolitical consequences. I mean, potentially the existence of the Russian Federation could even hinge on this war, which you can't really say about Afghanistan.
Yeah, the worst thing that could come about if the Americans win is Russia's government collapses and the nukes get stolen. Like, that is a scenario that I don't know why the fuck the West wants it to happen, but it seems like they keep pushing for it to happen.
Well, my conspiracy theory there is that Poland's military is set up to go invade Russia or the former Russian territories as a UN-sanctioned peacekeeping force in the event that does happen.
That are they really gonna beat like local warlords selling nukes? Because that's a lot of stockhold there.
Well, you have to consider the basic, laws of oligarchy. I mean, the warlords are not going to be sufficiently organized against the largest land army in Europe, which will be under tight NATO control. I mean, I think the Poles could succeed. I mean, whether or not nukes would go off, I don't know. But I don't think the thing is, if the Polish army invaded Belarus and Russia, no one would care if nukes went off in Russia. No one would care, right?
I'm reminded that there was tons of strategy and planning to prevent the loss of the nuclear stockpiles in Russia when the Soviet Union fell, and that took a lot of expertise, and it just doesn't seem to be that level of expertise around these strategies today.
No, I think it's driven by some of the factions like the neocons who have always hated Russia. And then some of the factions in Europe, like Poland, kind of like what Semigog's been talking about, the Promethean project. And so it's very ideologically driven in many ways.
So why do you guys think that the neocons hate Russia?
They're Trotskyists.
Yeah. I should say, that is a joke. I do not want to know the answer to that, at least on YouTube.
I think there's something to be said for the fact that, especially if America is the successor to the British Empire, this is what Anglos do: is kick Russia in the dick. The last 200 years.
Anyone else have anything to add to that?
Well, it's pretty terrible, really. I mean, when you consider that it's horrible how the Russians are treated when you consider the cost they paid to defeat the mid-century Germans, for the British Empire and the Americans, basically. Not that I, am for the Soviets winning, but it's the games that are played with Russia are just it's just ridiculous how that country is treated.
I will say a lot of the social and political domestic things in Russia mirror far more the victim mentality the Germans had in the 1920s than what we have here. There's always talk about the Weimarization of America culturally, but in terms of how the people felt, Russia is a lot more aligned to that era than we are. The sense of just having the world beat you down and everyone hate you. You're looking
basically at with the shock therapy, right? They basically did get Weimared.
Yeah. I'm very worried about after the war so much than the war itself, and ranging from the nukes getting loose to the cultural implications of Russia. Russia does not behave sane when it feels like it's threatened existentially, right? The Soviet Revolution was primarily a result of feeling existential pressure from Germany and Japan, And God knows what happens when they feel all of Europe and Asia is against them.
Yeah, I mean, all the Slavs are crazy. The Poles, Ukrainians, Russians. It's just a bunch of crazy white spurs having a spur-guy war with each other.
We just have to hope the soft managerials that don't have the backbone to go that far.
Well, I don't think Russia's going to lose the war, so I don't think it's a problem there. But we obviously differ on that.
One of the things that I have to feel some level of sympathy for Ukrainians, like as a group, because like I just don't understand how the Ukrainian population is really going to handle this long term, right? Like you have an immense amount of young men just ground up into paste. You have all of the women, not all, a vast number of women displaced, maybe never to return. Like, is that country even, is that population really even going to exist anymore?
Well, probably not very well. But they're kind of being tricked into thinking that this is their vengeance porn. Because from the Ukrainian perspective, like, go back to like right before Chernobyl, the Ukrainians shared a seat at the UN security seat with Belarus and Russia through the Soviet Union. The Ukrainians occasionally were leading the USSR in various political areas. The Ukrainians had a ton of like scientific investments, and of course they had nukes for themselves. And they went from that very privileged position to feel like, NATO goaded them to think that they were stolen from because they lost the nukes, they lost the security seat, they lost the privileged position, they lost the research money. And so there's like, well, you want all that back? Go kill these Russians for us. So like from their perspective, they don't even know they're being fucked.
They're definitely going to still exist. I mean, if there's one thing the mid-century Germans learned, it's that Slavs are incredibly difficult to get rid of. And there are still Cossacks or people who think they're Cossacks today. I mean, they're always going to exist, at least for the next several centuries. But Ukraine is going to, either way, Ukraine is going to be extremely poor following this. And presuming that Russia maintains control of Novorossiya, which is where most of their agriculture is, as well as, important trading hubs. It's basically over for Ukraine as a country that matters at all.
If they lose, they become part of Poland. If they win, they become like a hellgate for NATO global homo.
Yeah, they've basically signed the only ways out for them. They're basically part of the new Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which is an economic bloc more than a physical empire, or they go the other way and large parts of them get, consumed into the Russian Federation. I mean, Ukraine's time as like a significant sovereign power are just over.
Well, fair enough. I realize I know very little about this conflict. Thank you guys. That's quite helpful.
I actually, since we're talking about this, I wanted to ask that, especially Charlie, since, he thinks that Russia's going to win. Say Russia wins. Say, Russia wins. Do you think something else happens, or do you think they just take their bit of Ukraine and they're happy? Or do you think now they're going to invade Poland?
No, that would be ridiculous. I mean, the Russian victory honestly barely affects the West at all. I mean, I think they're going to follow what Vladimir Putin is saying, is that they're going to go as far as they need to in order to secure the 4 oblasts and Crimea that they've annexed. And that is just going to be further and further, as Mr. Putin has said, until the Ukrainians stop fighting. So it's honestly in their interest to negotiate a peace sooner rather than later. But I don't think a Russian victory is that important in terms of what happens in the West, except for what it might mean in their relationship with Turkey and the Black Sea oil. But I don't know, a lot of Westerners act like this is some sort of like existential threat to like Poland or something, or Germany, which is just totally ridiculous. I mean, Russia's not going to invade some other country. Great powers just don't think like that. People will be like, oh, China's going to invade Taiwan now because they see this. It's like, this is like Hearts of Iron thinking or something. Like, that's just not how these things work, Like, Russia's not crazy. On a top-down level, they're doing what makes sense from their perspective. They're not just going to randomly start attacking other European countries, like just because Russia and they're bad. I don't think Poland will be threat at all. I mean, Poland has a ridiculously large military too. Russia would get stomped into the ground by Poland.
The whole reason why they invaded was to essentially, well, if you're not going to allow buffer states, we're going to take the comfort that we have. Like how many countries have to conquer to feel comfortable with having a border with you, basically. Russia was told basically, like, NATO's not going to expand, and they're also expanding. So from Russia's perspective, it's more like they're basically conquering these territories to add leeway if they're ever invaded by NATO. I mean, it's, again, I don't know why, because in such a scenario there would be nukes, but in terms of like practical tactics, it does add some forced buffer zones.
Well, I don't know that there would be nukes. I think that's an assumption people make, that any war between NATO and Russia necessarily immediately involves like a full-scale nuclear strike. I'm not so sure that that's necessarily true. I mean,
me neither. There's always when you're a great power, you have these like gentlemen's agreements. It's just a matter of, are you going to stay faithful to the gentlemen's agreement?
Yeah.
Russia's actions have been consistent with territory that's very strategic, like Crimea, and areas that are traditionally Russian. And they've been sticking to that point this whole time, including with Georgia, which was important territory for access in that area and to keep other powers from getting right up to their back door. So I think we can be pretty confident that's their plan. And it's historically consistent with how Russia behaves going back centuries.
Well, they know their land very well because they've had to defend it from east and west many times. I mean, from Russia's perspective, they're probably aware of their demographic issues. They're more concerned with where Europe might be in 40 years' time. Because like in 40 years' time, you're going to have Eastern Europe be more stable than Western Europe, because France and England have their immigrant problem, and Spain is increasingly socialist and isolationist. So if Russia was trying to plan for the next 40 years, these tactics make sense. They're going to be facing a stronger and more united Eastern Europe than Western Europe.
When also look at it this way, that's really bad for Russia too, because where was the seat of European power, 200 or 300 years ago in that range? It's in France, and then it moved to Germany, and now it's moving to Poland. And historically, Poland's been like a buffer between Russia and Europe. But now if Poland is going to be the biggest power in Europe, it's like, well, there's no more buffer room left, right? So that's a problem right there.
Yeah. I mean, again, Russia has demographic problems, so if you want to restart Anglo-Saxon civilization, you could always found an oblast in Russia.
I mean, the issue with that, though, is that China is also very interested in that land. And there's quite a bit of a cadre within the Chinese elite who want to take outer Manchuria back from the Russians, because they just see the numbers advantage. And also, they're thinking long-term about the water supply. Lake Baikal is very close by, and they're very interested in capturing that land because there just simply isn't many Russians in that land area anyway. And they could overwhelmingly take that area pretty easily.
And they're already flooding it with illegal aliens.
That's what it's forced stupid too, because like weakening Russia when China exists doesn't make any sense, because all we're doing is making China the more dominant Asian power, and they might be able to start pushing around Russia, because it's not like they're friendly with anyone.
Yeah,
like, the Chinese aren't friendly with the Russians or the Indians, even if they're in a partnership with them. So it's like, why would we want to like weaken Russia, which is on the doorstep of Europe, and then allow China to just sort of walk all over them in terms of, if not literally annexing territory, just economically.
I personally don't take China too seriously, but it's kind of just this. If you know the way in which they develop their military, it's usually through theft and tinkering than actual inventions. So they're a mindset that will perpetually be behind everyone else because they only develop by stealing. I don't know. They could try to do things with Russia, but like China's as much as a pariah as anyone else.
So I've got a question, and this is legitimately an open question. To me, I don't understand how China transitions to a real economy, given the way that they've essentially like artificially pumped up their economic numbers through like weird currency manipulation and like massive Keynesianism.
all while also overcoming a massive demographic problem. Like, how do you square that circle?
They don't. They're going to dissolve away into warring states like they always do. And then eventually something might come out of that as a threat. But the China that is today is just literally holding the country together with duct tape. And I don't know how long that's going to last.
Well, I think what they're trying to do is repeat what got them to this place in the first place. Because we have to remember in the 90s, China's was like a backwater, and their partnership with the United States skyrocketed them into this like industrial power. And I think they're trying to partner with other developing countries. You know, people talk about BRICS, like Brazil, other South American countries, India, Iran, any place they can trade with. And I think they're trying to sort of repeat the strategy they did with the United States, where they just provide cheap goods to whatever country's willing to buy, and maybe hoping that that's going to keep them afloat.
It's really weird with their relationship with cheap goods, because now their middle class wants to start exporting, finding cheap labor somewhere else to make their goods. Right, a generation grew up on that and became a middle class, and now they don't want to make stuff anymore. They want to be consumers, so they're exporting it to Africa and Vietnam and other areas where there's cheap labor. China seems to be simultaneously facing the problems of its past and almost like the United States also in the 70s, where like they're simultaneously trying to manufacture goods while also losing the manufacturing base. So I don't know how that lasts. I don't see how that's sustainable.
Well, I guess we could look at how the middle class developed in Europe and then think about what might happen to China in relation to what happened in Europe.
Yeah.
I don't think it's sustainable. Just look at the water situation within the next 10 to 20 years.
Well, the population is going to have in the next 40 years, so water may not be so much of a problem when they have half as many people.
I partly agree with Cringe. I don't see China ever making it to a global hegemony. I think they might peak at some kind of regional hegemony, which is still a significant threat. I don't know that they'll fully break, but they'll definitely retract, which is what China has always historically done. They expand and then they retract, they expand and retract.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be a global power either. I think people vastly overstate what the quote unquote multipolar world is going to look like. It's not going to look It's not going to look like China is like on the same level as the United States or something like that. They don't even have ambitions to do that. All they want to do is secure their own coastal trade routes, with their military buildup. They're not trying to do what the U.S. did, but of course the U.S. is going to freak anytime anyone threatens their control over any part of the sea anywhere in the world.
And that's a key point, Charlie. They don't have that cultural or ideological drive to influence the world. They really don't care if anybody else becomes Chinese. That just has nothing to do with how they think or their plans or anything. I do worry, though, that the Ukraine-Russia conflict could be our Eastern Rome Salud Empire battle that drains us down, which can open up things a lot in the future.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the numbers, the Ukraine war can continue as it is probably for another 6 to 8 years before one of the countries just collapses, probably Ukraine, which is really devastating because we can't really afford 6 years of funding that bullshit.
Yeah,
right.
because
that's why the strategy is so weird. I mean, the U.S. is apparently doing this slow escalation tactic. Like now, you see Poland is going to start sending its troops. This doesn't really make much sense though, because I had the opposite opinion earlier in the war, but based on what Russia has done with its economy, I think the long term actually favors Russia. So it's like if NATO is not going to act decisively in this conflict, which apparently it isn't, the conflict just totally stops making sense at all because it just ends up a money pit. Maybe that's the point. I don't know.
I think it is for many factions, and that's part of the problem. I don't think we have a clear factional control. I mean, Biden's regime is a perfect example of that.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of that matters politically. I wanted to add to the Chinese point, but this is pretty easily applicable to the Russia point. But there's a clear dollar hegemony. I've talked about this a lot, and I think I always feel the annoying need to bring it up. But there's a thing called the euro dollar, and it's essentially just dollars, American dollars that are loaned outside of our domestic economy. And this has been a phenomenon since the Marshall Plan of 1946, and it's essentially an economy of dollars that's untrackable because there's a constant need for dollars, and it's not because there are like contracts between governments and they're just waiting for that moment where they can jump on, the ruble or Bitcoin or whatever the fuck people think is going to be the next currency. It's like, no, the way the world works is on the dollar. That's what maintains global peace as we know it. Without the dollar, there is no peace. So China, on that subject, the reason China operates the way they do is because like they have customers to make a bunch of bullshit for to keep their people from like rebelling against them. They're literally just a management. They're a management economy. They're just a better Soviet Union where they actually have a market that demands their shitty fucking goods that really get worse and worse over time. And like, so when I think about what I do, and this is maybe like my own brain disease or something, but like every time I think about a geopolitical issue, I always put it through the filter of like the only way any of this shit really unfolds that will be in America's real disfavor is if there is an after dollar world, which there probably will be. But it's like once that happens, you're just going to have like land warfare, and in that case, China's probably going to beat out Russia. But other than that, everybody's like in the same scam together, and they need it to keep shit flowing. That's a simple way of putting it, but yeah.
This is where watching the activities of BRICS matters a lot, because that's the most likely alternative to that, or competitor, depending on how it falls out.
Yeah, I'm a pretty big America bull in terms of just everything looks up for America, and everywhere else in the world seems to be like quaking in their boots for like America to hopefully bail them out when the time comes. It's just like we have a lot of embarrassing defeats recently, but even like interfactional fighting within politics in America, it doesn't really matter. Like there's still a giant, pretty like efficient management class that does things as they should. They're not like they used to be, but like they're there for a purpose, and they will keep this hegemony going. And it doesn't really matter what it has to look like. If they have to put black women at the front of it, they're going to put black women at the front of it. It doesn't matter. It's really about the meme. It's about the shelling point of the dollar, maintaining its like memeological use throughout the world. And the way it does that, we don't even have to do a lot of work to do that, because the idea is everybody owes everybody else in dollars. You don't fix that. There is no easy alternative. Like, well, what if the country starts trading in this? It's like, yeah, if a country starts trading in another thing other than the dollar, then they're fucking pushed out of the global economy. Like,
yeah,
it's not easy.
The thing is, though, like that isn't immune to failure. It's just that when the failure happens, it's a lot more devastating.
It's scary. Russia, they're not like, this isn't an easy choice they have to make. It's a choice they had to make. They had to do this, but like, it was either this or like seeing their empire just slowly decay and die, and just like letting it happen. And they really, I do not put it against them. There's every reason to be like sympathetic to the Russians.
Yeah, when it's been a few years since I've been there, but when I was there last, there was this like sense that everything was dying, and there were different ways of like the different people. I was only in Moscow, so it's like the elite of the elite.
Yeah.
But they were the liberals in this city, the universities, the professors, and stuff like that. Because I was on a school trip, and so it was visiting some of those areas primarily. But they all had this idea in their mind that they had to liberalize, they had to be more like France and Germany, they had to become more European. Maybe like I remember in 20 many years ago, there were debates, like there was this meme that, Russia should join NATO and just embrace neoliberalism. And then there were I was lucky in the sense that the hostel that we were in turned out to be shit. And so we were relocated to the area of Moscow that was basically run by like Soviet gangsters and old washouts basically, and these are people that were like essentially running on the afterglow of the Soviet money, like all these like old officials and bureaucrats that still had a few million laying around, and they're just riding it out into retirement, blowing it. And these people were like so they just didn't give a shit. They're like, how can I make $1 from this dying empire? They were like the like parasites basically. And then along that, there were a lot of young people from all the different perspectives around there. Because I love always like just asking people what they think whenever I go somewhere. And there's this one moment where this librarian, this like must have been like a 20-something-year-old librarian, heard me speaking English and said, "Oh, you American, yeah?" Not yeah, that's German, but and like out of the blue, like virtue signal, like told me like, "Oh, I think Putin should go to hell," like out of nowhere, just like felt the need to virtue signal to me, and I was like, "Okay, well, what am I supposed to do with this claim that you've given me?" I just wanted, okay.
I feel like Russia's always kind of been, way more about history than I fucking do, but like what I know about the little I really do know about like Russian history beyond the Soviet Union is Russia always seemed to be like trying to like flex its nuts a lot, like try to show its toughness, but like always being a little bit behind. Like they tried to liberalize a lot later than everybody else. Like the monarchy in the early 19th century, like there was there was like there was a push for that. There was like a sort of liberalization among the elites, and like they're not but as a nation, it doesn't seem they're really good at like instituting that in a way that like makes like I don't think Russians are not.
I mean, they're
not a liberal race.
The average Russian like doesn't think about this. They just kind of They just want to farm, like there's a Russian equivalent to "I just want a girl." There is.
Yeah.
And it's like I just want to
drink vodka.
Well, not really. Like to be fair, the people who want to drink vodka are usually these like post-industrial like shitbags. They're like the rednecks of the country. It is frowned upon. Like you have like all these like boomer dads that just drink all day, and they're just like hated by everyone because they're parasites. They literally just take the social welfare and spend it on vodka. Yeah. My taxi driver occasionally held a vodka bottle in his pack, so you know what he's doing when he's not driving. But it's a wild. I loved it. I loved being in Moscow. I want to visit after the war again because I had a lot of good time. But like. One of there's this thing that happens. It's a phenomenon that happens in a lot of countries in this situation where the idea of being elite becomes transfixed with a foreign identity. So it's impossible to be like a Russian elite and be Russian. In order to be elite in Russia, you have to speak French, right? You have to know Georgian food. You have to
that's what happened with Poland.
Yeah.
Wow.
Exactly. Like the problem with and this is a problem that happens in numerous times in history. I was reading when I was in Belgium. I was reading about it happening amongst the lowland people when France occupied. Like France had convinced the Belgian people to be elite is to be French, not Dutch, and so this messed with the minds of the locals. But in Russia, this manifests in a number of ways in terms of like when you become elite, when you get money, when you get successful, you have to learn French. You have to go to the Georgian restaurant. You have to do all these foreign things. You can't just be a Russian elite. Right? You can't just build an elite Russian culture. You have to be foreign. And until Russia figures out how to develop an actual Russian elite identity, you're going to have this problem that they always offset that identity to a foreign country.
Yeah, and Russia's their elite have always been very schizophrenic. Like you would alternate between a czar that's like, we need to liberalize, we're going to go import technology from Europe, and then you get a reactionary czar be like, no, this is degenerate, we have to go back. And then they'd still do this to this day with communism and then liberalism, and now suddenly we're going back in a reactionary direction. So it's like that is totally unworkable in developing a real elite culture. But anyway, I have to go again now, so it was nice going over this with you guys.
Yeah, have a good one.
Thanks for coming back, Charlie. All right.
Now he's the copper star.
Well,
I have returned.
Okay. Yeah, with your correct name.
Dude, get off the internet.
Well, I can make him get off the internet.
It's gone now.
That was me, not him. I just kicked him.
That was
I thought my internet just shit out again. I'm like, motherfucker.
I'm a big fan of comedically kicking people from streams. Like I just think it's funny. I was like, yeah, gone.
You're the kingmaker.
This is prime comedy getting me on with Oros and Robert. It's just that they're here to keep me from getting your channel booted.
Oh yeah.
You think I'm joking? I actually have my cursor over the mute button. Like I can mute you at any moment because I know it'll be like Nit, and I'll just nuke him.
It's true. I'm yeah. There is some contrarianism between me.
Some.
I mean,
just a little bit.
Who's McDonald? I haven't met McDonald yet.
Hey,
is he in the Telegram?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's All Man of Lore is another one that.
Yeah. Cool. All right, sick.
Yeah, I renamed my channel as I started to take off because I realized it was something kind of odd if I was on here and you start saying, "Hey, Man of Lore," sounds kind of presumptuous.
Yeah, it is kind of
Plus, when I started my channel, I thought I was going to do a lot more before I realized how much work it is.
Oh, dude, that's how I ended up with the video essays. It was just like, damn, a lot of effort goes into making like a 10-minute video, and I don't know. It ultimately just pointed to like, look at my Substack, and then it's just like, there's just no point. Just go read the Substack if you really care. I mean, is it? But
well, see, that's how I feel about Witticism TV. That man does a 10-minute video essay every single week, and I'm just like, man, I could not. There is not enough contents in my brain to sustain that.
It was
I'm
fun.
just lazy.
There was this artist that I used for the intro music, Minet. He's actually a Danish guy who makes dark jazz, and I'm really into dark jazz. And I emailed him. I'm like, hey, can I use your song for my intro? He's like, yeah, dude, whatever, just credit me or whatever. So I sent him like $50 because I'm like, I only used his music because I really thought it's like the best background music, and that's what I use in all of like my video essays, 95% of it, and it just works so well. Like, it's like soothing, There is kind of an art to the video essay that to a stream is just kind of like, it's a lot more like casual, and there's no art to this. Anybody can do this, Jay. I do it. No, yeah, the video essay is it's kind of, I don't know, it's draining. That's why Distributus doesn't release one.
That's true. I want you to know, I felt an urge to respond to you, but I've been talking for 7 hours and 20 minutes, dude. And so my brain was just like loading.
Be here for 8.
Dude, that's a coffee pot beside you, Jay.
That's actually true. I'm highly caffeinated, and that's really what's gotten me through this.
Dude, I get restless after like 2 hours. I just get like,
tell me about it.
Holy fuck, dude. You must be like, your knees and your like joints and your brain must be mush right now.
Yes.
You're almost there.
I know. That's kind of why. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, guys, this is a fundraising stream. So go donate to Bagby, because I've forgotten to talk about that for like almost 2.5 hours now. But we've been doing really well, by the way.
This is rolling in cash.
Yeah, no, we're going to help him out. In addition to all of the super chats, which I'll call out later. I'm trying to think. Is there? You guys? I don't know if you want to hear Burden Deep lore. There's really not that much. I'm not a particularly interesting person.
We all know that, Jay.
Yeah, I know.
I think.
Well, thank you, Oros. That's why I keep inviting you on, because you're a sycophant.
Yeah. I obsess over the Jay Burden story. The anthology.
I know. Actually, I don't even know if he's going to come on. Thomas was supposed to come on. I don't know if he's going to make it. He said he was going to hop on soon.
Yeah, he told me that too.
See if it happens.
Thomas does not have to be on time because he makes up for it with being Thomas. So he's like,
Thomas will show up in the last 5 minutes and make the whole stream.
Yeah.
Pretty much. There have been several arcs. You mentioned some deep lore trivia in the chat the other day. I can't remember what I said. I say a lot of things in the chat, and this is actually funny. This happens to me quite often, where I produce enough episodes that I no longer remember what I say in episodes. So someone will like send me a message or like a comment and be like, "Did you say this?" And I'll look back and I'm like, "Possibly. I don't know. That sounds like something I would say. I can neither confirm nor deny that I said that."
Hey, can I ask Luthempar real quick? When are you going to make a channel rambling about history for like 3 hours? And like also your shit about the the shit you did, like talking about young Earth creationism and then just like what was it on Charlemagne's channel and then on Jay Burden's? That shit was Kino. I don't know if you even want to do that, but
if people ask me, I do it. But I do have a YouTube channel. It's just that I usually just do nothing but like shitty synth songs and ramblings of nonsense. But
is it Luthemplar? Is that
I'm slowly, gradually trying to figure out a better name because, it was thought of. Like I was never properly Lutheran. I never really was. I was always raised Catholic, and I just kind of like Luther, and so I wanted to be this like.
Who'd have thought?
Well, yeah, I was raised Catholic, and although I like Luther, I can't agree with some things, and so I kind of wanted to do this like vague, like Templar, the Catholic order, the like Lutheran side, and just like whatever, I'll just mix mash it. I don't care. Now I'm slowly trying to. Eventually, I'm going to try to change the name to Aluth, which is the Greek word for truth, which is close. Eluth means
getting better and better. Walker would have been a not well aged name.
Yeah. Eluth, what it is now, is actually the Greek word for freedom. But because I've grown tired of French liberalism, Aluth, truth, is better than Eluth, freedom.
I like it.
When are you just going to change your name to something in Hebrew?
Because I can't speak. I can't speak Hebrew. I'm not. Even Jews haven't spoken Hebrew in 2,000 years. It's a made up language from like the 1800s.
How dare you? It's my favorite language.
Yeah. my
rings hands.
My great grandma, when she was in the Slavic Ukraine border, she spoke Rossiyek, which is a bastard language between Ukrainian and Russian, where they just mix match different parts. It's called Rossiyek. They literally call it locally.
Rossiyek, ROSSYK, right?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Locally, they just call it our way because no one wants to bother understanding what the fuck they're saying. So, what are you saying? It's like we're just speaking our language. So
it's like Spanglish. It's like Spanglish. It's horrible.
But
it's probably not as bad as Spanglish.
There's no one in my family line that has ever known that like fictional language known as modern Hebrew, because that is a bastardized made up language from the 1800s by Zionists, and no one should speak it because it's just completely fictional. But anyway, nobody in my family lineage has been of the unspeakable tribe for 4 generations. I'm happy to say.
Woo! I continue to not believe you.
Arthur, welcome back to the show. How are you doing, man?
It's good to be back. I didn't expect that I could come back, so it's kind of cool, honestly.
Yeah, to come back 3 times with like 2 hours between each appearance.
Well, just little side comments. I mean, wanted to let Bagby speak, but some supplementary information about the Russian church I thought would be helpful after hearing it many times. Well, that's what I put in the comments earlier. I just came to say hi. I had some long rests.
How do I train my voice to be like yours?
How do you train your voice to be like mine? I mean, drama school, they had us laying down on our backs and like expanding our diaphragms and just releasing into the palate and out. One giant stream, one line, one word, one action, all that. But yeah, it's all a bit wank, honestly.
Yeah.
So,
well, these will help, right?
I mean, I would recommend, American Spirit for cigarettes, and then.
No, that's what I do. It's funny because Semyagog recommended drum, and I'm like, I don't know, but I normally roll the American Spirits.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's the gym in the background.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, you're like I hear like people slamming TVs on the ground.
Yeah, I'm in quite a dungeon right now. It's really nice. It's in downtown Chicago. I was at a commercial gym before, and it was just like bright colored, gym whores everywhere. So, yeah. There can only be one Bane in the DR. Interesting.
See the secret about gyms that I've learned, because I've gone to a couple, is that the more it looks like a dungeon, the better of a gym it is. Like the less women there are, the more it looks like just an absolute the worse the lighting is, the louder the music is. Like basically, you just want to find a place where a bunch of guys with a BMI of like 30 and powerlifting total deep into the 4 digits just listen to like power violence and do bath salts, and that's basically the place you want to go.
Dude, a ghetto boxing gym.
100%. Ghetto boxing, ghetto Muay Thai gym. Like my first Muay Thai gym in England was horrid. Like I saw rot on the corners of the walls. I was like, wow, this really is like every stereotype.
Trains your lungs. Yeah, helps. Yeah, helps. Probably got a deeper voice.
If you can't overcome like asbestos, you're not going to overcome a 5-round fight. So I might as well just leave. So.
I went to
in England, man. Oh, I was just gonna say, in England, that's a fucking fighting culture, man. That's tough.
Yeah, what I love about the English is like they're so hell-bent on staying English, but every once in a while they adopt something like chicken tikka masala or Muay Thai. They're so foreign. And I was like, yeah, no, we like this now. Like this is we're gonna take this under our wing, and it still won't be English, but they'll adopt it for sure.
Yeah.
Wait, I've got a combination gym story and a piece of deep Jay Burden lore. Have I ever told you guys about the rec center that I started lifting weights in? I might have told you. Okay, so this is actually a really funny story. So when I was in school, I was super poor, as opposed to now where I'm slightly less poor. And I went to a free gym because the school was closed because of COVID. And I went to the rec center in the middle of rural Virginia. And it was super sketchy, like very, very rough. And this rec center had an okay weight room. It was enough to get started. But right next to this recreational center, they had like essentially a like adult care facility for the mentally disabled. And what they would do is they would let the entire contents of that facility into the rec center for they called it free play, which basically means you'd be in there, lifting weights, trying to balance heavy things on your back, and then all of a sudden 150 severely mentally disabled adults would burst down the door and start just causing chaos. And if you can imagine being like a relatively skinny, like 150 pound, 6 foot college freshman, and then all of a sudden 150 retards kick down the door and start just like screeching and waving their hands, and no one would stop them until their time was done. And so I have this distinct memory of just like hearing this noise. And he dipped, and
he couldn't handle it.
Yeah, fair enough. And as soon as like the door opened, the whole place was just unusable. It was just full of mental deficients. Damn it, the sex bots are back,
dude. What stream was I watching where I saw there was like a million of them? You couldn't even stop it. Oh, it was
because of Arthur.
Casey. It's Patrick Casey. Yeah, poor guy.
His goofies are here.
I should mention one of my family members goes to a gym, and because I'm in a part of New York that has a significantly large Russian population, you'll occasionally get a few Russian bodybuilders. This family member started going to the gym, and she's female, and this like 70-year-old Soviet bodybuilder comes up looking at her like trying to do exercise. And it's basically just like, comrade, I show you do this right, this wrong. You do this wrong. And proceeds to give this family member Soviet Special Forces bodybuilding techniques that like essentially destroy her. And she comes back with like a backache. Like the Soviet person is destroyed. It's like you've never seen a Soviet bodybuilder like this. They do some crazy shit. There's like something with like the belly position that they do where the spine forces like the muscle mass like onto the abs directly rather than like on average. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense, but like
no, you're correct. Carry on.
Yeah, it's rather fascinating. If you can go to a gym with these old Soviet guys, they know their shit because they got like special forces training and know how to build a 6-pack in like 4 weeks.
So Arthur, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it the Soviets who really popularized kettlebells?
It was. I mean, honestly, I tell this like as a preliminary thing to all my clients across the board that like in the West around the 1920s, particularly in Germany and the United States, we began this love affair with bodybuilding, and kind of strength really went out the window in terms of efficiency. Whereas like, the Eastern Bloc really just cared about the Olympics. So they were hell-bent on figuring out like what it was that made a person strong. And they spent 4 Olympic cycles kind of studying that before debuting the Soviet weightlifting system and a bunch of other things. Kettlebells were definitely used for muscle imbalances, used for ballistics. There's some instances where like David Rigger He is Austrian, but behind the Iron Curtain, he didn't even have access to the gym for a summer, so he could only do kettlebells after working a day in the mines. So the programming was so efficient that he couldn't even get under a barbell, and he still was an Olympic gold medalist. So kettlebells, some slow twitch muscle fiber protocols. Verkhoshansky pioneered the plyometric for athletes. So everything that came out of the Eastern Bloc, particularly Minsk, that Sports Science Institute is just, it's next level, and it's kind of lopsided compared to the West.
Ed Dutton, in his book Making Sense of Race, not a big fan of Ed Dutton, but he's fun. He pointed out how what is it, like the best sprinters are from West Africa, the best marathon runners are from East Africa, and literally the strongest people on the entire earth are from the Dagestani region and Russia. It's just Slavs and the Caucasians are just by far the strongest people all the time, everywhere, in every competition.
Just an update on fundraising. We had a couple other donations roll in. Anonymous for $250. Thank you so much. Reactionary DM. Thank you so much for your history lessons, George. My wife and I adored your video on old marriage vows. Much love and God bless. And then Reformed Rogue for $30. Thank you all so much. Yeah, I thought the one on marriage vows was quite good. Obviously, I enjoy every time I get to speak to Bagby, but I thought that was one of our better ones. But anyway, Oros, I interrupted you.
No, that was it. I was just making a cool point about every sort of race seems to have its like superpower. It's like a perk, and the Dagestanis, the Caucasians, and the Russians, mainly I think it was mainly the Dagestanis, just the people of the Caucasus Mountains are abnormally strong. So it's not surprising that a lot of strength innovation comes from that region of the world.
Yeah, I know we always joke about my Semitic side, but that side of the family comes from the Carpathian Mountains, and those people can lift. Yeah, I've found that if I put my mind to it, I can there was a few years ago where I put my mind to it and I lost 40 pounds in 6 weeks. It's just it's insane how much the mountain people body can push you. I haven't done that because I don't have time to do that right now, but my family side, my mom is in her 70s, mid 70s, and runs 6 miles a day. These people are they're insane. I have to compete with my own mother to go on the exercise machine. I have a few bits of equipment laying around at my house, so I don't go to a gym, but I usually have to compete with my own grandmother aged mother. And again, my mom had me in her 40s, so these people are they just go through life like punching.
That is nuts. It's Appalachian strength.
Yeah, people from the Carpathian Mountains are kind of like that with there's actually genetically they actually are somewhat related to the Caucasus Mountains. It seems like the people group just migrated to another mountain basically. Fun fact that I think it's the Carpathians, the Caucasians, and the either the Pyrenees or the Alps. Those people groups are all related. It's basically like a tribe that just went mountain to mountain and didn't care for the lowlands.
You talking about
keep walking till you find a mountain?
Yes, they're haplogroup T1, I think, or maybe a different one. But these are people where these haplogroups primarily show up in the mountains only, and it seems like whoever their ancestors were just hated the grasslands. Fuck that, I'm going to the mountains.
Big mountain. Do you know about the basketball, Euskara?
Yeah.
Yeah, are they? Is that what you're talking about? In the Pyrenees, is the Pyrenees Mountains is Spain and France, right? The
might
border?
Be the Basque. I'm not familiar with the western half
because they don't know the Basque. They don't.
The Basque is quite separate. The ethnic.
It is.
They
don't know the actual they don't know the lineage. They're just they've been there for 2,500 plus years. Yeah.
Well, so
cool.
They have a common ancestor with Canarian. So my father's full-blooded Canarian native. So Guanche, it's under Spain, but we're just a different ethnic group. My family who basically look like 6'5" Swedes. And so some people theorize that they're some lost Viking tribe, which it's a bit far. So I didn't really think there was much merit to that. But they found that there was a common genetic marker between the Basques, people from the Azores, the Canary Islands, and then the Atlas Mountains of Morocco, and a certain mustache man actually called Berbers one of the lost Germans, which is interesting. But if you actually ask the Basques, particularly in the French Basque region. They'll talk about how they came from a submerged continent in the middle of the Atlantic. So,
oh my goodness,
which is a bit like, I mean, that's what they say, and that's what they've been saying for thousands of years now. But it still feels so schizo to say out loud.
I posted in the chat an image of the T1 haplogroup, which does seem to be Basque in part. No, sorry, my bad. Next to the Basque, so you can see in that image, like basically anywhere there's a mountain, that's where that people group tend to go to.
Or maybe they're Minoans. Maybe the Basque people are Minoans, because that was like 3,000 years ago that they disappeared, and they famously were not destroyed entirely, but like really crippled by the fact a giant fucking volcano erupted out of nowhere and destroyed their island. So
can I autism about that fact?
Yes, please. I love Minoa. Yeah, Minoa.
Because the Minoans are famous for labyrinths, right? They would build these labyrinths. They are the origin race for the Minotaur myth. They originated that myth, and they had their entire civilization, all their architecture, all their art. It's focused on the labyrinth, this maze structure that you design to capture a beast of some kind, like a demon, basically. And you look at these designs for labyrinths, and they look awfully lot like logic circuits, like you're trying to trick the beast into a series of Boolean functions. And I'm just saying, maybe there's something about trapping it. There might be something about trapping a demon in a logic circuit that might be relevant to today.
I'm just saying, look into it, man. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying a dead Twitter thread about it. That's all.
All right,
I think I'm a fucking autist. Shit.
All right, I'm muting everyone because for a little bit I've got to make an announcement, which is we are reaching last call as far as donations. Got another 20 minutes until the end of the stream. We'll hit an even 8 hours, and then I don't care what's happening. I'm ending the stream in 8 hours. I think 8 hours on the dot. So if you guys want to put in your donations, now's a good time to, because we've got 20 minutes left. If you guys want to, I'm going to unmute you guys now. But sorry, just needed to get a word in edgewise.
Okay, Daddy J.
I'm always expecting you to mute me, so it's all good.
There's something that's kind of somewhat related to, I mean, something we'd like to have Bagby involved in that might be up his alley down the line. But I mentioned earlier, Matt Beaudreau, he actually just, he has an online program for, and I'll circle back with you about this later on, Jay, but I can't say circle back without thinking about the press secretary, unfortunately. But yeah, Matt Beaudreau has an alternate education school for boys, and he's releasing one for girls. And all of a sudden, Stripe one day just announced that you don't have access to your money for 4 months. So kind of a similar situation that Bagby's in, so it might be a good fit.
Well, great. Yeah, he'd definitely be interested in that. And honestly, I was thinking at midway through that conversation, he had a long conversation with that guy Red Hammerhead about orthodoxy. You should have him on your show, because that would be a fun conversation. You two are kind of opposites in an interesting way, but you have that unifying faith that I think could be an interesting conversation.
Yeah, I mean, Bagby, I was kind of surprised to see how many people in this kind of neck of the woods are Orthodox. So definitely like to have, Bagby reach out to credentialists down the line as well. But yeah, the other thing too is somewhat relevant, and I just want to preface this so it's not in bad taste. But guys from Instagram and myself, we're sort of launching a unified effort for an online press, which down the line we'd want to do courses and things. I know Bagby's doing the course for academic agent for American history. I feel like with his breadth of knowledge, if he had a platform, to have courses of his own, things would kind of take care of themselves for him and his family. It should be quite important as well.
Yeah, he's definitely he's talked about that, and obviously I'm not going to speak on his behalf. He's capable of doing that himself, but it's definitely something he's been considering, because in addition to his knowledge on history is prodigious, to put it mildly. He has so much that it's just all of our episodes that we've done, which have been just basically him talking for hours and hours, are basically just him going back through notes he already has. He hasn't really prepared anything for the show, so he has a wealth of resources. We had an anonymous donor for $40, so thank you so much again, greatly appreciated.
yeah, I'll definitely I'll consider that. I'll put you guys in touch because I think it'd be easier for him to do it obviously than me, but that's a good idea.
That's great.
Mobert Rackdonald.
Awesome. Yeah. And again, thank you guys so much for helping me out with this. I was by myself for the first hour this morning, and that was significantly harder than having like 6 other people to bounce ideas off of.
Yeah. Yeah, an hour is your normal go at it, so it's like you already extinguished your energy there. I'm surprised you're 6 hours and 42 minutes.
Past that. Yeah, I think I was actually thinking
nuts,
I might. This has actually been really fun, and obviously, hopefully not for another cancellation. But I might make this a yearly tradition, like a yearly charity stream, because this was actually kind of fun. Like I've enjoyed this, and really like having a revolving door like this has been. It hasn't been too taxing. Like I haven't just been sitting in a chair for 8 hours. Like there's no way to sugarcoat that. But this has actually been quite enjoyable, and it's been nice to be able to talk to so many people who, like, when you have an episode, right, it's one person a night and you don't want to book people too closely back to back, but just getting to talk to people for a while has been good. In addition, obviously, to the it doesn't quite Blackwater Denny Yule doesn't quite roll off the tongue. We'll come up with a better name for it, but obviously all charity, even the charity aside, is highly important. This has just been fun.
It's called the Burden Blast.
Yeah, we'll workshop it. I got another year in me before we do another one of these because this hurt my brain.
The Burden Block Party.
Hey, that's a better one actually.
Yeah, BBP.
Yeah, I've got going back to the whole genetic conversation. I'm a true Amerimut, but I have a large contingent of French genetics, which essentially what French genetics have gotten me is god tier substance abuse talents, where it's just like, I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing, but it is a talent that I possess.
Here you go, Jay.
Oh yeah, thank you. I would never abuse substances. I like them too much.
Yeah.
The Burden Shekel special. Yeah, I've always been, and I've mentioned this multiple times, I'm kind of tempted to do one of those like send in your DNA tests, but I'm maybe it's just like my schizo boomer grandparents have always warned me about sending your DNA into the Mormons, but I'm always a little bit paranoid about it.
The Chinese will like your DNA.
I know my lineage really well, but so the way like genetics works really, I almost feel like Luth Templar would know this for some reason, like pretty well. He knows all of this, these schizo rabbit holes, but I don't know. I'm happy knowing enough about my lineage and then being like, okay, well, I don't know what my genome is like in percentile, how it's cut up, but I at least know where everybody comes from and like what they were like, what their jobs were, etc. So that's good enough for me. I don't need to send my genes to the wherever it might go.
There's another way to view it, which is a little bit more spiritual and makes more sense in the sense that like actually ST Structural Thoughts has this approach to it. It is the percentages of these lineages that actually constitute a biospirit rather than just one of them. Like there's this idea that I'm that thing, therefore I act a certain way. Like when I talk about like Japheth and Ham and Cush and these things, these are like biospirits almost, forces and promises to blood. If you're a mix of them, it's usually like they're kind of, I don't like the term like mixing matching stuff like that. I don't know. I'm still developing these thoughts, but ST has this idea that when we say words like Aryan or something, that's actually a specific proportion of like what we could probably say. Oh, you have a certain amount of Japheth, a certain amount of his sons, like Javan.
Yeah.
Javan, like in the Bible, we can say that the most faithful to God's call to scour the earth was Yavan, the grandson of Noah. He's the one who actually built boats and went out into the world to explore and take land. And it's said that he became the descendant of all coastal peoples, and that coastal spirit to always strive for new lands to explore, new trade routes to find. That biospirit comes from Yavan. That was the son of Japheth. Japheth himself started the path of scattering to the world, but he didn't go all the way. He like kind of settled. And then others like someone like Nimrod, who is the son of Cush, he didn't follow God's command to scatter the world. He settled east of Eden and built a tower, and so he was like the least faithful to the command. And so of him came the city builders, the people that want to move, the people that want to stay stationary and parasite the land, basically. And this is interesting like dynamic where like it may not necessarily be true to say it's a genetic inheritance, more so than a spiritual inheritance of how these sons of Noah behaved and almost altered the reality around them, that the people of those lands and tribes and ways of life inherited that behavior. If that makes sense. I don't have the right terminology to explain this, but I do like the word biospirit.
Well, there's another level to it that
oh shit, sorry, go ahead.
That JD Heroic Will, the guy who he's been on my podcast a couple times. He was at the event, but he's also the channel sponsor. But he was talking about this with the difference between we're essentially like your behavior actually affects the genetics you pass down. So for instance, there are certain things that are heritable on a sheer just like because someone is your dad level. But essentially the conditions you live in affect which genes get passed down. So for instance, right, like obesity is incredibly heritable, even when you don't necessarily have either a direct connection to your family or a genetic tendency to be overweight. So for instance, right, like Luthemplar, if you personally have amazing genetics for weight and your children are raised independently of you, but if you were fat at the time of conception, your children are significantly more likely to be fat. It's interesting because genetics are, I'm just finishing up this thought. Genetics are both on one hand, like predetermined, but also you personally have a great deal of effect over which parts of you are passed on, if that makes sense.
Yes. Yeah. That's epigenetics. So, although we should really call it memetics if we're being serious, even though it's a dumb word to use because it's been stolen by shit posters. But Isaac, you were gonna say something?
Well, on memetics is at least being it's being used a lot more properly the last couple of years. Like Chad Haig uses it a lot, and he's got a big noggin. But I was just gonna say the idea of like sons of Japheth, sons of Seth, or whatever. He's like the bad one. Like different. That kind of marries the idea of the nature and the nurture into this. Like it's a behavioral thing, but there's also this. I'm not somebody who puts a lot of stock into genetics and this like, oh, it's 90% or 100% deciding your fate, but there is fate being decided. Like that is what life is. Like if you have genes that are like you're 80%, you're going to get cancer. It's like you can't really avoid that fact, and that's the cross you bear. So it's like there are certain crosses you bear with your genes. At the same time, there's benefits, but like what the quality of you as a person is, everybody has the capacity to do that. Everybody, even like the shittiest of people who don't have a conscience, do still have the ability to like have their soul saved. It's not like they can't achieve that. So that's why I'm not like somebody like a race realist type who puts a lot of stock into this idea like, oh, it's just everything is fate, and if you're not a good Aryan white man who walks alone, you're gonna like be you're not gonna make it. It's just kind of fucking retarded. I don't know. Race is, like plays an important role in identity, but in terms of like your ability to be a good person and make it into heaven, like that's another question that a lot of people on the DR seem to like don't even know how to approach it. They put way too much stock in it.
It's something I want to explore more from the tribal and behavioral background. It's actually it's provable in the secular sciences too, because you'll find human bones going back like 200,000 years ago. But I don't necessarily agree with that dating system, but like their science says 200,000 years ago. But all the oldest cave drawings only show up like 70,000 years ago, and before that it just doesn't happen. Art just doesn't show up very much. There are people that try to make these scribbles and things say they're art. It's literally just lines on a stick. It could just be for counting. But you have this like 150,000 year gap, like 15 times the length of written history, or known, not really written history, but known history, of just no serious art development, not really much at all, which is kind of wild. And you could easily say, well, like a tribe happened to develop the behaviors that became art, and that art inheritance followed with those tribes. That's why, like, the artistic people, cave art technically first shows up in, I think, Europe, actually. I forget.
I think it was in France, I believe.
Yeah, so the French invented the arts, and to this day that still kind of holds true. There's a certain like attachment. There are other examples of this where the environment has to be matched to the people for it to actually produce something unique. Like a lot of black people from the Congo, they have sickle cell. Like, it's just a trait that they have. If you look into it, this actually blocks various diseases, like what's that blood disease? Malaria.
Yeah.
So malaria can't get into their bloodstream because of their disformed blood cells. The malaria can't actually get attached to the bloodstream to infect their bodies, and so it's in any other climate environment, it's a negative. It causes like a shorter life and death, or a lack of oxygen. In the Congo, it's basically allows you to live and be efficient.
Your max life of 45 years.
60, but yeah.
Oh, really? You can. I've just heard about like my favorite comedian, fucking Patrice O'Neal. I think he had sickle cell and he died at like. Average
life expectancy in the Congo is actually 60 because they're in the climate they're supposed to be in.
That's really good.
Afghans live shorter than Congolese. That's something to think about. But
wow.
And the watermelon helps them with that when they don't live in the Congo.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things where there's this like border between genes and behaviors where the land somewhat speaks to you and you somewhat speak to the land, and that forms a relationship that creates a flourishing almost. Which, the Bible says that God made territories for every nation that they might call out for him.
Yeah.
Well, and interestingly, you sort of see this and Isaac, I only know this because I know what you look like, is that the Scotch Irish are good at many things. One of them is skin cancer. Like, people with our skin tone, we're not designed to live in the sun.
I live
like, it can be done, but
that's why I'm red.
You're going to get baked. I mean, same thing happens to me, right? And again, that's a negative trait. But like, there are multiple ways in which, like, on the other hand, like,
I get a lot of vitamin D.
Yeah, you can also, I assume you can drink milk, right?
Pretty much. I can't like down it like a lot of white boys, but I can.
But nonetheless, right? It is just interesting that like there very much is a relationship between like your blood and the land you're from.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know. I think that despite all the efforts of globalism, that's still real. And that's something that I find just personally really interesting. And this goes back to what we were talking about, Luke Templar, with architecture, right? Is a world in which distinction exists. Instead of this just kind of like awful, gray multiculti soup.
Yeah. I mean, architecture is a big one of this because the architecture will always display the technical skill of the people, and so like it takes a lot of effort to advance it because architecture depends on how good you can master the forces of gravity around you and wind and other things. It's like you only develop architecture when you understand your environment. If you don't understand your environment, you can't develop architecture. The development of architecture is really the moment when an actual ethnos is born, when you've developed the inhabitants that allows you to like thrive in the land. So you have like a lot of tribes, there's like thousands of years where they don't have architecture, and they're not really like they're mobile people because they haven't adapted to the land yet, and so they'll just wander around. But the moment that they crack that code and can master the forces of the ecosystem, they get landed, they ground themselves, and they become a civilization and an ethnicity.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to start to wrap this up. Again, thank you all so much on the panel for helping me while away the hours. This was genuinely quite fun. My spine is broken, and we did really well. So, guys, we're currently sitting at $5,838, which is a hell of a lot of money. That's really going to help George out. And in addition to that, we also have all the super chats, which I won't be able to calculate because I don't actually know
exactly what percentage of that YouTube is going to take, but I'll be able to post that when it's done. And again, like, thank you guys all so much for donating. Really, you were all incredibly generous. And the goal with this is obviously to, in the immediate term, it's to help George, right? And I think we've done that. On the other end, it's basically to put him in a place where this can't happen again. You know, this isn't the end goal. We don't want to be doing this forever, but it is part of building a community, building something real. And part of that's fun. And part of that's the things you get to do together. That's fun and it's like exciting. And the other part is the things that suck. And part of the things that suck is essentially like helping out someone who's down on their luck, you know? And again, like, I'm not saying this was unpleasant. I enjoyed this a lot, but there's a give and take with community, you know, and this is an exciting development, right? Like I said earlier, it takes a long time to build something real, you know, like Luthemplar said about architecture, like these aren't things that are easy. And so in one hand, you know, like things are looking pretty grim, but on the other hand, like we've got a lot of guys here with potential, a lot of young guys, you know, who are building things, who are doing things, and not just kind of like talking into the void on social media. Obviously that's some of it, like that's a necessary evil. It's how we all got here, but we're doing real things that impact real people. And again, guys, I really appreciate it. I appreciate you all in chat. It's been great talking to you. And again, guys, I'm gonna wrap this up, but be sure to check out, you know, my guests. They've been in and out the whole time, but I think I'm gonna have to wrap this up. And thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Good to talk to you, Oros. Good to talk to you, Luthemplar, and then you know, AP and Robert.
Two more minutes. Make it to 8
well,
hours.
Fucking fine. We'll make it for a full 8. You have anything to talk about for exactly 2 minutes?
I'm on Oros post on YouTube. Everybody subscribe. All right, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to kick you in the middle of it. Never mind. Oh, and thank you, Manoa. You've been manning the wrench in chat, keeping the sex bots out.
Yeah, I love Manoa and Vingul. Real G's.
Check out my channel if you haven't. It's greatly appreciated. I'm having Thomas on tomorrow, so the long-awaited stream is going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah, AP show's good. I didn't know you had a channel, Templar. I would have been.
I don't advertise it. As you know, I purposely try to avoid people finding my things. I write my Twitter screen names in the most ridiculous random letters, and I purposely don't advertise. I like being the shadowy figure everyone accuses me of being.
Yeah, you've really made the rod for your own back there.
Yes. Don't advertise my YouTube channel. Leave it private. I don't want. I
tried looking you up. I couldn't find you.
I don't want anyone finding it because it's mostly just like shitty synth music I put together and ramblings with like a voice filter. And I don't have any ability to build. I don't know how to make good quality in video yet, and so I'm just vaguely trying to.
You're fucking fantastic on the streams, so you can.
Don't let that stop you. I just use the camera function on my phone.
Yeah. Someone just got to organize. Yeah. 10 seconds. 7.
All right. Well, again, thank you so much for coming out. I really appreciated it, guys, and I'll see you guys later.
God bless.
Well done, man.